Chapter 20 of The Kellys and the O'Kellys by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Kellys and the O'Kellys, Chapter 20, Very Liberal. When the widow left the parlour, after having placed her guest in the charge of her daughters, she summoned her son to follow her downstairs, and was very careful not to leave behind her the notice which Daly had placed on the table. As soon as she found herself behind the shutter of her little desk, which stood in the shop window, she commenced very eagerly spelling it over. The purport of the notice was to inform her that Barry Lynch intended immediately to apply to the magistrates to commit her and her son for conspiring together to inveigle Anty into a marriage, and that the fact of their having done so would be proved by Mr. Moylan, who was prepared to swear that he had been present when the plan had been arranged between them. The reader is aware that whatever show of truth there might be for this accusation, as far as Martin and Moylan himself were concerned, the widow at any rate was innocent, and he can conceive the good lady's indignation at the idea of her own connection, Moylan having been seduced over to the enemy. Though she had put on a bold front against Daly, and though she did not quite believe that Barry was in earnest in taking proceedings against her, still her heart failed her as she read the legal technicalities of the paper she held in her hand, and turned to her son for counsel in considerable tribulation. "But there must be something in it, I tell you," said she. "Though Barry Lynch and that limb of the devil, young Daly, 'ud stick at nothing in the way of lies and deceit, they'd never go to say all this about Moylan, unless he'd agreed to do their bidding. That's like enough, mother. I dare say Moylan has been bought over rather, for he's not one of them as do mischief for nothing. And does the old robber mean to say that as I live, I never as much as mentioned Anty's name to Moylan, except just about the agency?" "I'm sure you didn't, mother." "And what is it, then, he has to say agin us?" "Just lies. That's if he were called on to say anything, but he never will be. This is all one of Barry's schemes to frighten you and get Anty turned out of the inn." "Then Master Barry doesn't know the Widdy Kelly, I can tell him that, for when I puts my hand to a thing, I mean to pull through with it. But tell me, all this'll be costing money, won't it? Attorneys don't bring them sort of things about for nothing." And she gave a most contemptuous twist to the notice. "Oh, Barry must pay for that." "I doubt that, Martin. He's not fond of paying, the main dirty blackguard. I tell you what, you shouldn't ever have let Daly inside the house. He'll make us pay for the writing of them as sure as my name's Mary Kelly. If he hadn't got into the house, he couldn't have done a half-birth. I tell you, mother, it wouldn't have done not to let him see Anty. They'd have said we'd got her shut up here, and wouldn't let anyone come nigh her." "Well, Martin, you'll see we'll have to pay for it. This comes of meddling with other folks. I wonder how I was ever fool enough to have fetched her down here. Good couldn't come of dealing with such people as Barry Lynch. But you wouldn't have left her up there to be murdered." "She's nothing to me, and I don't know as she's ever like to be." "Maybe not. But tell me, Martin, was there anything said between you and Moylan about Anty before she came down here?" "How anything said, mother?" "Why, was there any scheming betwixt you?" "Scheming? When I want to scheme, I'll not go shares with such a fellow as Moylan." "Ah, but was there anything passed about Anty and you getting married? Come now, Martin, I'm in all this trouble along of you, and you shouldn't lave me in the dark. Was you talking to Moylan about Anty and her fortune?" "Why, then, I'll just tell you the whole truth as I told it all before to Mr. Frank. That is Lord Ballindine up in Dublin. And as I wouldn't mind telling it this minute to Barry or Daly or any one else in the 3 counties. When Moylan got the agency, he come out to me at Tonero, and after talking a bit about Anty and her fortune, he let on as how it would be a bright spec for me to marry her, and I won't deny that it was he as first put it into my head. Well then, he had schemes of his own about keeping the agency, and getting a nice thing out of the property himself, for putting Anty in the way, but I told him downright I didn't know anything about that, and that if ever I did anything in the matter, it would be all fair and above board, and that was all the conspiracy I and Moylan had." "And enough too, Martin," said the widow. "You'll find it's quite enough to get us into trouble. And why wouldn't you tell me what was going on between you?" "There was nothing going on between us." "I say there was. And to go and inveigle me into your schemes without knowing a word about it. It was a murdering shame of you. And if I do have to pay for it, I'll never forgive you." "That's right, mother. Quarrel with me about it, do. It was I made you bring Anty down here, wasn't it, when I was up in Dublin all the time? But to go and put yourself in the power of such a fellow as Moylan, I didn't think you were so soft." "How bother, mother? Who's put themselves in the power of Moylan?" I'll moil him and spoil him too, the false blackguard, and turn him again the family, them as has made him. I wonder what he's getting for swearing again us." And then, after a pause, she added in a most pathetic voice, "Oh, Martin, to think of being dragged away to Galway before the whole country, to be made a conspirator of. I that always paid my way before and behind, though only a poor widdy. Who's to mind the shop, I wonder? I'm sure Meg's not able. And there'll be Mary'll be just nigh her time, and wouldn't be able to come. Martin, you've been and ruined me with your plots and your marriages. What did you want with a wife, I wonder, and you so well off?" And Mrs. Kelly began wiping her eyes, for she was affected to tears at the prospect of her coming misery. "If you take it so to heart, mother, you'd better give Aunty a hint to be out of this. You heard Daly tell her. That was all Barry wanted." Martin knew his mother tolerably well, or he would not have made this proposition. He understood what the real extent of her sorrow was, and how much of her lamentation he was to attribute to her laudable wish to appear a martyr to the wishes and pleasures of her children. "Turn her out," replied she. "No, never. And I didn't think I'd have heard you asking me to." "I didn't ask you to, mother. Only anything'd be better than downright ruin." "I wouldn't demane myself to Barry so much as to wish her out of this now she's here. But it was along of you she came here. And if I've to pay for all this lawyer's work, you oughtn't to see me at a loss. I'm sure I don't know where your sisters is to look for a pound or two when I'm gone, if things go on this way." And again the widow whimpered. "Don't let that trouble you, mother. If there's anything to pay, I wouldn't let it come upon you anyway. But I tell you there'll be nothing more about it." Mrs. Kelly was somewhat quieted by her son's guarantee, and muttering that she couldn't afford to be wasting her mornings in that way, diligently commenced weighing out innumerable 3 halfpence of brown sugar, and Martin went about his own business. Daly left the inn after his interview with Anty and the Kellys in anything but a pleasant frame of mind. In the first place, he knew that he had been signally unsuccessful, and that his want of success had been mainly attributable to his having failed to see Anty alone. And in the next place, he felt more than ever disgusted with his client. He began to reflect for the first time that he might, and probably would, irretrievably injure his character by undertaking, as Martin truly called it, such a very low line of business. That if the matter were persevered in, everyone in Connaught would be sure to hear of Anty's persecution, and that his own name would be so mixed up with Lynch's in the transaction as to leave him no means of escaping the ignominy which was so justly due his employer. Beyond these selfish motives of wishing to withdraw from the business, he really pitied Anty, and felt a great repugnance at being the means of adding to her troubles, and he was aware of the scandalous shame of subjecting her again to the ill treatment of such a wretch as her brother, by threatening proceedings which he knew could never be taken. As he got on the car to return to Chewham, he determined that whatever plan he might settle on adopting, he would have nothing further to do with prosecuting or persecuting either Anty or the Kellys. "I'll give him the best advice I can about it," said Daly to himself, "and if he don't like it, he may do the other thing. I wouldn't carry on with this game for all he's worth, and that, I believe, is not much." He had intended to go direct to Dunmore House from the Kellys, and to have seen Barry, but he would have had to stop for dinner if he had done so, and though, generally speaking, not very squeamish in his society, he did not wish to enjoy another after-dinner tête-à-tête with him. "It's better to get him over to Chewham," he thought, "and try to make him see raisin when he's sober. Nothing's too hot or too bad for him when he's mad drunk after dinner." Accordingly, Lynch was again summoned to Chewham, and held a second council in the attorney's little parlour. Daly commenced by telling him that his sister had seen him and had positively refused to leave the inn, and that the widow and her son had both listened to the threats of a prosecution, unmoved and undismayed. Barry indulged in his usual volubility of expletives, expressed his fixed intention of exterminating the Kellys, declared, with many asseverations, his conviction that his sister was a lunatic, swore by everything under, in, and above the earth, that he would have her shut up in the lunatic asylum in Ballinasloe, in the teeth of the Lord Chancellor and all the other lawyers in Ireland, cursed the shades of his father deeply and copiously, assured Daly that he was only prevented from recovering his own property by the weakness and ignorance of his legal advisers, and ended by asking the attorney's advice as to his future conduct. "What the devil, then, am I to do with the confounded idiot?" said he. "If you'll take my advice, you'll do nothing." "What? And let her marry and have that young blackguard brought up to Dunmore under my very nose?" "I'm very much afraid, Mr. Lynch, if you wish to be quit of Martin Kelly, it is you must lave Dunmore. You may be sure he won't." "Oh, as for that, I've nothing to tie me to Dunmore. I hate the place. I never meant to live there. If I only saw my sister properly taken care of, and that it was put out of her power to throw herself away, I should leave it at once. Between you and me, Mr. Lynch, she will be taken care of, and as for throwing herself away, she must judge of that herself. Take my word for it, the best thing for you to do is to come to terms with Martin Kelly, and to sell out your property in Dunmore. You'll make much better terms before marriage than you would after, it stands to reason. Barry was half standing and half sitting on the small parlour table, and there he remained for a few minutes, meditating on Daly's most unpleasant proposal. It was a hard pill for him to swallow, and he couldn't get it down without some convulsive grimaces. He bit his underlip till the blood came through it, and at last said, "Why, you've taken this thing up, Daly, as if you were to be paid by the Kellys instead of by me. I can't understand it. Confound me if I can." Daly turned very red at the insinuation. He was within an ace of seizing Lynch by the collar and expelling him in a summary way from his premises, a feat which he was able to perform, and willing also, for he was sick of his client, but he thought of it a second time and restrained himself. "Mr. Lynch," he said after a moment or two, "that's the second time you've made an observation of that kind to me, and I'll tell you what, if your business was the best in the county, instead of being as bad a case as was ever put into a lawyer's hands, I wouldn't stand it from you. If you think you can let out your passion against me, as you do against your own people, you'll find your mistake out very soon, so you'd better mind what you're saying." "Why, what the devil did I say?" said Lynch, half abashed. "I'll not repeat it. And you hadn't better either. Now, do you choose to hear my professional advice and behave to me as you ought and shall do? Or will you go out of this and look for another attorney? To tell you the truth, I'd just as lieve you'll take your business to someone else." Barry's brow grew very black, and he looked at Daly as though he would much like to insult him again if he dared. But he did not dare. He had no one else to look to for advice or support. He had utterly estranged from him his father's lawyer, and though he suspected that Daly was not true to him, he felt that he could not break with him. He was obliged, therefore, to swallow his wrath, though it choked him, and to mutter something in the shape of an apology. It was a mutter. Daly heard something about its being only a joke, and not expecting to be taken up so damned sharp, and, accepting these sounds as an amende honorable, again renewed his functions as an attorney. "Would you authorise me to see Martin Kelly, and to treat with him? You'll find it the cheapest thing you can do, and more than that, it'll be what nobody can blame you for." "How treat with him? I owe him nothing. I don't see what I've got to treat with him about. Am I to offer him half the property on condition he'll consent to marry my sister? Is that what you mean?" "No, that's not what I mean. But it'll come to much the same thing in the end. In the first place, you must withdraw all opposition to Miss Lynch's marriage. Indeed, you must give it your direct sanction. And in the next place, you must make an amicable agreement with Martin about the division of the property." "What? Coolly give him all he has the impudence to ask? Throw up the game altogether, and pitch the whole stakes into his lap? Why, Daly, you—" "Well, Mr. Lynch, finish your speech," said Daly, looking him full in the face. Barry had been on the point of again accusing the attorney of playing false to him, but he paused in time. He caught Daly's eye and did not dare to finish the sentence which he had begun. "I can't understand you, I mean," said he. "I can't understand what you're after. But go on. Maybe you're right, but I can't see for the life of me. What am I to get by such a plan as that?" Barry was now cowed and frightened. He had no dram bottle by him to reassure him, and he became, comparatively speaking, calm and subdued. Indeed, before the interview was over, he fell into a pitiably lachrymose tone, and claimed sympathy for the many hardships he had to undergo through the ill treatment of his family. "I'll try and explain to you, Mr. Lynch, what you'll get by it. As far as I can understand, your father left about 800 a year between the two. That's you and your sister. And then there's the house and furniture. Nothing on earth can keep her out of her property or prevent her from marrying whom she pleases. Martin Kelly, who is an honest fellow, though sharp enough, has set his eye on her, and before many weeks you'll find he'll make her his wife. Under these circumstances, wouldn't he be the best tenant you could find for Dunmore? You're not fond of the place, and will be still less so when he's your brother-in-law. Lave it altogether, Mr. Lynch. Give him a lace of the whole concern, and if you do that now at once, take my word for it, you'll get more out of Dunmore than ever you will by staying here and fighting the matter out." "But about the debts, Daly?" "Why, I suppose the fact is, the debts are all your own, eh?" "Well, suppose they are." "Exactly so. Personal debts of your own. Why, when you've made some final arrangement about the property, you must make some other arrangement with your creditors. But that's quite a separate affair. You don't expect Martin Kelly to pay your debts, I suppose?" But I might get a sum of money for the goodwill, mightn't I? I don't think Martin's able to put down a large sum. I'll tell you what I think you might ask, and what I think he would give. To get your goodwill and consent to the match, and to prevent any further difficulty, I think he'd become your tenant for the whole of your share at a rent of 500 a year, and maybe he'd give you £300 for the furniture and stock, and things about the place. If so, you should give him a lease of 3 lives. There was a good deal in this proposition that was pleasing to Barry's mind. 500 a year without any trouble in collecting it, the power of living abroad and the unrestrained indulgence of hotels and billiard rooms, the probable chance of being able to retain his income and bilk his creditors, the prospect of shaking off from himself the consequences of a connection with the Kellys, and being forever rid of Dunmore encumbrances. These things all opened before his eyes a vista of future idle, uncontrolled enjoyment, just suited to his taste, and strongly tempted him at once to close with Daly's offer. But still he could hardly bring himself to consent to be vanquished by his own sister. It was wormwood to him to think that after all she should be left to the undisturbed enjoyment of her father's legacy. He had been browbeaten by the widow, insulted by young Kelly, cowed and silenced by the attorney whom he had intended to patronize and convert into a creature of his own. He could, however, have borne and put up with all this, if he could only have got his will of his sister. But to give up to her, who had been his slave all his life, to own at last that he had no power over her, whom he had always looked upon as so abject, so mean a thing, to give in of his own accord to the robbery which had been committed on him by his own father, and to do this while he felt convinced, as he still did, that a sufficiently unscrupulous attorney could save him from such cruel disgrace and loss, was a trial to which he could hardly bring himself to submit, crushed and tamed as he was. He still sat on the edge of the parlour table, and there he remained mute, balancing the pros and cons of Daly's plan. Daly waited a minute or two for his answer, and finding that he said nothing, left him alone for a time to make up his mind, telling him that he would return in about a quarter of an hour. Barry never moved from his position. It was an important question he had to settle, and so he felt it, for he gave up to the subject his undivided attention. Since his boyhood he had looked forward to a life of ease, pleasure, and licence, and had longed for his father's death, that he might enjoy it. It seemed now within his reach, for his means, though reduced, would still be sufficient for sensual gratification. But idle, unprincipled, brutal, castaway wretch as Barry was, he still felt the degradation of inaction, when he had such stimulating motives to energy as unsatisfied rapacity and hatred for his sister. Ignorant as he was of the meaning of the word right, he tried to persuade himself that it would be wrong in him to yield. Could he only pluck up sufficient courage to speak his mind to Daly, and frighten him into compliance with his wishes, he still felt that he might be successful, that he might by some legal tactics at any rate obtain for himself the management of his sister's property. But this he could not do. He felt that Daly was his master, and though he still thought that he might have triumphed had he come sufficiently prepared, that is, with a considerable quantum of spirits inside him, he knew himself well enough to be aware that he could do nothing without this assistance, and alas, he could not obtain it there. He had great reliance in the efficacy of whisky. He would trust much to a large dose of port wine, but with brandy he considered himself invincible. He sat biting his lip, trying to think, trying to make up his mind, trying to gain sufficient self-composure to finish his interview with Daly with some appearance of resolution and self-confidence. But it was in vain. When the attorney returned, his face still plainly showed that he was utterly unresolved, utterly unable to resolve on anything. "Well, Mr. Lynch," said Daly, "will you let me spake to Kelly about this, or would you rather sleep on the matter?" Barry gave a long sigh. "Wouldn't he give 600, Daly? He'll still have his 200 clear, and think what that'd be for a fellow like him." "You must ask him for it yourself, then. I'll not propose to him any such thing. Upon my soul, he'll be a great fool to give the 500, because he's no occasion to meddle with you in the matter at all. But still I think he may give it. But as for asking for more, at any rate I won't do it. You can do what you like yourself." "Am I to sell the furniture and everything, horses, cattle, and everything about the place, for £300? "Not unless you like it, you ain't, Mr. Lynch. But I'll tell you this, if you can do so, and do so, it'll be the best bargain you ever made. Mind, 1/2 of it all belongs to your sister." Barry muttered an oath through his ground teeth. He would have liked to scratch the ashes of his father from their resting place and wreak his vengeance on them, whenever this degrading fact was named to him. "But I want the money, Daly," said he. "I couldn't get afloat unless I had more than that. I couldn't pay your bill, unless I got a higher figure down than that. Come, Daly, you must do something for me. You must do something, to earn the fees." And he tried to look facetious by giving a wretched, ghastly grin. "My bill won't be a long one, Mr. Lynch, and you may be sure I'm trying to make it as short as I can. And as for earning it, whatever you may think, I can assure you I shall never have got money harder. I've now given you my best advice. If your mind's not yet made up, perhaps you'll have the goodness to let me hear from you when it is." And Daly walked from the fire towards the door, and placed his hand upon the handle of it. This was a hint which Barry couldn't misunderstand. "Well, I'll write to you," he said, and passed through the door. He felt, however, that it was useless to attempt to trust himself to his own judgment, and he turned back as Daly passed into his office. "Daly," said he, "step out 1 minute. I won't keep you a second." The attorney unwillingly lifted up the counter and came out to him. "Manage it in your own way," said he. "Do whatever you think best. But you must see that I've been badly used, infernally cruelly treated, and you ought to do the best you can for me. Here am I, giving away, as I may say, my own property to a young shopkeeper, and upon my soul you ought to make him pay something for it. Upon my soul you ought to, for it's only fair." "I've told you, Mr. Lynch, what I'll propose to Martin Kelly. If you don't think the terms fair, you can propose any others yourself, or you're at liberty to employ any other agent you please." Barry sighed again, but he yielded. He felt broken-hearted and unhappy, and he longed to quit a country so distasteful to him, and relatives and neighbours so ungrateful. He longed in his heart for the sweet, easy haunts of Bologna, which he had never known, but of which he had heard many a glowing description from congenial spirits whom he knew. He had heard enough of the ways and means of many a leading star in that Elysium to be aware that with 500 a year, unembarrassed and punctually paid, he might shine as a prince indeed. He would go at once to that happy foreign shore, where the memory of no father would follow him, where the presence of no sister would degrade and irritate him, where billiard tables were rife and brandy cheap, where virtue was easy and restraint unnecessary, where no duties would harass him, no tenants upbraid him, no duns persecute him. There, carefully guarding himself against the schemes of those less fortunate followers of pleasure, among whom he would be thrown in his social hours, he would convert every shilling of his income to some purpose of self-enjoyment, and live a life of luxurious abandonment. And he need not be altogether idle, he reflected within himself afterwards as he was riding home. He felt that he was possessed of sufficient energy and talent to make himself perfectly master of a pack of cards, to be a proficient over a billiard table, and even to get the upper hand of a box of dice. With such pursuits left to him, he might yet live to be talked of, feared, and wealthy, and Barry's utmost ambition would have carried him no further. As I said before, he yielded to the attorney and commissioned him fully to treat with Martin Kelly in the manner proposed by himself. Martin was to give him 500 a year for his share of the property, and £300 for the furniture, etc., and Barry was to give his sister written and unconditional assent to her marriage, was to sign any document which might be necessary as to her settlement, and was then to leave Dunmore forever. Daly made him write an authority for making such a proposal, by which he bound himself to the terms, should they be accepted by the other party. "But you must bear in mind," added Daly, as his client for the second time turned from the door, "that I don't guarantee that Martin Kelly will accept these terms. It's very likely he may be sharp enough to know that he can manage as well without you as he can with you. You'll remember that, Mr. Lynch." I will, Daly, but look here. If he bites freely, and I think he will, and if you find you could get as much as 1,000 out of him, or even 800, you shall have 100 clear for yourself." This was Barry's last piece of diplomacy for that day. Daly vouchsafed him no answer, but returned into his office, and Barry mounted his horse and returned home, not altogether ill-pleased with his prospects, but still regretting that he should have gone about so serious a piece of business, so utterly unprepared. These regrets rose stronger when his after-dinner courage returned to him as he sat solitary over his fire. "I should have had him here," said he to himself, "and not gone to that confounded cold hole of his. After all, there's no place for a cock to fight on like his own dunghill, and there's nothing able to carry a fellow well through a tough bit of jobation with a lawyer like a stiff tumbler of brandy punch. It'd have been worth a couple of hundred to me to have had him out here, impertinent puppy. Well, divil a halfpenny I'll pay him." This thought was consolatory, and he began again to think of Bologna. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of The Kellys and the O'Kellys by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21. Lord Ballindine at Home. 2 days after the last recorded interview between Lord Ballindine and his friend Dot Blake, the former found himself once more sitting down to dinner with his mother and sisters, the Honourable Mrs. O'Kelly and the Honourable Mrs. O'Kelly. At least such were the titular dignities conferred on them in County Mayo, though I believe, strictly speaking, the young ladies had no claim to the appellation. Mrs. O'Kelly was a very small woman with no particularly developed character, and perhaps of no very general utility. She was fond of her daughters, and more than fond of her son, partly because he was so tall and so handsome, and partly because he was the lord, the head of the family, and the owner of the house. She was, on the whole, a good-natured person, though perhaps her temper was a little soured by her husband having very unfairly died before he had given her a right to call herself Lady Ballindine. She was naturally shy and reserved, and the seclusion of O'Kelly's court did not tend to make her less so. But she felt that the position and rank of her son required her to be dignified, and consequently, when in society, she somewhat ridiculously aggravated her natural timidity with an assumed rigidity of demeanour. She was, however, a good woman, striving with small means to do the best for her family, prudent and self-denying, and very diligent in looking after the house servants. Her 2 daughters had been, at the instance of their grandfather, the courtier, christened Augusta and Sophia, after the 2 princesses of that name, and were now called Gus and Sophie. They were both pretty, good-natured girls, one with dark brown and the other light brown hair. They both played the harp badly, sung tolerably, danced well, and were very fond of nice young men. They both thought Kelly's court rather dull, but then they had known nothing better since they had grown up, and there were some tolerably nice people not very far off, whom they occasionally saw. There were the Dillons of Ballyhonus, who had 3,000 a year and spent 6. They were really a delightful family, 3 daughters and 4 sons, all unmarried and up to anything. The sons all hunted, shot, danced, and did everything they ought to do, at least in the eyes of young ladies, though some of their more coldly prudent acquaintances expressed an opinion that it would be as well if the 3 younger would think of doing something for themselves. But they looked so manly and handsome when they breakfasted at Kelly's court on a hunt morning, with their bright tops, red coats, and hunting caps, that Gus and Sophie, and a great many others, thought it would be a shame to interrupt them in their career. And then Ballyhonus was only 8 miles from Kelly's court, though they were Irish miles, it is true, and the road was not patronized by the grand jury. But the distance was only 8 miles, and there were always beds for them when they went to dinner at Peter Dillon's. Then there were the Blakes of Castletown. To be sure, they could give no parties, for they were both unmarried, but they were none the worse for that, and they had plenty of horses and went out everywhere. And the Blakes of Morristown, they also were very nice people, only unfortunately old Blake was always on his keeping, and couldn't show himself out of doors except on Sundays for fear of the bailiffs. And the Browns of Mount Dillon, and the Browns of Castle Brown, and General Bourke of Creamstown. All these families lived within 15 or 16 miles of Kelly's court, and prevented the O'Kellys from feeling themselves quite isolated from the social world. Their nearest neighbours, however, were the Armstrongs, and of them they saw a great deal. The Reverend Joseph Armstrong was rector of Ballindine, and Mrs. O'Kelly was his parishioner, and the only Protestant one he had. And as Mr. Armstrong did not like to see his church quite deserted, and as Mrs. O'Kelly was, as she flattered herself, a very fervent Protestant, they were all in all to each other. Ballindine was not a good living, and Mr. Armstrong had a very large family. He was, therefore, a poor man. His children were helpless, uneducated, and improvident. His wife was nearly worn out with the labours of bringing them forth, and afterwards catering for them. And a great portion of his own life was taken up in a hard battle with tradesmen and tithe-payers, creditors and debtors. Yet in spite of the insufficiency of his 200 a year to meet all or half his wants, Mr. Armstrong was not an unhappy man. At any moment of social enjoyment, he forgot all his cares and poverty, and was always the first to laugh and the last to cease to do so. He never refused an invitation to dinner, and if he did not entertain many in his own house, it was his fortune, and not his heart, that prevented him from doing so. He could hardly be called a good clergyman, and yet his remissness was not so much his own fault as that of circumstances. How could a Protestant rector be a good parish clergyman with but one lady and her daughters, for the exercise of his clerical energies and talents? He constantly lauded the zeal of St. Paul for proselytism, but as he himself once observed, even St. Paul had never had to deal with the obstinacy of an Irish Roman Catholic. He often regretted the want of work, and grieved that his profession, as far as he saw and had been instructed, required nothing of him but a short service on every Sunday morning, and the celebration of the Eucharist 4 times a year. But such were the facts, and the idleness which this want of work engendered, and the habits which his poverty induced, had given him a character as a clergyman very different from that which the high feelings and strict principles which animated him at his ordination would have seemed to ensure. He was in fact a loose, slovenly man, somewhat too fond of his tumbler of punch, a little lax perhaps as to clerical discipline, but very staunch as to doctrine. He possessed no industry or energy of any kind, but he was good-natured and charitable, lived on friendly terms with all his neighbours, and was intimate with every one that dwelt within 10 miles of him, priest and parson, lord and commoner. Such was the neighbourhood of Kelly's Court, and among such Lord Ballindine had now made up his mind to remain a while, till circumstances should decide what further steps he should take with regard to Fanny Wyndham. There were a few hunting days left in the season, which he intended to enjoy, and then he must manage to make shift to lull the time with shooting, fishing, farming, and nursing his horses and dogs. His mother and sisters had heard nothing of the rumour of the quarrel between Frank and Fanny, which Matt Tierney had so openly alluded to at Handicap Lodge, and he was rather put out by their eager questions on the subject. Nothing was said about it till the servant withdrew after dinner, but the 3 ladies were too anxious for information to delay their curiosity any longer. "Well, Frank," said the elder sister, who was sitting over the fire close to his left elbow. He had a bottle of claret at his right. "Well, Frank, do tell us something about Fanny Wyndham. We're so longing to hear, and you never will write, you know." "Everyone says it's a brilliant match," said the mother. They say here she's £40,000. I'm sure I hope she has, Frank." "But when is it to be?" said Sophie. "She's of age now, isn't she? And I thought you were only waiting for that. I'm sure we shall like her. Come, Frank, do tell us. When are we to see Lady Ballindine?" Frank looked rather serious and embarrassed, but did not immediately make any reply. "You haven't quarrelled, have you, Frank?" said the mother. "The match isn't off," said Gus. "Miss Wyndham has just lost her only brother," said he. "He died quite suddenly in London about 10 days since. She was very much attached to him." "Good gracious, how shocking!" said Sophie. "I'm sorry," said Gus. "Why, Frank," said their mother, now excited into absolute animation, "his fortune was more than double hers, wasn't it? Who'll have it now?" "It was, mother. 5 times as much as hers, I believe." "Gracious powers! And who has it now? Why don't you tell me, Frank?" "His sister Fanny." "Heavens and earth! I hope you're not going to let her quarrel with you, are you? Has there been anything between you? Have there been any words between you and Lord Cashel? Why don't you tell me, Frank, when you know how anxious I am?" "If you must know all about it, I have not had any words, as you call them, with Fanny Wyndham, but I have with her guardian. He thinks £120 much too great a fortune for a Connaught Viscount. However, I don't think so. It will be for time to show what Fanny thinks. Meanwhile, the less said about it, the better. Remember that, girls, will you?" "Oh, we will. We won't say a word about it. But she'll never change her mind because of her money, will she?" "That's what would make me love a man twice the more," said Gus, "or at any rate show it twice the stronger." "Frank," said the anxious mother, "for heaven's sakes, don't let anything stand between you and Lord Cashel. Think what a thing it is you lose. Why, it'd pay all the debts, and leave the property worth twice what it ever was before. If Lord Cashel thinks you ought to give up the hounds, do it at once, Frank. Anything rather than quarrel with him. You could get them again, you know, when all's settled." "I've given up quite as much as I intend for Lord Cashel." "Now, Frank, don't be a fool, or you'll repent it all your life. What does it signify how much you give up to such a man as Lord Cashel? You don't think, do you, that he objects to our being at Kelly's Court? Because I'm sure we wouldn't stay a moment if we thought that." "Mother, I wouldn't part with a cur dog out of the place to please Lord Cashel. But if I were to do everything on earth at his beck and will, it would make no difference. He will never let me marry Fanny Wyndham if he can help it. But thank God, I don't believe he can." "I hope not. I hope not. You'll never see half such a fortune again." "Well, mother, say nothing about it one way or the other to anybody. And as you now know how the matter stands, it's no good any of us talking more about it, till I've settled what I mean to do myself." "I shall hate her," said Sophie, "if her getting all her brother's money changes her. But I'm sure it won't." And so the conversation ended. Lord Ballindine had not rested in his paternal halls the second night before he had commenced making arrangements for a hunt breakfast, by way of letting all his friends know that he was again among them. And so missives, in Gus and Sophie's handwriting, were sent round by a bare-legged little boy to all the mounts, towns, and castles belonging to the Dillons, Blakes, Bourkes, and Browns of the neighbourhood, to tell them that the dogs would draw the Kelly's Court covers at 11 o'clock on the following Tuesday morning, and that the preparatory breakfast would be on the table at 10. This was welcome news to the whole neighbourhood. It was only on the Sunday evening that the sportsmen got the intimation, and very busy most of them were on the following Monday to see that their nags and breeches were all right, fit to work and fit to be seen. The 4 Dillons of Ballyhowness gave out to their grooms a large assortment of pipe clay and putty powder. Bingham Blake of Castletown ordered a new set of girths to his hunting saddle, and his brother Jerry, who was in no slight degree proud of his legs, but whose nether trappings were rather the worse from the constant work of a heavy season, went so far as to go forth very early on the Monday morning to excite the Ballinrobe tailor to undertake the almost impossible task of completing him a pair of doeskin by the Tuesday morning. The work was done, and the breeches home at Castledown by 8, though the doeskin had to be purchased in Chewham, and an assistant artist taken away from his mother's wake to sit up all night over the seams. But then the tailor owed a small trifle of arrear of rent for his potato garden, and his landlord was Jerry Blake's cousin german. There's nothing carries one further than a good connection, thought both Jerry and the tailor, when the job was finished. Among the other invitations sent was one to Martin Kelly, not exactly worded like the others, for though Lord Ballindine was perhaps more anxious to see him than anyone else, Martin had not yet got quite so high in the ladder of life as to be asked to breakfast at Kelly's Court. But the fact that Frank for a moment thought of asking him showed that he was looking upwards in the world's estimation. Frank wrote him a note himself, saying that the hounds would throw off at Kelly's Court at 11, that if he would ride over he would be sure to see a good hunt, and that he, Lord Ballindine, had a few words to say to him on business, just while the dogs were being put into the cover. Martin, as usual, had a good horse which he was disposed to sell, if, as he said, he got its value, and wrote to say he would wait on Lord Ballindine at 11. The truth was, Frank wanted to borrow money from him. Another note was sent to the glebe, requesting the rector to come to breakfast, and to look at the hounds being thrown off. The modest style of the invitation was considered as due to Mr. Armstrong's clerical position, but it was hardly rendered necessary by his habits, for though the parson attended such meetings in an old suit of rusty black, and rode an equally rusty-looking pony, he was always to be seen at the end of the day among those who were left around the dogs. On the Tuesday morning there was a good deal of bustle at Kelly's Court. All the boys about the place were collected in front of the house to walk the gentlemen's horses about while the riders were at breakfast, and earn a sixpence or a fourpenny bit. And among them, sitting idly on the big stepping-stone placed near the door, was Jack the Fool, who, for the day, seemed to have deserted the service of Barry Lynch. And now the red-coats flocked up to the door, and it was laughable to see the knowledge of character displayed by the gossoons in the selection of their customers. One or two, who were known to be bad pays, were allowed to dismount without molestation of any kind, and could not even part with their steeds till they had come to an absolute bargain as to the amount of gratuity to be given. Lambert Brown was one of these unfortunate characters, a younger brother who had a little, and but very little money, and who was determined to keep that. He was a miserable hanger-on at his brother's house, without profession or prospects, greedy, stingy, and disagreeable, endowed with a squint, and long, lank, light-coloured hair. He was a bad horseman, always craning and shirking in the field, boasting and lying after dinner. Nevertheless, he was invited, and endured because he was one of the Browns of Mount Dillon, cousin to the Browns of Castle Brown, nephew to Mr. Dillon, the member's wife, and third cousin of Lord Ballygaderin. He dismounted in the gravel circle before the door, and looked round for someone to take his horse, but none of the urchins would come to him. At last he caught hold of a little ragged boy, whom he knew from his own side of the country, and who had come all the way there, 8 long Irish miles, on the chance of earning sixpence and seeing a hunt. "Here, Patsy, come here, you born little divil," and he laid hold of the arm of the brat, who was trying to escape from him. "Come and hold my horse for me, and I'll not forget you." "Sure, your honour, Mr. Lambert, I can't then, for I'm after engaging myself this blessed minute to Mr. Larry Dillon, only he's just trotted round the stable to spake a word to Mick Keogh." "Don't be lying, the little blackguard. Hold the horse and don't stir out of that." "Sure, how can I, Mr. Lambert, when I've been and guv my word to Mr. Larry?" And the little fellow put his hands behind him, that he might not be forced to take hold of the reins. "Don't talk to me, you young imp, but take the horse. I'll not forget you when I come out. What's the matter with you, you fool? Do you think I'd tell you a lie about it?" Patsy evidently thought he would, for though he took the horse almost upon compulsion, he whimpered as he did so, and said, "Sure, Mr. Lambert, would you go and rob a poor little boy of his chances? I comed all the way from Ballyglass this blessed morning to earn a tizzy, and if I doesn't get it from you this turn, I'll—" But Lambert Brown had gone into the house, and on his return after breakfast he fully justified the lad's suspicion, for he again promised him that he wouldn't forget him, and that he'd see him some day at Mr. Dillon's. "Well, Lambert Brown," said the boy, as that worthy gentleman rode off, "it's you're the raal blackguard, and it's well all the country knows you. Sorrow be your bed this night. It's little the poor'll grieve for you when you're stretched, or the rich either, for the matter of that." Very different was the reception Bingham Blake got as he drove up with his tandem and tax cart. Half a dozen had kept themselves idle, each in the hope of being the lucky individual to come in for Bingham's shilling. "Och, Mr. Bingham, sure I'm first," roared one fellow. But the first, as he styled himself, was soon knocked down under the wheels of the cart by the others. "Mr. Blake, then! Mr. Blake, darlint! Doesn't you remember your promise you gave me? Mr. Cherry, avick!" This was addressed to the brother. "Spake a word for me, do, your honour. Sure, it was I come all the way from Teddy Mahoney's with the breeches this morning. God bless him and the fine legs as is in 'em." But they were all balked, for Blake had his servant there. "Get out, ye blackguards," said he, raising his tandem whip as if to strike them. "Get out, ye robbers. Are you going to take the cart and horses clean away from me? That mare'll settle some of ye, if you make so free with her. She's not a bit too chary of her hind feet. Get out of that, I tell you," and he lightly struck with the point of his whip the boy who had Lambert Brown's horse. "Ah, Mr. Bingham," said the boy, pretending to rub the part very hard, "you owe me for that, anyhow, and it's you are the good mark for it, God bless you." "Faix," said another, "one blow from your honour is worth 2 promises from Lambert Brown, anyway." There was a great laugh at this among the ragged crew, for Lambert Brown was still standing on the doorsteps. When he heard this sally, however, he walked in, and the different red coats and top boots were not long in crowding after him. Lord Ballindine received them in the same costume, and very glad they all seemed to see him again. When an Irish gentleman is popular in his neighbourhood, nothing can exceed the real devotion paid to him, and when that gentleman is a master of hounds and does not require a subscription, he is more than ever so. "Welcome back, Ballindine. Better late than never. But why did you stay away so long?" said General Bourke, an old gentleman with long, thin, flowing grey hairs, waving beneath his broad-brimmed felt hunting hat. "You're not getting so fond of the turf, I hope, as to be giving up the field for it. Give me the sport where I can ride my own horse myself, not where I must pay a young rascal for doing it for me, and robbing me into the bargain, most likely." "Quite right, General," said Frank. "So you see I've given up the curragh, and come down to the dogs again." "Yes, but you've waited too long, man. The dogs have nearly done their work for this year. I'm sorry for it. The last day of the season is the worst day in the year to me. I'm ill for a week after it." "Well, General, please the pigs will be in great tune next October. I've as fine a set of puppies to enter as there is in Ireland, let alone Connacht. You must come down and tell me what you think of them." "Next October's all very well for you young fellows, but I'm 78. I always make up my mind that I'll never turn out another season, and it'll be true for me this year. I'm hunting over 60 years, Ballindine, in these 3 counties. I ought to have had enough of it by this time, you'll say." "I bet you £10," said Bingham Blake, "that you hunt after 80. "Done with you, Bingham," said the General, and the bet was booked. General Bourke was an old soldier, who told the truth in saying that he had hunted over the same ground 60 years ago. But he had not been at it ever since, for he had in the meantime seen a great deal of hard active service, and obtained high military reputation. But he had again taken kindly to the national sport of his country, on returning to his own estate at the close of the Peninsular War, and had ever since attended the meets twice a week through every winter, with fewer exceptions than any other member of the hunt. He always wore top boots of the ancient cut, with deep painted tops and square toes, drawn tightly up over the calf of his leg, a pair of most capacious dark-coloured leather breeches, the origin of which was unknown to any other present member of the hunt, and a red frock coat, very much soiled by weather, water, and wear. The General was a rich man, and therefore always had a horse to suit him. On the present occasion he was riding a strong brown beast called Parsimony, that would climb over anything, and creep down the gable end of a house if he were required to do so. He was got by O Economy. Those who know County Mayo know the breed well. They were now all crowded into the large dining room at Kelly's Court, about 25 red coats, and Mr. Armstrong's rusty black. In spite of his shabby appearance, however, and the fact that the greater number of those around him were Roman Catholics, he seemed to be very popular with the lot, and his opinion on the important subject of its being a scenting morning was asked with as much confidence in his judgment as though the foxes of the country were peculiarly subject to the Episcopalian jurisdiction. "Well then, Peter," said he, "the wind's in the right quarter. Mick says there's a strong dog-fox in the long bit of gorse behind the firs. If he breaks from that, he must run towards Ballintubber, and when you're once over the Meering into Roscommon, there's not an acre of tilled land unless a herd's garden. Between that and the deuce knows where all. Further than most of you'll like to ride, I take it." "How far you go yourself, Armstrong? Faith, I believe it's a few of the crack nags'll beat the old black pony at a long day." "Is it I?" said the parson innocently. "As soon as I've heard the dogs give tongue, and seen them well on their game, I'll go home. I've land ploughing, and I must look after that. But as I was saying, if the fox breaks well away from the gorse, you'll have the best run you've seen this season. But if he dodges back into the plantation, you'll have enough to do to make him break it all. And when he does, he'll go away towards Ballyhonus, though as cross a country as ever a horse put shoe into." And having uttered this scientific prediction, which was listened to with the greatest deference by Peter Dillon, the Reverend Armstrong turned his attention to the ham and tea. The three ladies were all smiles to meet their guests. Mrs. O'Kelly, dressed in a piece of satin turk, came forward to shake hands with the General, but Sophie and Gus kept their positions beneath the coffee-pot and tea-urn at each end of the long table, being very properly of opinion that it was the duty of the younger part of the community to come forward and to make their overtures to them. Bingham Blake, the cynosure on whom the eyes of the beauty of County Mayo were most generally placed, soon found his seat beside Gus, rather to Sophie's mortification. But Sophie was good-natured, and when Peter Dillon placed himself at her right hand, she was quite happy, though Peter's father was still alive, and Bingham's had been dead this many a year, and Castledown much in want of a mistress. "Now, Miss O'Kelly," said Bingham, "do let me manage the coffee-pot. The cream jug and sugar tongs will be quite enough for your energies." "Indeed, and I won't, Mr. Blake. You're a great deal too awkward, and a great deal too hungry. The last hunt morning you breakfasted here, you threw the coffee grouts into the sugar basin when I let you help me." "To think of your remembering that! But I'm improved since then. I've been taking lessons with my old aunt at Castlebar." "You don't mean you've really been staying with Lady Sarah?" "Oh, but I have, though. I was there 3 days, made tea every night, washed the poodle every morning, and clear-starched her Sunday pelerine with my own hands on Saturday evening." "Oh, what a useful animal! What a husband you'll make when you're a little more improved." "Shan't I? As you're so fond of accomplishments, perhaps you'll take me yourself by and by." "Why, as you're so useful, maybe I may." "Well, Lambert," said Lord Ballindine across the stable to the stingy gentleman with the squint, "are you going to ride hard to-day?" "I'll go bail I'm not much behind, my lord," said Lambert. "If the dogs go, I'll follow." "I'll bet you a crown, Lambert," said his cousin, young Brown of Mount Brown. "The dogs kill, and you don't see them do it." "Oh, that may be. And yet I mayn't be much behind." "I'll bet you're not in the next field to them. Maybe you'll not be within 10 fields yourself. Come, Lambert, I'll tell you what, we'll ride together, and I'll bet you a crown I'd pound you before you're over 3 leaps." "Ah, now take it easy with yourself," said Lambert. "There are others ride better than you." "But no one better than yourself, is that it, eh?" "Well, Jerry, how do the new articles fit?" said Nicholas Dillon. "Pretty well, thank you. They'd be a deal more comfortable, though, if you'd pay for them." "Did you hear, Miss O'Kelly, what Jerry Blake did yesterday?" said Nicholas Dillon aloud across the table. "Indeed I did not," said Gus, "but I hope for the sake of the Blakes in general he didn't do anything much amiss." "I'll tell you then," continued Nicholas. "A portion of his old hunting dress, I'll not specify what, you know, but a portion, which he'd been wearing since the last election, were too shabby to show. Well, he couldn't catch a hedge tailor far or near, only poor lame Andy Houlihan, who was burying his wife, rest her soul, the very moment Jerry got a hold of him. Well, Jerry was wild that the tailors were so scarce, so he laid his hands on Andy, dragged him away from the corpse and all the elegant entertainment of the funeral, and never let him out of sight till he'd put on the last button." "Oh, Mr. Blake," said Gus, "you did not take the man away from his dead wife." "Indeed I did not, Miss O'Kelly. Andy did no such a good chance. His wife's to the fore this day, worse luck for him. It was only his mother he was burying." "But you didn't take him away from his mother's funeral?" "Oh, I did it according to law, you know. I got Bingham to give me a warrant first, before I let the policeman lay a hand on him." "Now, General, you've really made no breakfast at all," said the hospitable hostess. "Do let Gus give you a hot cup of coffee." "Not a drop more, Mrs. O'Kelly. I've done more than well. But if you'll allow me, I'll just take a crust of bread in my pocket." "And what would you do that for? He'll be coming back to lunch, you know." "It is lunch, Mrs. O'Kelly. Pray don't think of troubling yourself to have lunch on the table. Maybe we'll be a deal nearer Creamstown than Kelly's Court at lunch-time. but it's quite time we were off. As for Bingham Blake, from the look of him, he's going to stay here with your daughter Augusta all the morning. I believe that he'd much sooner be with the dogs, General, than losing his time with her." "Are you going to move at all, Ballindine?" said the impatient old sportsman. "Do you know what time it is? It'll be 12 o'clock before you have the dogs in the cover." "Very good time too, General. Men must eat, you know, and the fox won't stir till we move him. But come, gentlemen, you seem to be dropping your knives and forks. Suppose we get into our saddles." And again the red coats sallied out. Bingham gave Gus a tender squeeze, which she all but returned, as she bade him take care and not go and kill himself. Peter Dillon stayed to have a few last words with Sophie, and to impress upon her his sister Nora's message, that she and her sister were to be sure to come over on Friday to Ballyhonus and spend the night there. "We will if we're let, tell Nora," said Sophie. "But now Frank's at home, we must mind him, you know." "Make him bring you over. There'll be a bed for him. The old house is big enough, heaven knows." "Indeed it is. Well, I'll do my best. But tell Nora to be sure and get the fiddler from Hollymount. It's so stupid for her to be sitting there at the piano while we're dancing." "I'll manage that. Only do you bring Frank to dance with her." And another tender squeeze was given, and Peter hurried out to the horses. And now they were all gone but the parson. "Mrs. O'Kelly," said he, "Mrs. Armstrong wants a favour from you. Poor Minnie's very bad with her throat. She didn't get a wink of sleep last night." "Dear me, poor thing. Can I send her anything?" "If you could let them have a little black currant jelly, Mrs. Armstrong would be so thankful. She has so much to think of, and is so weak herself, poor thing. She hasn't time to make those things." "Indeed I will, Mr. Armstrong. I'll send it down this morning, and a little calf's foot jelly wouldn't hurt her. It's in the house, and Mrs. Armstrong mightn't be able to get the feet, you know. Give them my love, and if I can get out at all tomorrow, I'll go and see them." And so the parson, having completed his domestic embassy for the benefit of his sick little girl, followed the others, keen for the hunt, and the three ladies were left alone to see the plate and china put away. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of The Kellys and the O'Kellys by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 22 The Hunt. Though the majority of those who were in the habit of hunting with the Kellys' Court hounds had been at the breakfast, there were still a considerable number of horsemen waiting on the lawn in front of the house when Frank and his friends sallied forth. The dogs were collected round the huntsman, behaving themselves for the most part with admirable propriety. An occasional yelp from a young hound would now and then prove that the whipper had his eye on them, and would not allow rambling. But the old dogs sat demurely on their haunches, waiting the well-known signal for action. There they sat, as grave as so many senators, with their large heads raised, their heavy lips hanging from each side of their jaws, and their deep, strong chests expanded so as to show fully their bone, muscle, and breeding. Among the men who had arrived on the lawn during breakfast were two who certainly had not come together, and who had not spoken since they had been there. They were Martin Kelly and Barry Lynch. Martin was dressed just as usual, except that he had on a pair of spurs, but Barry was armed cap à pie. Some time before his father's death he had supplied himself with all the fashionable requisites for the field, not because he was fond of hunting, for he was not, but in order to prove himself as much a gentleman as other people. He had been out twice this year, but had felt very miserable, for no one spoke to him, and he had gone home on both occasions early in the day. But he had now made up his mind that he would show himself to his old schoolfellow in his new character as an independent country gentleman, and what was more, he was determined that Lord Ballindine should not cut him. He very soon had an opportunity for effecting his purpose, for the moment that Frank got on his horse he unintentionally rode close up to him. "How do you do, my lord? I hope I see your lordship well," said Barry, with a clumsy attempt at ease and familiarity. "I'm glad to find your lordship in the field before the season's over." "Good morning, Mr. Lynch," said Frank, and was turning away from him when, remembering that he must have come from Dunmore, he asked, "Did you see Martin Kelly anywhere?" "Can't say I did, my lord," said Barry, and he turned away completely, silenced and out of countenance. Martin had been talking to the huntsman and criticizing the hounds. He knew every dog's name, character, and capabilities, and also every horse in Lord Ballandine's stable, and was consequently held in great respect by Mick Keogh and his crew. And now the business began. "Mick," said the lord, "will take them down to the young plantation, and bring them back through the furze and so into the gorse. If the lad's lying there, we must hit him that way." "That's true for your honour, my lord," and he started off with his obedient family. "You're wrong, Ballindine," said the parson, "for you'll drive them up into the big plantation, and you'll be all day before you make him break, and 10 to 1 they'll chop him in the cover." "Would you put them into the gorse at once, then?" "Take them gently through the furze. Maybe he's lying out. And down into the gorse, and then, if he's there, he must go away, and into the tip-top country too, miles upon miles of pasture, right away to Ballintubber." "That's true too, my lord. Let his reverence alone for understanding a fox," said Mick, with a wink. The parson's behests were obeyed. The hounds followed Mick into the plantation, and were followed by 2 or 3 of the more eager of the party, who did not object to receiving wet boughs in their faces, or who delighted in riding for half an hour with their heads bowed close down over their saddle bows. The rest remained with the whipper outside. "Stay a moment here, Martin," said Lord Ballindine. "They can't get away without our seeing them, and I want to speak a few words to you." "And I want particularly to speak to your lordship," said Martin. "And there's no fear of the fox. I never knew a fox lie in those furs yet." "Nor I either. But you see the parson would have his way. I suppose if the priest were out, and he told you to run the dogs through the gooseberry bushes, you'd do it." "I'm blessed if I would, my lord. Every man to his trade. Not but what Mr. Armstrong knows pretty well what he's about." "Well, but Martin, I'll tell you what I want of you. I want a little money, without bothering those fellows up in Dublin. And I believe you could let me have it, at any rate, you and your mother together. Those fellows at Guinness's are stiff about it, and I want £300 without absolutely telling them that they must give it to me. I'd give you my bill for the amount at 12 months, and allow you 6%. But then I want it immediately. Can you let me have it?" "Why, my lord," said Martin, after pausing a while, and looking very contemplative during the time, "I certainly have the money. That is, I and mother together. But—" "Oh, if you've any doubt about it, or if it puts you out, don't do it." "Divil a doubt on earth, my lord. But I'll tell you. I was just going to ask your lordship's advice about laying out the same sum in another way, and I don't think I could raise twice that much." "Very well, Martin. If you've anything better to do with your money, I'm sure I'd be sorry to take it from you." "That's just it, my lord. I don't think I can do better, but I want your advice about it." "My advice? Whether you ought to lend me £300 or not? Why, Martin, you're a fool. I wouldn't ask you to lend it me, if I thought you oughtn't to lend it." "Oh, I'm sure of that, my lord, but there's an offer made me that I'd like to have your lordship's mind about. It's not much to my liking, though, and I think it'll be better for me to be giving you the money." And then Martin told his landlord the offer which had been made to him by Daly on the part of Barry Lynch. "You see, my lord," he concluded by saying, "it'd be a great thing to be shut of Barry entirely out of the country, and to have poor Auntie's mind at ease about it, should she ever live to get better. But then, I don't like to have dealings with the divil, or any one so much of his colour as Barry Lynch." "This is a very grave matter, Martin, and takes some little time to think about. To tell the truth, I forgot your matrimonial speculation when I asked you for the money. Though I want the cash, I think you should keep it in your power to close with Barry. No, you'd better keep the money by you. After all, the old woman could let me have it on the security of the house, you know, if I did take up with the offer. So anyway, your lordship needn't be balked about the cash." "But is Miss Lynch so very ill, Martin?" "'Deed and she is, Mr. Frank. Very bad entirely. Dr. Colligan was in with her 3 times yesterday." "And does Barry take any notice of her now she's ill?" "Why, not yet, he didn't, but then we kept it from him as much as we could, till it got dangerous like. Mother means to send Colligan to him today, if he thinks she's not better." "If she were to die, Martin, there'd be an end of it all, wouldn't there?" "Oh, in course there would, my lord." And then he added with a sigh, "I'd be sorry if she'd die, for somehow I'm very fond of her, queer as it'll seem to you. I'd be very sorry she should die." "Of course you would, Martin. And it doesn't seem queer at all." "I wasn't thinking about the money then, my lord. I was only thinking of Aunty herself. You don't know what a good young woman she is. It's anything but herself she's thinking of always." "Did she make any will?" "'Deed she didn't, my lord, nor won't, it's my mind." "Ah, but she should. After all that you and your mother have gone through, it'd be 1,000 pities that wretch Barry got all the property again." "He's welcome to it for the Kellys, if Aunty dies. But if she lives, he shall never rob a penny from her. Oh, my lord, we wouldn't put such a thing as a will into her head. And she's so bad, for all the money the old man their father ever had. But hark, my lord, that's a gay lass. I know the note well, and she's as true as gold. There's the fox there, just inside the gorse, as the parson said." And away they both trotted to the bottom of the plantation, from whence the cheering sound of the dogs' voices came, sharp, sweet, and mellow. Yes, the parson was as right as if he had been led into the fox's confidence overnight, and had betrayed it in the morning. Gay lass was hardly in the gorse before she discovered the doomed brute's vicinity, and told of it to the whole canine confraternity. Away from his hiding place he went, towards the open country, but he immediately returned to his covert, for he saw a lot of boys before him who had assembled with the object of looking at the hunt, but with the very probable effect of spoiling it. For as much as a fox hates a dog, he fears the human race more, and will run from an urchin with a stick into the jaws of his much more fatal enemy. "As long as them blackguards is there, a hollowing and a screeching, divil a fox in all Ireland will go out of this," said Mick to his master. "Ah, boys," said Frank, riding up, "if you want to see a hunt, will you keep back?" "Begorra we will, your honour," said one. "Faix, we wouldn't be after spiling your honour's diversion, my lord, on no account," said another. "We'll be out of this altogether, now this blessed minute," said a third, but still there they remained, each loudly endeavouring to banish the others. At last, however, the fox saw a fair course before him, and away he went, and with very little start, for the dogs followed him out of the covert almost with a view. And now the men settled themselves to the work, and began to strive for the pride of place, at least the younger portion of them, for in every field there are two classes of men: those who go out to get the greatest possible quantity of riding, and those whose object is to get the least; those who go to work their nags, and those who go to spare them. The former think that the excellence of the hunt depends on the horses, the latter on the dogs. The former go to act, and the latter to see. And it is very generally the case that the least active part of the community know the most about the sport. They, the less active part above alluded to, know every high road and by road. They consult the wind, and calculate that a fox won't run with his nose against it. They remember this stream and that bog, and avoid them. They are often at the top of eminences, and only descend when they see which way the dogs are going. They take short cuts, and lay themselves out for narrow lanes. They dislike galloping, and eschew leaping. And yet, when a hard-riding man is bringing up his 200 guinea hunter, a minute or two late for the finish, covered with foam, trembling with his exertion, not a breath left in him, he'll probably find one of these steady fellows there before him, mounted on a broken-down screw, but as cool and fresh as when he was brought out of the stable. And what is perhaps still more amazing, at the end of the day, when the hunt is canvassed after dinner, our dashing friend, who is in great doubt whether his thoroughbred steeplechaser will ever recover his day's work, and who has been personally administering warm mashes and bandages before he would venture to take his own boots off, find he does not know half as much about the hunt, or can tell half as correctly where the game went, as our quiet-going friend, whose hack will probably go out on the following morning under the car with the mistress and children. Such a one was Parson Armstrong, and when Lord Ballindine and most of the others went away after the hounds, he coolly turned round in a different direction, crept through a broken wall into a peasant's garden and over a dunghill, by the cabin door into a road, and then trotted along as demurely and leisurely as though he were going to bury an old woman in the next parish. Frank was, generally speaking, as good-natured a man as is often met, but even he got excited and irritable when hunting his own pack. All masters of hounds do. Some one was always too forward, another too near the dogs, a third interfering with the servants, and a fourth making too much noise. "Confound it, Peter," he said, when they had gone over a field or two, and the dogs missed the scent for a moment. "I thought at any rate you knew better than to cross the dogs that way." "Who crossed the dogs?" said the other. "What nonsense you're talking. Why, I wasn't out at the potato field till they were nearly all at the next wall." "Well, it may be nonsense," continued Frank, "but when I see a man riding right through the hounds and they hunting, I call that crossing them." "Hoiks! Tally!" hallooed some one. "There's Graceful has it again. Well done, Granger. Faith, Frank, that's a good dog. If he's not first, he's always second." "Now, gentlemen, steady, for heaven's sakes. Do let the dogs settle to their work before you're atop of them. Upon my soul, Nicholas Brown, it's ridiculous to see you." "It'd be a good thing if you were half as much in a hurry to get to heaven," said Bingham Blake. "Thank ye," said Nicholas. "Go to heaven yourself. I'm well enough where I am." And now they were off again. In the next field the whole pack caught a view of the fox just as he was stealing out, and after him they went, with their noses well above the ground, their voices loud and clear, and in one bevy. Away they went. The game was strong, the scent was good, the ground was soft but not too soft, and a magnificent hunt they had. But there were some misfortunes shortly after getting away. Barry Lynch, wishing in his ignorance to lead and show himself off, and not knowing how, scurrying along among the dogs, and bothered at every leap, had given great offence to Lord Ballindine, but not wishing to speak severely to a man whom he would not under any circumstances address in a friendly way, he talked at him, and endeavoured to bring him to order by blowing up others in his hearing. But this was thrown away on Barry, and he continued his career in a most disgusting manner, scrambling through gaps together with the dogs, crossing other men without the slightest reserve, annoying every one, and evidently pluming himself on his performance. Frank's brow was getting blacker and blacker. Jerry Blake and young Brown were greatly amusing themselves at the exhibition, and every now and then gave a word or two of encouragement, praising his mare, telling how well he got over that last fence, and bidding him mind and keep well forward. This was all new to Barry, and he really began to feel himself in his element. If it hadn't been for those abominable walls, he would have enjoyed himself. But this was too good to last, and before very long he made a faux pas, which brought down on him in a torrent the bottled-up wrath of the Viscount. They had been galloping across a large unbroken sheep-walk, which exactly suited Barry's taste, and he had got well forward towards the hounds. Frank was behind, expostulating with Jerry Blake and the others for encouraging him, when the dogs came to a small stone wall about 2.5 feet high. In this there was a broken gap, through which many of them crept. Barry also saw this happy escape from the grand difficulty of jumping, and ignorant that if he rode the gap at all, he should let the hounds go first, made for it right along with them, in spite of Frank's voice, now raised loudly to caution him. The horse the man rode knew his business better than himself, and tried to spare the dogs which were under his feet, but in getting out he made a slight spring and came down on the haunches of a favourite young hound called Gonaway. He broke the leg close to the socket, and the poor beast most loudly told his complaint. This was too much to be borne, and Frank rode up red with passion, and a lot of others, including the whipper, soon followed. "He has killed the dog," said he. "Did you ever see such a clumsy, ignorant fool? Mr. Lynch, if you do me the honour to stay away another day and amuse yourself in any other way, I should be much obliged." "It wasn't my fault, then," said Barry. "Do you mean to give me the lie, sir?" replied Frank. "The dog got under the horse's feet. How was I to help it?" There was a universal titter at this, which made Barry wish himself at home again with his brandy bottle. "Ah, sir," said Frank, "you're as fit to ride a hunt as you are to do anything else which gentlemen usually do. May I trouble you to make yourself scarce? Your horse, I see, can't carry you much farther, and if you'll take my advice, you'll go home before you're ridden over yourself. Well, Martin, is the bone broken?" Martin had got off his horse and was kneeling down beside the poor hurt brute. "Indeed it is, my lord, in 2 places. You'd better let Tony kill him. He has an awful sprain in the back as well. He'll never put a foot to the ground again." "By heavens, that's too bad, isn't it, Bingham? He was out and out the finest puppy we entered last year." "What can you expect?" said Bingham, "when such fellows as that come into a field? He's as much business here as a cow in a drawing-room." "But what can we do? One can't turn him off the land. If he chooses to come, he must." "Why, yes," said Bingham. "If he will come, he must. But then, if he insists on doing so, he may be horsewhipped, he may be ridden over, he may be kicked, and he may be told that he's a low, vulgar, paltry scoundrel. And if he repeats his visits, that's the treatment he'll probably receive." Barry was close to both speakers, and of course heard, and was intended to hear, every word that was said. He contented himself, however, with muttering certain inaudible defiances, and was seen and heard of no more that day. The hunt was continued, and the fox was killed, but Frank and those with him saw but little more of it. However, as soon as directions were given for the death of poor Gonaway, they went on, and received a very satisfactory account of the proceedings from those who had seen the finish. As usual, the parson was among the number, and he gave them a most detailed history, not only of the fox's proceedings during the day, but also of all the reasons which actuated the animal in every different turn he took. "I declare, Armstrong," said Peter Dillon, "I think you were a fox yourself once. Do you remember anything about it?" "What a run he would give," said Jerry. "The best pack that was ever kennelled wouldn't have a chance with him." "Who was that old chap," said Nicholas Dillon, showing off his classical learning, "who said that dead animals always become something else? Maybe it's only in the course of nature for a dead fox to become a live parson." "Exactly, you've hit it," said Armstrong. "And in the same way, the moment the breath is out of a goose, it becomes an idle squireen, and, generally speaking, a younger brother." "Put that in your pipe and smoke it, Nick," said Jerry, "and take care how you meddle with the church again." "Who saw anything of Lambert Brown?" said another. "I left him bogged below there at Gertna and all he could do, the old grey horse wouldn't move a leg to get out for him." "Oh, he's still there," said Nicholas. "He was trying to follow me, and I took him there on purpose. It's not deep, and he'll do no hurt. He'll keep as well there as anywhere else." "Nonsense, Dillon," said the General. "You'll make his brother really angry, if you go on that way. If the man's a fool, leave him in his folly, but don't be playing tricks on him. You'll only get yourself into a quarrel with the family." "And how shall we manage about the money, my lord?" said Martin, as he drew near the point at which he would separate from the rest to ride towards Dunmore. "I've been thinking about it, and there's no doubt about having it for you on Friday, if that'll suit." "That brother-in-law of yours is a most unmitigated blackguard, isn't he, Martin?" said Frank, who was thinking more about poor Gonaway than the money. He isn't no brother-in-law of mine yet, and probably never will be, for I'm afeard poor Anty'll go. But if he ever is, he'll soon take himself out of the country, and be no more trouble to your lordship or any of us. But to think of his riding right atop of the poor brute, and then saying that the dog got under his horse's feet. Why, he's a fool as well as a knave. Was he ever out before? Well, then, I believe he was twice this year, though I didn't see him myself. Then I hope this will be the last time. 3 times is quite enough for such a fellow as that. I don't think he'll be apt to show again after what you and Mr. Bingham said to him. Well, sure, Mr. Bingham was very hard on him. Serve him right, nothing's too bad for him. Oh, that's true for you, my lord. I don't pity him one bit. But about the money, and this job of my own. If it wasn't asking too much, it'd be a great thing if your lordship would see daily. It was then settled that Lord Ballindine should ride over to Dunmore on the following Friday, and if circumstances seemed to render it advisable, that he and Martin should go on together to the attorney at Chewham. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of The Kellys and the O'Kellys by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 23, Dr. Colligan. Dr. Colligan, the Galen of Dunmore, though a practitioner of most unprepossessing appearance and demeanour, was neither ignorant nor careless. Though for many years he had courted the public in vain, his neighbours had at last learned to know and appreciate him, and at the time of Anty's illness, the inhabitants of 3 parishes trusted their corporeal ailments to his care, with comfort to themselves and profit to him. Nevertheless, there were many things about Dr. Colligan not calculated to inspire either respect or confidence. He always seemed a little afraid of his patient, and very much afraid of his patient's friends. He was always dreading the appearance at Dunmore of one of those young rivals who had lately established themselves at Chewham on one side and Hollymount on the other, and, to prevent so fatal a circumstance, was continually trying to be civil and obliging to his customers. He would not put on a blister or order a black dose without consulting with the lady of the house and asking permission of the patient, and consequently had always an air of doubt and indecision. Then he was excessively dirty in his person and practice. He carried a considerable territory beneath his nails, smelt equally strongly of the laboratory and the stable, would wipe his hands on the patient's sheets, and wherever he went left horrid marks of his whereabouts. He was very fond of good eating and much drinking, and would neglect the best customer that ever was sick when tempted by the fascination of a game of loo. He was certainly a bad family man, for though he worked hard for the support of his wife and children, he was little among them, paid them no attention, and felt no scruple in assuring Mrs. C. that he had been obliged to remain up all night with that dreadful Mrs. Jones, whose children were always so tedious, or that Mr. Blake was so bad after his accident that he could not leave him for a moment, when, to tell the truth, the doctor had passed the night with the cards in his hands and a tumbler of punch beside him. He was a tall, thick-set, heavy man, with short black curly hair, was a little bald at the top of his head, and looked always as though he had shaved himself the day before yesterday, and had not washed since. His face was good-natured, but heavy and unintellectual. He was ignorant of everything but his profession, and the odds on the card-table or the race-course. But, to give him his due, on these subjects he was not ignorant, and this was now so generally known that, in dangerous cases, Dr. Colligan had been sent for many, many miles. This was the man who attended poor Anty in her illness, and he did as much for her as could be done. But it was a bad case, and Dr. Colligan thought it would be fatal. She had intermittent fever, and was occasionally delirious, but it was her great debility between the attacks which he considered so dangerous. On the morning after the hunt, he told Martin that he greatly feared she would go off, from exhaustion, in a few days, and that it would be wise to let Barry know the state in which his sister was. There was a consultation on the subject between the two and Martin's mother, in which it was agreed that the doctor should go up to Dunmore House and tell Barry exactly the state of affairs. "And good news it'll be for him," said Mrs. Kelly. "The best he's heard since the old man died. If he had his will of her, she'd never rise from the bed where she's stretched. But glory be to God, there's a providence over all, and maybe she'll live yet to give him the go-by." "How you talk, mother," said Martin. "And what's the use? Whatever he wishes won't harm her, and maybe now she's dying his heart'll be softened to her. Anyway, don't let him have to say she died here, without his hearing a word how bad she was." "Maybe he'll be after saying we murdered her for her money," said the widow with a shudder. "He can hardly complain of that, when he'll be getting all the money himself. But, however, it's much better, always, that Dr. Colligan should see him." "You know, Mrs. Kelly," said the doctor, "as a matter of course he'll be asking to see his sister. You wouldn't have him come in here to her, would you? Faix, Dr. Colligan, it'll be her death outright at once if he does." "It'd not be natural to refuse to let him see her," said the doctor, "and I don't think it would do any harm. But I'll be guided by you, Mrs. Kelly, in what I say to him." "Besides," said Martin, "I know Aunty would wish to see him. He's her brother, and there's only the two of 'em." "Between you be it," said the widow. "I tell you I don't like it. You neither of you know Barry Lynch as well as I do. He'd smother her if it come into his head." "Ah, mother, nonsense. Hold your tongue. You don't know what you're saying." "Well, didn't he try to do as bad before?" "It wouldn't do, I tell you," continued Martin. "Not to let him see her, that is, if Aunty wishes it." It ended in the widow being sent into Auntie's room to ask her whether she had any message to send to her brother. The poor girl knew how ill she was, and expected her death, and when the widow told her that Dr. Colligan was going to call on her brother, she said that she hoped she should see Barry once more before all was over. "Mother," said Martin, as soon as the doctor's back was turned, "you'll get yourself in a scrape if you go on saying such things as that about folks before strangers." "Is it about Barry?" "Yes, about Barry. How do you know Colligan won't be repeating all them things to him?" "Let him and welcome. Sure, wouldn't I say as much to Barry Lynch himself? What do I care for the blackguard? Only this, I wish I'd never heard his name or seen his foot over the sill of the door. I'm sorry I ever heard the name of the Lynches in Dunmore." "You're not regretting the trouble Aunty is to you, mother?" "Regretting? I don't know what you mean by regretting. I don't know is it regretting to be slaving as much and more for her than I would for my own, and no chance of getting as much thanks for it." "You'll be rewarded hereafter, mother. Sure, won't it all go for charity?" "I'm not so sure of that," said the widow. "It was your scheming to get her money brought her here, and like a poor wake woman as I was, I fell into it. And now we've all the trouble and the expense and the time lost, and after all, Barry'll be getting everything when she's gone. You'll see, Martin, we'll have the wake and the funeral, and the doctor and all on us. Mind my words, else. Oh, musha, musha. What'll I do at all? Faix, £40 won't clear what this turn is like to come to, and all from your dirty, underhanded, scheming ways." In truth, the widow was perplexed in her inmost soul about Aunty, torn and tortured by doubts and anxieties. Her real love of Aunty and true charity was in a state of battle with her parsimony, and then avarice was strong within her, and utter, uncontrolled hatred of Barry still stronger. But opposed to these was dread of some unforeseen evil, some tremendous law proceedings. She had a half-formed idea that she was doing what she had no right to do, and that she might some day be walked off to Galway assizes. Then again, she had an absurd pride about it, which often made her declare that she'd never be beat by such a scum of the earth as Barry Lynch, and that she'd fight it out with him if it cost her £100, though no one understood what the battle was which she was to fight. Just before Auntie's illness had become so serious, Daly called and had succeeded in reconciling both Martin and the widow to himself. But he had not quite made them agree to his proposal. The widow, indeed, was much averse to it. She wouldn't deal with such a Greek as Barry, even in the acceptance of a boon. When she found him willing to compromise, she became more than ever averse to any friendly terms. But now the whole ground was slipping from under her feet. Aunty was dying. She would have had her trouble for nothing, and that hated Barry would gain his point and the whole of his sister's property in triumph. 20 times the idea of a will had come into her mind, and how comfortable it would be if Aunty would leave her property, or at any rate a portion of it, to Martin. But though the thoughts of such a delightful arrangement kept her in a continual whirlwind of anxiety, she never hinted at the subject to Aunty, as she said to herself, "A Kelly wouldn't demane herself to ask a brass penny from a Lynch." She didn't even speak to her daughters about it, though the continual twitter she was in made them aware that there was some unusual burthen on her mind. It was not only to the Kellys that the idea occurred that Aunty in her illness might make a will. The thoughts of such a catastrophe had robbed Barry of half the pleasure which the rumours of his sister's dangerous position had given him. He had not received any direct intimation of Auntie's state, but had heard through the servants that she was ill, very ill, dangerously, not expected, as the country people call it, and each fresh rumour gave him new hopes and new life. He now spurned all idea of connection with Martin. He would trample on the Kellys for thinking of such a thing. He would show daily, when in the plenitude of his wealth and power, how he despised the lukewarmness and timidity of his counsels. These and other delightful visions were floating through his imagination, when all of a sudden, like a blow, like a thunderbolt, the idea of a will fell as it were upon him with a ton weight. His heart sunk low within him. He became white and his jaw dropped. After all, there were victory and triumph, plunder and wealth, his wealth, in the very hands of his enemies. Of course the Kellys would force her to make a will, if she didn't do it of her own accord. If not, they'd forge one. There was some comfort in that thought. He could at any rate contest the will, and swear that it was a forgery. He swallowed a dram and went off, almost weeping, to Daly. "Oh, Mr. Daly, poor Auntie's dying. Did you hear, Mr. Daly? She's all but gone." Yes, Daly had been sorry to hear that Miss Lynch was very ill. "What shall I do?" continued Barry. "If they say that she's left a will." "Go and hear it read, or if you don't like to do that yourself, stay away and let me hear it." "But they'll forge one. They'll make out what they please, and when she's dying, they'll make her put her name to it, or they'll only just put a pen in her hand when she's not knowing what she's doing. They do anything now, Daly, to get the money they've been fighting for so hard." "It's my belief," answered the attorney, "that the Kellys not only won't do anything dishonest, but that they won't even take any unfair advantage of you. But at any rate, you can do nothing. You must wait patiently. You, at any rate, can take no steps till she's dead." "But couldn't she make a will in my favour? I know she'd do it if I asked her. If I ask her now she's going off, you know, I'm sure she'd do it. Don't you think she would?" "You're safer, I think, to let it alone," said Daly, who could hardly control the ineffable disgust he felt. "I don't know that," continued Barry. "She's weak, and'll do what she's asked. Besides, they'll make her do it. Fancy, if when she's gone, I find I have to share everything with those people." And he struck his forehead and pushed the hair off his perspiring face, as he literally shook with despair. "I must see her, Daly. I'm quite sure she'll make a will if I beg her. They can't hinder me seeing my own only dying sister, can they, Daly? And when I'm once there, I'll sit with her and watch till it's all over. I'm sure now she's ill. I'll do anything for her." Daly said nothing, though Barry paused for him to reply. "Only about the form," continued he. "I wouldn't know what to put. By heavens, Daly, you must come with me. You can be up at the house, and I can have you down at a minute's warning." Daly utterly declined, but Barry continued to press him. "But you must, Daly. I tell you I know I'm right. I know her so well. She'll do it at once for the sake of, you know, she is my own sister and all that, and she thinks so much of that kind of thing. I'll tell you what, Daly, upon my honour and soul," and he repeated the words in a most solemn tone, "if you'll draw the will and she signs it so that I come in for the whole thing, and I know she will, I'll make over 50, aye, £70 a year for you, for ever and ever. I will, as I live." The interview ended by the attorney turning Barry Lynch into the street, and assuring him that if he ever came into his office again on any business whatsoever, he would unscrupulously kick him out. So ended, also, the connection between the two, for Daly never got a farthing for his labour. Indeed, after all that had taken place, he thought it as well not to trouble his ci-devant client with a bill. Barry went home and of course got drunk. When Dr. Colligan called on Lynch, he found that he was not at home. He was at that very moment at Chewham with the attorney. The doctor repeated his visit later in the afternoon, but Barry had still not returned, and he therefore left word that he would call early after breakfast the following morning. He did so, and after waiting half an hour in the dining room, Barry, only half awake and half dressed, and still half drunk, came down to him. The doctor, with a long face, delivered his message, and explained to him the state in which his sister was lying, assured him that everything in the power of medicine had been and should be done, that, nevertheless, he feared the chance of recovery was remote, and ended by informing him that Miss Lynch was aware of her danger, and had expressed a wish to see him before it might be too late. Could he make it convenient to come over just now, in half an hour, or say an hour, said the doctor, looking at the red face and unfinished toilet of the distressed brother. Barry at first scarcely knew what reply to give. On his return from Chewham, he had determined that he would at any rate make his way into his sister's room, and, as he thought to himself, see what would come of it. In his after-dinner courage, he had further determined that he would treat the widow and her family with a very high hand, if they dared to make objection to his seeing his sister. But now, when the friendly overture came from Anty herself, and was brought by one of the Kelly faction, he felt himself a little confounded, as though he rather dreaded the interview, and would wish to put it off for a day or two. "Oh, yes, certainly, Dr. Colligan. To be sure. That is, tell me, doctor, is she really so bad?" "Indeed, Mr. Lynch, she's very weak." But, doctor, you don't think there's any chance? I mean, there isn't any danger, is there, that she'd go off at once? Why, no, I don't think there is. Indeed, I have no doubt she will hold out a fortnight yet. Then perhaps, doctor, I'd better put it off till tomorrow. I'll tell you why. There's a person I wish... Why, Mr. Lynch, today would be better. The fever's periodical, you see, and we'll be on her again tomorrow. I beg your pardon, Dr. Colligan, said Barry, of a sudden remembering to be civil. But you'll take a glass of wine? Not a drop, thank you, of anything. Oh, but you will. And Barry rang the bell and had the wine brought. And do you expect she'll have another attack tomorrow? It's a matter of course, Mr. Lynch. The fever'll come on her again tomorrow. Every attack leaves her weaker and weaker, and we fear she'll go off before it leaves her altogether. Poor thing, said Barry contemplatively. We had her head shaved, said the doctor. Did you indeed? Answered Barry. She was my favourite sister, Dr. Colligan. That is, I had no other. I believe not, said Dr. Colligan, looking sympathetic. Take another glass of wine, doctor, do now, and he poured out another bumper. Thank ye, Mr. Lynch, thank ye, not a drop more, and you'll be over in an hour then. I'd better go and tell her that she may be prepared, you know. And the doctor returned to the sick room of his patient. Barry remained standing in the parlour, looking at the glasses and the decanter, as though he were speculating on the manner in which they had been fabricated. She may recover after all, thought he to himself. She's as strong as a horse. I know her better than they do. I know she'll recover, and then what shall I do? Stand to the offer daily made to Kelly, I suppose. And then he sat down close to the table with his elbow on it, and his chin resting on his hand, and there he remained full of thought. To tell the truth, Barry Lynch had never thought more intensely than he did during those 10 minutes. At last he jumped up suddenly, as though surprised at what had been passing within himself. He looked hastily at the door and at the window, as though to see that he had not been watched, and then went upstairs to dress himself, preparatory to his visit to the inn. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of The Kellys and the O'Kellys by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 24. Aunty Lynch's Bedside, Scene the First. Aunty had borne her illness with that patience and endurance which were so particularly inherent in her nature. She had never complained, and had received the untiring attentions and care of her two young friends with a warmth of affection and gratitude which astonished them, accustomed as they had been in every little illness to give and receive that tender care which with sickness is treated in affectionate families. When ill, they felt they had a right to be petulant and to complain, to exact and to be attended to. They had been used to it from each other, and thought it an incidental part of the business. But Aunty had hitherto had no one to nurse her, and she looked on Meg and Jane as kind ministering angels, emulous as they were to relieve her of wants and ease her sufferings. Her thin face had become thinner, and was very pale. Her head had been shaved close, and there was nothing between the broad white border of her nightcap and her clammy brow and wan cheek. But illness was more becoming to Aunty than health. It gave her a melancholy and beautiful expression of resignation, which, under ordinary circumstances, was wanting to her features, though not to her character. Her eyes were brighter than they usually were, and her complexion was clear, colourless, and transparent. I do not mean to say that Aunty in her illness was beautiful, but she was no longer plain, and even to the young Kellys, whose feelings and sympathies cannot be supposed to have been of the highest order, she became an object of the most intense interest and the warmest affection. "Well, doctor," she said, as Dr. Colligan crept into her room after the termination of his embassy to Barry. "Will he come?" "Of course he will. Why wouldn't he, and you wishing it? He'll be here in an hour, Miss Lynch. He wasn't just ready to come over with me." "I'm glad of that," said Aunty, who felt that she had to collect her thoughts before she saw him, and then after a moment she added, "Can't I take my medicine now, doctor?" "Just before he comes you'd better have it, I think. One of the girls will step up and give it to you when he's below. He'll want to speak a word or so to Mrs. Kelly before he comes up." "Spake to me, doctor," said the widow, alarmed. "What'll he be spaking to me about? Faix, I had spaking enough with him last time he was here." "You'd better just see him, Mrs. Kelly," whispered the doctor. "You'll find him quiet enough now. Just take him fair and aisy. Keep him downstairs a moment, while Jane gives her the medicine. She'd better take it just before he goes to her. And don't let him stay long, whatever you do. I'll be back before the evening's over. Not that I think she'll want me to see her, but I'll just drop in." "Are you going, doctor?" said Aunty, as he stepped up to the bed. He told her he was. You've told Mrs. Kelly, haven't you, that I'm to see Barry alone?" "Why, I didn't say so," said the doctor, looking at the widow. "But I suppose there'll be no harm, Mrs. Kelly?" "You must let me see him alone, dear Mrs. Kelly." "If Dr. Colligan thinks you ought, Auntie dear, I wouldn't stay in the room myself for worlds." "But you won't keep him here long, Miss Lynch, And you won't excite yourself. Indeed, you mustn't. You'll allow them 15 minutes, Mrs. Kelly, not more, and then you'll come up." And with these cautions, the doctor withdrew. "I wish he was come and gone," said the widow to her elder daughter. "Well, if I'd known all what was to follow, I'd never have got out of my warm bed to go and fetch Auntie Lynch down here that cold morning. Well, I'll be wise another time. Live and learn, as they say, and it's true, too. But, mother, you ain't wishing poor Auntie wasn't here." "Indeed, but I do. Everything to give and nothing to get. That's not the way I have managed to live. But it's not that altogether, neither. I'm not begrudging Auntie anything for herself. But that I'd be driven to let that blackguard of a brother of hers into the house, and that as a friend like, is what I didn't think I'd ever have put upon me." Barry made his appearance about an hour after the time at which they had begun to expect him, and as soon as Meg saw him, one of them flew upstairs to tell Auntie and give her her tonic. Barry had made himself quite a dandy to do honour to the occasion of paying probably a parting visit to his sister, whom he had driven out of her own house to die at the inn. He had on his new blue frock coat and a buff waistcoat with gilt buttons, over which his watch chain was gracefully arranged. His pantaloons were strapped down very tightly over his polished boots. A shining new silk hat was on one side of his head, and in his hand he was dangling an ebony cane. In spite, however, of all these gaudy trappings, he could not muster up an easy air, and as he knocked, he had that look proverbially attributed to dogs who are going to be hung. Sally opened the door for him, and the widow, who had come out from the shop, made him a low courtesy in the passage. Yes, Mrs. Kelly, I believe," said Barry. "Yes, Mr. Lynch, that's my name, glory be to God." "My sister, Miss Lynch, is still staying here, I believe." "Why, drat it, man, wasn't Dr. Colligan with you less than an hour ago, telling you must come here if you wanted to see her?" "You'll oblige me by sending up the servant to tell Miss Lynch I'm here." "Walk up here a minute, and I'll do that errand for you myself." "Well," continued she, muttering to herself, "for him to ax if he were staying here, as though he didn't know it. There never was his ditto for deceit, meanness, and divilry." A minute or two after the widow had left him, Barry found himself by his sister's bedside, but never had he found himself in a position for which he was less fitted, or which was less easy to him. He assumed, however, a long and solemn face, and crawling up to the bedside, told his sister in a whining voice that he was very glad to see her. "Sit down, Barry, sit down," said Aunty, stretching out her thin, pale hand and taking hold of her brother's. Barry did as he was told and sat down. "I'm so glad to see you, Barry," said she. "I'm very glad to see you once more." And then, after a pause, "And it'll be the last time, Barry, for I'm dying." Barry told her he didn't think she was, for he didn't know when he'd seen her looking better. "Yes, I am, Barry. Dr. Colligan has said as much, and I should know it well enough myself, even if he had never said a word. We're friends now, are we not? Everything's forgiven and forgotten, isn't it, Barry?" Aunty had still hold of her brother's hand, and seemed desirous to keep it. He sat on the edge of his chair with his knees tucked in against the bed, the very picture of discomfort both of body and mind. "Of course it is, Aunty," said he. "Forgive and forget. That was always my motto. I'm sure I never bore any malice. Indeed, I never was so sorry as when you went away, and—" "Oh, Barry," said Aunty, "it was better I went then. Maybe it's all better as it is. When the priest has been with me and given me comfort, I won't fear to die. But there are other things, Barry, I want to speak to you about." "If there's anything I can do, I'm sure I'll do it. If there's anything at all you wish done. Would you like to come up to the house again?" "Oh, no, Barry, not for worlds." "Why, perhaps just at present you're too weak to move. Only wouldn't it be more comfortable for you to be in your own house? These people here are all very well, I dare say, but they must be a great bother to you, eh? So interested, you know, in everything they do." "Oh, Barry, you don't know them." Barry remembered that he would be on the wrong tack to abuse the Kellys. "I'm sure they're very nice people," said he. "Indeed, I always thought so, and said so. But they're not like your own flesh and blood, are they, Aunty? And why shouldn't you come up and be—" "No, Barry," said she, "I'll not do that. As they're so very, very kind as to let me stay here, I'll remain till God takes me to himself. But they're not my flesh and blood." And she turned round and looked affectionately in the face of her brother. "There are only the two of us left now, and soon, very soon, you'll be all alone." Barry felt very uncomfortable and wished the interview was over. He tried to say something but failed, and Aunty went on. "When that time comes, will you remember what I say to you now? When you're all alone, Barry, and there's nothing left to trouble you or put you out, will you think then of the last time you ever saw your sister and—" "Oh, Aunty, sure I'll be seeing you again." "No, Barry, never again. This is the last time we shall ever meet. And think how much we ought to be to each other. We've neither of us father or mother, husband or wife. When I'm gone, you'll be alone. Will you think of me then? And will you remember every day, what I say to you now?" "Indeed I will, Aunty. I'll do anything, everything you'll have me. Is there anything you'd wish me to give to any person?" "Barry," she continued, "no good ever came of my father's will." Barry almost jumped off his chair as he heard his sister's words, so much did they startle him, but he said nothing. "The money has done me no good, but the loss of it has blackened your heart, and turned your blood to gall against me. Yes, Barry, yes, don't speak now, let me go on. The old man brought you up to look for it, and alas, he taught you to look for nothing else. It has not been your fault, and I am not blaming you. I'm not meaning to blame you, my own brother, for you are my own." And she turned round in the bed and shed tears upon his hand and kissed it. "But gold and land will never make you happy. No, not all the gold of England, nor all the land the old kings ever had could make you happy, if the heart was bad within you. You'll have it all now, Barry, or mostly all. You'll have what you think the old man wronged you of. You'll have it, with no one to provide for but yourself, with no one to trouble you, no one to thwart you. But, oh, Barry, if it's in your heart that can make you happy, there's nothing before you but misery and death and hell." Barry shook like a child in the clutches of its master. "Yes, Barry, misery and death and all the tortures of the damned. It's to save you from this, my own brother, to try and turn your heart from that foul love of money, that your sister is now speaking to you from her grave. Oh, Barry, try and cure it. Learn to give to others, and you'll enjoy what you have yourself. Learn to love others, and then you'll know what it is to be loved yourself. Try to soften that hard heart. Marry at once, Barry, at once, before you're older and worse to cure, and you'll have children and love them, and when you feel, as feel you must, that the money is clinging around your soul, fling it from you, and think of the last words your sister said to you." The sweat was now running down the cheeks of the wretched man, for the mixed rebuke and prayer of his sister had come home to him and touched him, but it was neither with pity, nor remorse, nor penitence. No, in that foul heart there was no room even for remorse. But he trembled with fear as he listened to her words, and falling on his knees, swore to her that he would do just as she would have him. If I could but think," continued she, "that you would remember what I am saying." "Oh, I will, Aunty, I will indeed, indeed I will." "If I could believe so, Barry, I'd die happy and in comfort, for I love you better than anything on earth." And again she pressed his hot red hand. "But, oh, brother, I feel for you. You never kneel before the altar of God. You've no priest to move the weight of sin from your soul, and how heavy that must be. Do you remember, Barry? It's but a week or two ago, and you threatened to kill me for the sake of our father's money. You wanted to put me in a madhouse. You tried to make me mad with fear and cruelty, me, your sister, and I never harmed or crossed you. God is now doing what you threatened. A kind, good God is now taking me to himself, and you will get what you so longed for without more sin on your conscience. But it'll never bless you. Have you still the same wishes in your heart, the same love of gold, the same hatred of a fellow creature?" "Oh, Aunty," sobbed out Barry, who was now absolutely in tears, "I was drunk that night. I was indeed, or I'd never have said or done what I did." "And how often are you so, Barry? Isn't it so with you every night? That's another thing. For my sake, for your own sake, for God's sake, give up the drink. It's killing you from day to day and hour to hour. I see it in your eyes and smell it in your breath and hear it in your voice. It's that makes your heart so black. And it's that gives you over, body and soul, to the devil. I would not have said a word about that night to hurt you now, and dear Barry, I wouldn't have said such words as these to you at all, but that I shall never speak to you again. And oh, I pray that you'll remember them. You're idle now always. Don't continue so. Earn your money, and it will be a blessing to you and to others. But in idleness and drunkenness and wickedness, it will only lead you quicker to the devil." Barry reiterated his promises. He would take the pledge. He would work at the farm. He would marry and have a family. He would not care the least for money. He would pay his debts. He would go to church or chapel if Aunty liked it better. At any rate, he'd say his prayers. He would remember every word she had said to the last day of his life. He promised everything or anything, as though his future existence depended on his appeasing his dying sister. But during the whole time, his chief wish, his longing desire, was to finish the interview and get out of that horrid room. He felt that he was mastered and cowed by the creature whom he had so despised, and he could not account for the feeling. Why did he not dare to answer her? She had told him he would have her money. She had said it would come to him as a matter of course. And it was not the dread of losing that which prevented his saying a word in his own defence. No, she had really frightened him. She had made him really feel that he was a low, wretched, wicked creature, and he longed to escape from her that he might recover his composure. "I have but little more to say to you, Barry," she continued, "and that little is about the property. You will have it all, but a small sum of money." Here Anty was interrupted by a knock at the door and the entrance of the widow. She came to say that the quarter of an hour allowed by the doctor had been long exceeded, and that really Mr. Barry ought to take his leave, as so much talking would be bad for Anty. This was quite a godsend for Barry, who was only anxious to be off, but Anty begged for a respite. 5 minutes longer, dear Mrs. Kelly," said she, "and I shall have done. Only 5 minutes. I'm much stronger now, and it really won't hurt me." "Well then, mind, only 5 minutes," said the widow, and again left them alone. "You don't know, Barry. You can never know how good that woman has been to me. Indeed, all of them, and all for nothing. They've asked nothing of me. And now that they know I'm dying, I'm sure they expect nothing from me. She has enough, but I wish to leave something to Martin and the girls," and a slight pale blush covered her wan cheeks and forehead as she mentioned Martin's name. "I will leave him £500, and then the same between them. It'll be nothing to you, Barry, out of the whole. But see and pay it at once, will you?" And she looked kindly into his face. He promised vehemently that he would, and told her not to bother herself about a will. They should have the money as certainly as if 20 wills were made. To give Barry his due, at that moment he meant to be as good as his word. Anty, however, told him that she would make a will, that she would send for a lawyer and have the matter properly settled. "And now," she said, "dear Barry, may God Almighty bless you. May He guide you and preserve you, and may He, above all, take from you that horrid love of the world's gold and wealth. Goodbye." And she raised herself up in her bed. "Goodbye for the last time, my own dear brother, and try to remember what I've said to you this day. Kiss me before you go, Barry." Barry leaned over the bed and kissed her, and then crept out of the room and down the stairs, with the tears streaming down his red cheeks, and skulked across the street to his own house, with his hat slouched over his face, and his handkerchief held across his mouth. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of The Kellys and the O'Kellys by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 25. Aunty Lynch's Bedside, Scene the Second. Anty was a good deal exhausted by her interview with her brother, but towards evening she rallied a little and told Jane, who was sitting with her, that she wanted to say one word in private to Martin. Jane was rather surprised, for though Martin was in the habit of going into the room every morning to see the invalid, Anty had never before asked for him. However, she went for Martin and found him. "Martin," said she, "Aunty wants to see you alone in private." "Me?" said Martin, turning a little red. "Do you know what it's about?" "She didn't say a word, only she wanted to see you alone. But I'm thinking it's something about her brother. He was with her a long time this morning, and went away more like a dead man than a live one. But come, don't keep her waiting, and whatever you do, don't stay long. Every word she speaks is killing her." Martin followed his sister into the sick room, and gently taking Auntie's offered hand, asked her in a whisper what he could do for her. Jane went out, and, to do her justice, sat herself down at a distance from the door, though she was in a painful state of curiosity as to what was being said within. "You're all too good to me, Martin," said Auntie. "You'll spoil me between you, minding every word I say so quick." Martin assured her again in a whisper that anything and everything they could do for her was only a pleasure. "Don't mind whispering," said Auntie. "Speak out. Your voice won't hurt me. I love to hear your voices. They're all so kind and good. But, Martin, I've business you must do for me, and that at once, for I feel within me that I'll soon be gone from this." "We hope not, Auntie, but it's all with God now, isn't it? No one knows that better than yourself." "Oh yes, I do know that, and I feel it is His pleasure that it should be so, and I don't fear to die. A few weeks back, the thoughts of death, when they came upon me, nearly killed me, but that feeling's all gone now." Martin did not know what answer to make. He again told her he hoped she would soon get better. It is a difficult task to talk properly to a dying person about death, and Martin felt that he was quite incompetent to do so. "But," she continued after a little while, "there's still much that I want to do, that I ought to do. In the first place, I must make my will." Martin was again puzzled. This was another subject on which he felt himself equally unwilling to speak. He could not advise her not to make one, and he certainly would not advise her to do so. "Your will, Auntie? There's time enough for that. You'll be stronger, in a day or two. Dr. Colligan says so, and then we'll talk about it." "I hope there is time enough, Martin, but there isn't more than enough. It's not much that I'll have to say." "Were you speaking to Barry about it this morning?" "Oh, I was. I told him what I'd do. He'll have the property now, mostly all as one, as if the old man had left it to him. It would have been better so, Martin?" Aunty never doubted her lover's disinterestedness. At this moment she suspected him of no dirty longing after her money, and she did him only justice. When he came into her room he had no thoughts of inheriting anything from her. Had he been sure that by asking he could have induced her to make a will in his favour, he would not have done so. But still his heart sunk a little within him when he heard her declare that she was going to leave everything back to her brother. It was, however, only for a moment. He remembered his honest determination firmly and resolutely to protect their joint property against any of her brother's attempt, should he ever marry her, but in no degree to strive or even hanker after it, unless it became his own in a fair, straightforward manner. "Well, Auntie, I think you're right," said he. "But wouldn't it all go to Barry naturally, without your bothering yourself about a will, and you so wake?" "Of course it would. At least I suppose so. But Martin," and she smiled faintly as she looked up into his face, "I want the two dear girls, and I want yourself to have some little things to remember me by. And your dear kind mother. She doesn't want money. But if I ask her to take a few of the silver things in the house, I'm sure she'll keep them for my sake. Oh, Martin, I do all love you so very much." And the warm tears streamed down her cheeks. Martin's eyes were affected too. He made a desperate struggle to repress the weakness, but he could not succeed, and was obliged to own it by rubbing his eyes with the sleeve of his coat. "And I'm sure, Auntie," said he, "we all love you. Anyone must love you who knew you." And then he paused. He was trying to say something of his own true personal regard for her, but he hardly knew how to express it. "We all love you, as though you were one of ourselves, and so you are. It's the same. At any rate it is to me. And I would have been one of you, had I lived. I can talk to you more about it now, Martin, than I ever could before, because I know I feel I am dying." "But you mustn't talk, Auntie. It weakens you, and you've had too much talking already this day." "It does me good, Martin, and I must say what I have to say to you. I mayn't be able again. Had it pleased God, I should have lived. I would have prayed for nothing higher or better than to be one of such a family as yourselves. Had I been... And now Auntie blushed again, and she also found a difficulty in expressing herself, but she soon got over it and continued. "Had I been permitted to marry you, Martin, I think I would have been a good wife to you. I'm very, very sure I would have been an affectionate one." I'm sure you would, Auntie. God send you may still. If you were only once well again, there's nothing now to hinder us." "You forget Barry," Auntie said with a shudder. "But it doesn't matter talking of that now." Martin was on the point of telling her that Barry had agreed under certain conditions to their marriage, but on second thoughts he felt it would be useless to do so, and Auntie continued. "I would have done all I could, Martin. I would have loved you fondly and truly. I would have liked what you liked, and if I could, I would have made your home quiet and happy. Your mother should have been my mother, and your sisters my sisters." "So they are now, Auntie. So they are now, my own Auntie. They love you as much as though they were." "God bless them for their goodness, and you too, Martin. I cannot tell you, I never could tell you how I valued your honest true love, for I know you have loved me honestly and truly, but I've always been afraid to speak to you. I've sometimes thought you must despise me, I've been so weak and cowardly." "Despise you, Auntie? How could I despise you, when I've always loved you?" "But now, Martin, about poor Barry, for he is poor. I've sometimes thought, as I've been lying here the long, long hours awake, that, feeling to you as I do, I ought to be leaving you what the old man left to me." "I'd be sorry if you did, Auntie. I'll not be saying but what I thought of that when I first looked for you, but it was never to take it from you, but to share it with you, and make you happy with it." "I know it, Martin. I always knew it and felt it." "And now, if it's God's will that you should go from us, I'd rather Barry had the money than us. We've enough, the Lord be praised, and I wouldn't for worlds it should be said that it were for that we brought you among us. Nor for all County Galway would I lave it to Barry to say that when you were here sick and wake and dying, We put a pen in your hand to make you sign a will to rob him of what should by rights be his. That's it, dear Martin. It wouldn't bless you if you had it. It can bless no one who looks to it alone for a blessing. It wouldn't make you happy. It would make you miserable if people said that you had what you ought not to have. Besides, I love my poor brother. He is my brother, my only real relation. We lived all our lives together, and though he isn't what he should be, the fault is not all his own. I should not sleep in my grave if I died with his curse upon me, as I should if he found when I am gone that I'd willed the property all away. I've told him he'd have it all, nearly all, and I've begged him, prayed to him from my dying bed, to mend his ways, to try and be something better in the world than what I fear he's like to be. I think he minded what I said when he was here, for deathbed words have a solemn sound to the most worldly. But when I'm gone he'll be alone. There'll be no one to look after him. Nobody loves him. No one even likes him. No one will live with him but those who mean to rob him. And he will be robbed and plundered and deceived when he thinks he's robbing and deceiving others. Anty paused more for breath than for a reply, but Martin felt that he must say something. Indeed, Anty, I fear he'll hardly come to good. He drinks too much by all accounts. Besides, he's idle, and the honest feeling isn't in him. It's true, dear Martin. It's too true. Will you do me a great, great favour, Martin? And she rose up a little and turned her moist, clear eye full upon him. Will you show your true love to your poor Anty by a real lasting kindness, but one that'll be giving you much, much trouble and pain? After I'm dead and gone, long, long after I'm in my cold grave, will you do that for me, Martin? Indeed I will, Anty, said Martin, rather astonished, but with a look of solemn assurance. Anything that I can do, I will. Indeed, you needn't dread my not remembering, but I fear it isn't much that I can do for you. Will you always think and speak of Berry? Will you always act to him and by him and for him, not as a man whom you know and dislike, but as my brother, your own Auntie's only brother? Whatever he does, will you try and make him do better? Whatever trouble he's in, will you lend him your hand? Come what come may to him, will you be his friend? He has no friend now. When I'm gone, will you be a friend to him? Martin was much confounded. He won't let me be his friend, he said. He looks down on us and despises us. He thinks himself too high to be befriended by us. Besides, of all Dunmore, he hates us most. He won't when he finds you haven't got the property from him. But friendship doesn't depend on letting. Real friendship doesn't. I don't want you to be drinking and eating and going about with him. God forbid, you're too good for that. But when you find he wants a friend, come forward and try and make him do something for himself. You can't but come together. You'll be the executor in the will, won't you, Martin? And then he'll meet you about the property. He can't help it. And you must meet then as friends. And keep that up. If he insults you, forgive it, for my sake. If he's fractious and annoying, put up with it for my sake. For my sake, try and make him like you, and try to make others like him. Martin felt that this would be impossible, but he didn't say so. No one respects him now, but all respect you. I see it in people's eyes and manners, without hearing what they say. If you speak well of him, at any rate kindly of him, people won't turn themselves so against him. Will you do all this for my sake? Martin solemnly promised that as far as he could, he would do so. That, at any rate, as far as himself was concerned, he would never quarrel with him. You'll have very, very much to forgive, continued Anty. But then it's so sweet to forgive, and he's had no fond mother like you. He has not been taught any duties, any virtues as you have. He has only been taught that money is the thing to love, and that he should worship nothing but that. Martin, for my sake, will you look on him as a brother, a wicked, bad, castaway brother, but still as a brother, to be forgiven and, if possible, redeemed? As I hope for the glory in heaven, I will, said Martin. But I think he'll go far from this. I think he'll quit Dunmore. Maybe he will. Perhaps it's better he should. But he'll leave his name behind him. Don't be too hard on that. And don't let others. And even if he does go, it'll not be long before he'll want a friend. And I don't know anywhere he can go that he's likely to find one. Wherever he may go, or whatever he may do, you won't forget he was my brother, will you, Martin? You won't forget he was your own auntie's only brother. Martin again gave her his solemn word that he would, to the best of his ability, act as a friend and brother to Berry. And now about the will. Martin again endeavoured to dissuade her from thinking about a will just at present. Ah, but my heart's set upon it, she said. I shouldn't be happy unless I did it. And I'm sure you don't want to make me unhappy now. You must get me some lawyer here, Martin. I'm afraid you're not lawyer enough for that yourself. Indeed, I'm not, Auntie. It's a trade I know little about." "Well, you must get me a lawyer, not tomorrow, for I know I shan't be well enough, but I hope I shall next day. And you may tell him just what to put in it. I have no secrets from you." And she told him exactly what she had before told her brother. "That'll not hurt him," she continued. "And I'd like to think you and the dear girl should accept something from me." Martin then agreed to go to Daly. He was on good terms with them all now, since making the last offer to them respecting the property. Besides, as Martin said, he knew no other lawyer, and as the lawyer was so decidedly in Barry's favour, who was so proper as to make it as Barry's own lawyer? "Bye now, Martin," said Anty. "We shall be desperately scolded for talking so long, but it was on my mind to say it all, and I'm better now it's all over." "Good night, dear Auntie," said Martin. "I'll be seeing you tomorrow." "Every day, I hope, Martin, till it's all over. God bless you. God bless you all, and you above all. You don't know, Martin. At least, you didn't know all along how well, how truly I've loved you. Good night." And Martin left the room as Barry had done, in tears. But he had no feeling within him of which he had cause to be ashamed. He was ashamed, and tried to hide his face, for he was not accustomed to be seen with the tears running down his cheeks. But still he had within him a strong sensation of gratified pride, as he reflected that he was the object of the warmest affection to so sweet a creature as Aunty Lynch. "Well, Martin, what was it she wanted?" said his mother, as she came to him at the bottom of the stairs. "I couldn't tell you now, mother," said he, "but if there was ever an angel on earth, it's Aunty Lynch." And saying so, he pushed open the door and escaped into the street. "I wonder what she's been about now," said the widow, speculating to herself. "Well, if she does lave it away from Barry, who can say but what she has a right to do as she likes with her own? And who's done the most for her, I'd like to know?" And pleasant prospects of her son's enjoying an independence flitted before her mind's eye. "But then," she continued, talking to herself, "I wouldn't have it said in Dunmore that a Kelly demained himself to rob a Lynch. Not for twice all Sim Lynch ever had. Well, we'll see, but no good'll ever come of meddling with them people. Jane, Jane," she called out at the top of her voice, "are you never coming down and letting me out of this? Bad manners to you." Jane answered in the same voice from the parlour upstairs, "Sure, mother, ain't a getting Auntie her tay." "Drat Auntie and her tay. Well, sure, I'm rarely bothered now with them Lynches. Well, glory be to God, there's an end to everything. Not that I'm wishing her anywhere but where she is. She's welcome for Mary Kelly." End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of The Kellys and the O'Kellys by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 26. Love's Ambassador. 2 days after the hunt, in which poor Gonaway was killed by Barry's horse, Ballindine received the following letter from his friend Dot Blake. Limmer's Hotel, 27th March, 1844. Dear Frank, I and Brian and Bottom crossed over last Friday night, and thanks to the god of storms, were allowed to get quietly through it. The young chieftain didn't like being boxed on the quay a bit too well. The rattling of the chains upset him, and the fellows there are so infernally noisy and awkward that I wonder he was ever got on board. It's difficult to make an Irishman handy, but it's the very devil to make him quiet. There are 4 at his head and 3 at his tail, 2 at the wheel turning, and 1 up aloft hallooing like a demon in the air. And when Master Brian showed a little aversion to this comic performance, they were going to drag him into the box bon gré mal gré, till Bottom interposed and saved the men and the horse from destroying each other. We got safe to Middleham on Saturday night, the greatest part of the way by rail. Scott has a splendid string of horses. These English fellows do their work in tip-top style, only they think more of spending money than they do of making it. I waited to see him out on Monday, when he'd got a trot, and he was as bright as though he'd never left the Curragh. Scott says he's a little too fine, but of course he must find some fault. To give Igo his due, he could not be in better condition, and Scott was obliged to own that, considering where he came from, he was very well. I came on here on Tuesday, and have taken 13 wherever I could get it, and thought the money safe. I have got a good deal on, and won't budge till I do it at 6 to 1, and I'm sure I'll bring him to that. I think he'll rise quickly, as he wants so little training, and as his qualities must be at once known now he's in Scott's stables. So if you mean to put any more on, you'd better do it at once. So much for the stables. I left the other 2 at home, but have one of my own string here, as maybe I'll pick up a match. And now I wish to let you know a report that I heard this morning, at least a secret, which bids fair to become a report. It is said that Kilcullen is to marry F.W., and that he has already paid heaven only knows how many £1,000 of debt with her money, that the old Earl has arranged it all, and that the beautiful heiress has reluctantly agreed to be made a Viscountess. I'm very far from saying I believe this, but it may suit you to know that I have heard the arrangement mentioned before two other persons, one of whom was Morris. Strange enough this, as he was one of the set at Handicap Lodge when you told them that the match with yourself was still on. I have no doubt the plan would suit father and son. You best know how far the lady may have been likely to accede. At any rate, my dear Frank, if you take my advice, you'll not sit quiet till she does marry someone. You can't expect she'll wear the willow for you very long if you do nothing yourself. Write to her by post, and write to the Earl by the same post, saying you have done so. Tell her in the sweetest way you can that you cannot live without seeing her, and getting your congé, if congé it is to be, from her own dear lips. And tell him, in as few words as you please, that you mean to do yourself the honour of knocking at his door on such and such a day, and do it. By the by, Kilcullen certainly returns to Ireland immediately. There's been the devil's own smash among him and the Jews. He has certainly been dividing money among them, but not near enough by all accounts to satisfy the half of them. For the sake of your reputation, if not of your pocket, don't let him walk off with £130,000. They say it's not a penny less. Very faithfully yours, W. Blake. Shall I do anything for you here about Brian? I think I might still get you 11-1, but let me hear it once. As Frank read the first portion of this epistle, his affection for his poor dear favourite nag returned in full force, and he felt all the pangs of remorse for having parted with him. But when he came to the latter part, to Lord Kilcullen's name, and the initials by which his own Fanny was designated, he forgot all about horse and owner, became totally regardless of 13, 11, and 6-1, and read on hastily to the end, read it all again, then closed the letter, and put it in his pocket, and remained for a considerable time in silent contemplation, trying to make up his mind what he would do. Nobody was with him as he opened his post-bag, which he took from the messenger as the boy was coming up to the house. He therefore read his letter alone on the lawn, and he continued pacing up and down before the house with a most perturbed air for half an hour. Kilcullen going to marry Fanny Wyndham! So that was the cause of Lord Cashel's singular behaviour, his incivility, and refusal to allow Frank to see his ward. What! To have arranged it all in 24 hours, thought Frank to himself. To have made over his ward's money to his son before her brother, from whom she inherited it, was in his grave. To determine at once to reject an accepted suitor for the sake of closing on the poor girl's money, and without the slightest regard for her happiness, without a thought for her welfare. And then such lies, said the Viscount aloud, striking his heel into the grass in his angry impetuosity. Such base, cruel lies, to say that she had authorized him, when he couldn't have dared to make such a proposal to her, and her brother but 2 days dead. Well, I took him for a stiff-necked, pompous fool, but I never thought him such an avaricious knave. And Fanny, too. Could Fanny have agreed so soon to give her hand to another? She could not have transferred her heart. His own dear, fond Fanny. A short time ago they had been all in all to each other, and now so completely estranged as they were. However, Dot was right. Up to this time Fanny might be quite true to him. Indeed, there was not ground for even doubting her, for it was evident that no reliance was to be placed on Lord Cashel's asseverations. But still he could not expect that she should continue to consider herself engaged if she remained totally neglected by her lover. He must do something, and that at once. But there was very great difficulty in deciding what that something was to be. It was easy enough for Dot to say, first write, and then go. If he were to write, what security was there that his letter would be allowed to reach Fanny? And if he went, how much less chance was there that he would be allowed to see her? And then again to be turned out of the house, again informed by that pompous, scheming Earl that his visits there were not desired, or worse still, not to be admitted, to be driven from the door by a footman who would well know for what he came. No, come what come might, he would never again go to Grey Abbey, at least not unless he was specially and courteously invited thither by the owner, and then it should be only to marry his ward, and take her from the odious place never to return again. The impudent impostor, continued Frank to himself, to pretend to suspect me, when he was himself hatching his dirty, mercenary, heartless schemes. But the same question recurred. What was to be done? Venting his wrath on Lord Cashel would not get him out of the difficulty. Going was out of the question. Writing was of little use. Could he not send somebody else? Someone who would not be refused admittance to Fanny, and who might at any rate learn what her wishes and feelings were? He did not like making love by deputy, but still, in his present dilemma, he could think of nothing better. But whom was he to send? Bingham Blake was a man of character, and would not make a fool of himself, but he was too young. He would not be able to make his way to Fanny. No, a young unmarried man would not do. Matt Tierney? He was afraid of no one, and always cool and collected. But then Matt was in London. Besides, he was a sort of friend of Kilcullen's. General Bourke? No one could refuse an entree to his venerable grey hairs and polished manner. Besides, his standing in the world was so good, so unexceptionable. But then the chances were he would not go on such an errand. He was too old to be asked to take such a troublesome service, and besides, if asked, it was very probable he would say that he considered Lord Cashel entitled to his ward's obedience. The rector, the Reverend Joseph Armstrong? He must be the man. There was at any rate respectability in his profession, and he had sufficient worldly tact not easily to be thrust aside from his object. The difficulty would be whether he had a coat sufficiently decent to appear in at Grey Abbey. After mature consideration, he made up his mind that the parson should be his ambassador. He would sooner have confided in Bingham Blake, but an unmarried man would not do. No, the parson must be the man. Frank was, unfortunately, but little disposed to act in any case without advice, and in his anxiety to consult someone as to consulting the parson, returned into the house to make a clean breast of it to his mother. He found her in the breakfast-room with the two girls, and the three were holding counsel deep. "Oh, here's Frank," said Sophie. "We'd better tell him all about it at once, and he'll tell us which she'd like best." "We didn't mean to tell you," said Gus, "but I and Sophie are going to work 2 sofas for the drawing-room in Berlin wool, you know. They'll be very handsome. Everybody has them now, you know. They have a splendid pair at Ballyhonus, which Nora and her cousin worked." "But we want to know what pattern would suit Fanny's taste," said Sophie. "Well, you can't know that," said Frank rather pettishly, "so you better please yourselves." "Oh, but you must know what she likes," continued Gus. "I'm for this." And she displayed a pattern showing forth 2 gorgeous macaws, each with plumage of the brightest colours. "The colours are so bright, and the feathers will work in so well." "I don't like anything in worsted work but flowers," said Sophie. "Nora Dillon says she saw 2 most beautiful wreaths at that shop in Grafton Street, both hanging from bars, you know, and that would be so much prettier. I'm sure Fanny would like flowers best, wouldn't she now, Frank? Mamma thinks the common crossbar patterns are nicer for furniture." "Indeed I do, my dear," said Mrs. Kelly, "and you see them much more common now in well-furnished drawing-rooms. But still I'd much sooner have them just what Fanny would like best. Surely, Frank, you must have heard her speak about worsted work." All this completely disconcerted Frank and made him very much out of love with his own plan of consulting his mother. He gave the trio some not very encouraging answer as to their good-natured intentions toward his drawing-room, and again left them alone. "Well, there's nothing for it but to send the parson. I don't think he'll make a fool of himself, but then I know he'll look so shabby. However, here goes." And he mounted his nag and rode off to Ballindine Glebe. The Glebe house was about a couple of miles from Kelly's Court, and it was about 4:30 when Lord Ballindine got there. He knocked at the door, which was wide open, though it was yet only the last day of March, and was told by a remarkably slatternly maidservant that her master was "just after dinner," that he was stepped out, but was about the place, and could be "fetched in at oncet," and would his honour walk in. And so Lord Ballindine was shown into the rectory drawing-room from one side of the passage, alias hall, while the attendant of all work went to announce his arrival in the rectory dining-room on the other side. Here Mrs. Armstrong was sitting among her numerous progeny, securing the debris of the dinner from their rapacious paws, and endeavouring to make 2 very unruly boys consume the portions of fat which had been supplied to them with, as they loudly declared, an unfairly insufficient quantum of lean. As the girl was good-natured enough to leave both doors wide open, Frank had the full advantage of the conversation. "Now, Greg," said the mother, "if you leave your meat that way, I'll have to put it by for you, and you'll have nothing but potatoes till it's 8. "Why, mother, it's nothing but tallow. Look here, you gave me all the outside part." "I'll tell your dada, and see what he'll say, if you call the meat tallow, and you're just as bad, Joe. Worse, if anything. Gracious me, here's a waste. Well, I'll lock it up for you, and you shall both of you eat it tomorrow before you have a bit of anything else." Then followed a desperate fit of coughing. "My poor Minnie," said the mother, "you're just as bad as ever. Why would you go out in the wet grass? Is there none of the black currant jam left?" "No, mother," coughed Minnie, "not a bit." "Greg ate it all," peached Sarah, an elder sister. "I told him not, but he would." "Greg, I'll have you flogged, and you never shall come from school again. What's that you're saying, Mary?" "There's a gentleman in the drawing-room is axing after master." "Gentleman? What gentleman?" asked the lady. "Sorrow and no I know, ma'am. said Mary, who was a new importation. "Only he's a dark, sightly gentleman is come on a horse." "And did you send for the master?" "I did, ma'am. I was out in the yard and bade Patsy go look for him." "It's Nicholas Dillon, I'll bet twopence," said Greg, jumping up to rush into the other room. "He's come about the black colt, I know." "Stay where you are, Greg, and don't go in there with your dirty face and fingers." And after speculating a little longer, the lady went into the drawing-room herself, though, to tell the truth, her own face and fingers were hardly in a state suitable for receiving company. Mrs. Armstrong marched into the drawing-room with something of a stately air to meet the strange gentleman, and there she found her old friend Lord Ballindine. Whoever called at the rectory, and at whatever hour the visit might be made, poor Mrs. Armstrong was sure to apologize for the confusion in which she was found. She had always just got rid of a servant, and could not get another that suited her, or there was some other commonplace reason for her being discovered en déshabillé. However, she managed to talk to Frank for a minute or two, with tolerable volubility, till her eyes happening to dwell on her own hands, which were certainly not as white as a lady's should be, she became a little uncomfortable and embarrassed, tried to hide them in her drapery, then remembered that she had on her morning slippers, which were rather the worse for wear, and feeling too much ashamed of her tout ensemble to remain, hurried out of the room, saying that she would go and see where Armstrong could possibly have got himself to. She did not appear again to Lord Ballindine. Poor Mrs. Armstrong, though she looked so little like one, she had been brought up as a lady, carefully and delicately, and her lot was the more miserable, for she knew how lamentable were her present deficiencies. When she married a poor curate, having herself only a few £100 fortune, she had made up her mind to a life of comparative poverty, but she had meant even in her poverty to be decent, respectable, and ladylike. Weak health, 9 children, an improvident husband, and an income so lamentably ill-suited to her wants, had, however, been too much for her, and she had degenerated into a slatternly, idle scold. In a short time the parson came in from his farm, rusty and muddy, rusty from his clerical dress, muddy from his farming occupations, and Lord Ballindine went into the business of his embassy. He remembered, however, how plainly he had heard the threats about the uneaten fat, and not wishing the household to hear all he had to say respecting Fanny Wyndham, he took the parson out into the road before the house, and walking up and down unfolded his proposal. Mr. Armstrong expressed extreme surprise at the nature of the mission on which he was to be sent. Secondly, at the necessity of such a mission at all. And thirdly, lastly, and chiefly, at the enormous amount of the heiress's fortune, to lose which he declared would be an unpardonable sin on Lord Ballandine's part. He seemed to be not at all surprised that Lord Cashel should wish to secure so much money in his own family, nor did he at all participate in the unmeasured reprobation with which Frank loaded the worthy Earl's name. £130,000 would justify anything, and he thought of his 9 poor children, his poor wife, his poor home, his poor 200 a year, and his poor self. He calculated that so very rich a lady would most probably have some interest in the church, which she could not but exercise in his favour if he were instrumental in getting her married, and he determined to go. Then the difficult question as to the wardrobe occurred to him. Besides, he had no money for the road. Those, however, were minor evils to be got over, and he expressed himself willing to undertake the embassy. "But, my dear Ballindine, what is it I'm to do?" said he. "Of course, you know, I'd do anything for you, as of course I ought, anything that ought to be done. But what is it exactly you wish me to say?" "You see, Armstrong, that pettifogging schemer told me he didn't wish me to come to his house again, and I wouldn't, even for Fanny Wyndham, force myself into any man's house. He would not let me see her when I was there, and I could not press it, because her brother was only just dead. So I'm obliged to take her refusal second hand. Now, I don't believe she ever sent the message he gave me. I think he has made her believe that I'm deserting and ill-treating her, and in this way she may be piqued and tormented into marrying Kilcullen." "I see it now. Upon my word, then, Lord Cashel knows how to play his cards. But if I go to Grey Abbey, I can't see her without seeing him." "Of course not, but I'm coming to that. You see, I have no reason to doubt Fanny's love. She has assured me of it 1,000 times. I wouldn't say so to you, even as it looks like boasting. Only it's necessary. You should know how the land lies. Besides, everybody knew it. All the world knew we were engaged." "Oh, boasting. It's no boasting at all. It would be very little good my going to Grey Abbey if she had not told you so." "Well, I think that if you were to see Lord Cashel and tell him in your own quiet way who you are, that you are rector of Ballindine and my especial friend, that you had come all the way from County Mayo especially to see Miss Wyndham, that you might hear from herself whatever message she had to send to me. If you were to do this, I don't think he would dare to prevent you from seeing her." If he did, of course I would put it to him that you, who were so long received as Miss Wyndham's accepted swain, were at least entitled to so much consideration at her hands, and that I must demand so much on your behalf. Wouldn't that be it, eh?" "Exactly. I see you understand it, as if you'd been at it all your life. Only don't call me her swain." "Well, I'll think of another word. Her beau." "For heaven's sakes, no, that's 10 times worse." "Well, her lover." "That's at any rate English. But say her accepted husband. That'll be true and plain. If you do that, I think you will manage to see her, and then—" "Well then, for that'll be the difficult part." "Oh, when you see her, one simple word will do. Fanny Wyndham loves plain dealing. Merely tell her that Lord Ballindine has not changed his mind, and that he wishes to know from herself, by the mouth of a friend whom he can trust, whether she has changed hers. If she tells you that she has, I would not follow her farther, though she were twice as rich as Croesus. I'm not hunting her for her money, but I am determined that Lord Cashel shall not make us both miserable by forcing her into a marriage with his roué of a son." "Well, Ballindine, I'll go, but mind, you must not blame me if I fail. I'll do the best I can for you." "Of course I won't. When will you be able to start?" "Why, I suppose there's no immediate hurry," said the parson, remembering that the new suit of clothes must be procured. "Oh, but there is. Kilcullen will be there at once, and considering how long it is since I saw Fanny, 3 months, I believe, no time should be lost." "How long is her brother dead?" "Oh, a month, or very near it." "Well, I'll go Monday fortnight. That'll do, won't it?" It was at last agreed that the parson was to start for Grey Abbey on the Monday week following, that he was to mention to no one where he was going, that he was to tell his wife that he was going on business he was not allowed to talk about. She would be a very meek woman if she rested satisfied with that, and that he was to present himself at Grey Abbey on the following Wednesday. "And now," said the parson, with some little hesitation, "my difficulty commences. We country rectors are never rich, but when we've 9 children, Ballindine, it's rare to find us with money in our pockets. You must advance me a little cash for the emergencies of the road." "My dear fellow, of course the expense must be my own. I'll send you down a note between this and then. I haven't enough about me now. Or stay, I'll give you a cheque." And he turned into the house and wrote him a cheque for £20. "That'll get the coat into the bargain," thought the rector, as he rather uncomfortably shuffled the bit of paper into his pocket. He had still a gentleman's dislike to be paid for his services, but then necessity, how stern she is! He literally could not have gone without it. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of The Kellys and the O'Kellys by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 27. Mr. Lynch's Last Resource. On the following morning, Lord Ballindine, as he had appointed to do, drove over to Dunmore to settle with Martin about the money, and, if necessary, to go with him to the attorney's office in Chewham. Martin had as yet given Daly no answer respecting Barry Lynch's last proposal, and though poor Anty's health had made it hardly necessary that any answer should be given, still Lord Ballindine had promised to see the attorney if Martin thought it necessary. The family were all in great confusion that morning, for Anty was very bad, worse than she had ever been. She was in a paroxysm of fever, was raving in delirium, and in such a state that Martin and his sister were occasionally obliged to hold her in bed. Sally, the old servant, had been in the room for a considerable time during the morning, standing at the foot of the bed with a big teapot in her hand, and begging in a whining voice from time to time that Miss Anty, God bless her, might get a drink of tea. But as she had been of no other service, and as the widow thought it well that she should not hear what Anty said in her raving, she had been desired to go downstairs, and was sitting over the fire. She had fixed the big teapot among the embers, and held a slop bowl of tea in her lap, discoursing to Nelly, who, with her hair somewhat more than ordinarily dishevelled, in a token of grief for Anty's illness, was seated on a low stool nursing a candlestick. "Well, Nelly," said the prophetic Sally, boding evil in her anger, for considering how long she had been in the family, she had thought herself entitled to hear Anty's ravings. "Mind, I tell ye, good won't come of this. The Virgin protect us from all harm. It never were lucky to have strangers dying in the house." "But sure Miss Anty's no stranger." "Fegs, then her words must be strange enough when the likes of me wouldn't be let hear 'em. No, but what I did hear, as how I could help it. There'll be no good come of it. Who's to be axed to the wake, I'd like to know?" "Axed to the wake, is it? Why, sure, won't there be rations of eating and lashings of drinking? The mistress isn't the woman to spare, and such a friend as Miss Anty dead in the house. Let 'em ax who they like." You're a fool, Nelly. Ax whom they like. That's easy said. Is they to ax Barry Lynch, or is they to let it alone and put the sister into the sod without a word said to him about it? God be betwixt us and all evil. And she took a long pull at the slop bowl, and as the liquid flowed down her throat, she gradually threw back her head till the top of her mop cap was flattened against the side of the wide fireplace, and the bowl was turned bottom upwards, so that the half-melted brown sugar might trickle into her mouth. She then gave a long sigh, and repeated that difficult question, "Who is they to ax to the wake?" It was too much for Nelly to answer. She re-echoed the sigh, and more closely embraced the candlestick. "Besides, Nelly, who'll have the money when she's gone? And she's nigh that already. The Blessed Virgin guide and protect her. We'll get all her money. Why won't Mr. Martin? Sure as they as good as man and wife, all as one." "That's it. They'll be fighting and tearing and tattering about that money, the two young men will, you'll see. There'll be lawyering and magistrates' work and factions and fightings at fairs. And then, as in course the Lynches can't hold their own agin the Kellys, there'll be underhand blows and blood and murder. You'll see else." "Glory be to God," involuntarily prayed Nelly at the thought suggested by Sally's powerful eloquence. "There will, I tell ye," continued Sally, again draining the teapot into the bowl. "Sore will I, I'm telling you." And then in a low whisper across the fire, "Didn't I see just now Miss Anty catch a hold of Mr. Martin, as though she'd never let him go again, and bid him for dear mercy's sake have a care of Barry Lynch? Sure, I knowed what that meant. And then, didn't he try and do for herself with his own hands? Didn't Biddy say she'd swear she'd heard him say he'd do it? And if he wouldn't boggle about his own sister, it's a little he'd mind what he'd do to an out-and-out enemy like Mr. Martin." "Weren't that a knock at the hall door, Sally?" "Run and see, girl. Maybe it's the doctor back again, only mostly he don't mind knocking much." Nelly went to the door and opened it to Lord Ballindine, who had left his gig in charge of his servant. He asked for Martin, who in a short time joined him in the parlour. "This is a dangerous place for your lordship now," said he. "The fever is so bad in the house. Thank God nobody seems to have taken it yet, but there's no knowing." "Is she still so bad, Martin?" "Worse than ever, a dale worse. I don't think it'll last long now. Another bout such as this last will about finish it. But I won't keep your lordship. I've managed about the money." And the necessary writing was gone through, and the cash was handed to Lord Ballindine. "You've given over all thoughts then about Lynch's offer, eh, Martin? I suppose you've done with all that now?" "Quite done with it, my lord, and done with fortune hunting too. I've seen enough this last time back to cure me altogether. At least I hope so." "She doesn't mean to make any will, then?" "Why, she wishes to make one, but I doubt whether she'll ever be able." And then Martin gave his landlord an account of all that Anty had said about her will, her wishes as to the property, her desire to leave something to him, Martin, and his sisters. And last he repeated the strong injunctions which Anty had given him respecting her poor brother, and her assurance, so full of affection, that had she lived she would have done her best to make him happy as her husband. Lord Ballindine was greatly affected. He warmly shook hands with Martin, told him how highly he thought of his conduct, and begged him to take care that Anty had the gratification of making her will as she desired to do. "The fact," Lord Ballindine said, "of your being named in the will as her executor will give you more control over Barry than anything else could do." He then proposed at once to go himself to Chewham, and explain to Daly what it was Miss Lynch wished him to do. This Lord Ballindine did, and the next day the will was completed. For a week or 10 days Anty remained in much the same condition. After each attack of fever it was expected that she would perish from weakness and exhaustion, but she still held on, and then the fever abated, and Dr. Colligan thought that it was possible she might recover. She was, however, so dreadfully emaciated and worn out, there was so little vitality left in her, that he would not encourage more than the faintest hope. Anty herself was too weak either to hope or to fear, and the women of the family, who from continual attendance knew how very near to death she was, would hardly allow themselves to think that she could recover. There were 2 persons, however, who, from the moment of her amendment, felt an inward sure conviction of her convalescence. They were Martin and Barry. To the former this feeling was of course one of unalloyed delight. He went over to Kelly's Court and spoke there of his betrothed, as though she were already sitting up and eating mutton chops, was congratulated by the young ladies on his approaching nuptials, and sauntered round the Kelly's Court shrubberies with Frank, talking over his future prospects, asking advice about this and that, and propounding the pros and cons on that difficult question, whether he would live at Dunmore or build a house at Tonero for himself and Anty. With Barry, however, the feeling was very different. He was again going to have his property wrenched from him. He was again to suffer the pangs he had endured when first he learned the purport of his father's will. After clutching the fruit for which he had striven, as even he himself felt, so basely, it was again to be torn from him so cruelly. He had been horribly anxious for a termination to Anty's sufferings, horribly impatient to feel himself possessor of the whole. From day to day, and sometimes 2 or 3 times a day, he had seen Dr. Colligan and inquired how things were going on. He had especially enjoined that worthy man to come up after his morning call at the inn and get a glass of sherry at Dunmore House, and the doctor had very generally done so. For some time Barry endeavoured to throw the veil of brotherly regard over the true source of his anxiety, but the veil was much too thin to hide what it hardly covered, and Barry, as he got intimate with the doctor, all but withdrew it altogether. When Barry would say, "Well, doctor, how is she today?" and then remark, in answer to the doctor's statement that she was very bad, "Well, I suppose it can't last much longer, but it's very tedious, isn't it, poor thing?" It was plain enough that the brother was not longing for the sister's recovery, and then he would go a little further and remark that, if the poor thing was to go, it would be better for all she went at once, and expressed an opinion that he was rather ill-treated by being kept so very long in suspense. Dr. Colligan ought to have been shocked at this, and so he was at first to a certain extent, but he was not a man of a very high tone of feeling. He had so often heard of heirs to estates longing for the death of the proprietors of them, he had so often seen relatives callous and indifferent at the loss of those who ought to have been dear to them, it seemed so natural to him that Barry should want the estate, that he gradually got accustomed to his impatient inquiries, and listened to and answered them without disgust. He fell, too, into a kind of intimacy with Barry. He liked his daily glass, or 3 or 4 glasses, of sherry, and besides it was a good thing for him to stand well in a professional point of view with a man who had the best house in the village, and who would soon have 800 a year. If Barry showed his impatience and discontent as long as the daily bulletins told him that Anty was still alive, though dying, it may easily be imagined that he did not hide his displeasure when he first heard that she was alive and better. His brow grew very black, his cheeks flushed, the drops of sweat stood on his forehead, and he said, speaking through his closed teeth, "Damn it, doctor, you don't mean to tell me she's recovering now?" "I don't say, Mr. Lynch, whether she is or no, but it's certain the fever has left her. She's very weak indeed. I never knew a person to be alive and have less life in him, but the fever has left her, and there certainly is hope." "Hope," said Barry. "Why, you told me she couldn't live." "I don't say she will, Mr. Lynch, but I say she may. Of course we must do what we can for her." And the doctor took his sherry and went his way. How horrible then was the state of Barry's mind! For a time he was absolutely stupefied with despair. He stood fixed on the spot where the doctor had left him, realizing, bringing home to himself, the tidings which he had heard. His sister to rise again as though it were from the dead, to push him off his stool. Was he to fall again into that horrid low abyss in which even the Chewham attorney had scorned him, in which he had even invited that odious huckster's son to marry his sister and live in his house? What! Was he again to be reduced to poverty, to want, to despair, by her whom he so hated? Could nothing be done? Something must be done. She should not be, could not be, allowed to leave that bed of sickness alive. "There must be an end of her," he muttered through his teeth, "or she'll drive me mad." And then he thought how easily he might have smothered her as she lay there clasping his hand with no one but themselves in the room, and as the thought crossed his brain his eyes nearly started from his head. The sweat ran down his face. He clutched the money in his trousers pocket till the coin left an impression on his flesh, and he gnashed his teeth till his jaws ached with his own violence. But then, in that sick room, he had been afraid of her. He could not have touched her then for the wealth of the Bank of England. But now... The devil sat within him, and revelled with full dominion over his soul. There was then no feeling left akin to humanity to give him one chance of escape. There was no glimmer of pity, no shadow of remorse, no sparkle of love, even though of a degraded kind, no hesitation in the will for crime, which might yet by God's grace lead to its eschewal. All there was black, foul, and deadly, ready for the devil's deadliest work. Murder crouched there, ready to spring, yet afraid, cowardly, but too thirsty after blood to heed its own fears. Theft, low, pilfering, pettifogging theft, avarice, lust, and impotent, scalding hatred. Controlled by these, the black blood rushed quick to and from his heart, filling him with sensual desires below the passions of a brute, but denying him one feeling or one appetite for aught that was good or even human. Again the next morning the doctor was questioned with intense anxiety. Was she going? Was she drooping? Had yesterday's horrid doubts raised only a false alarm? It was utterly beyond Barry's power to make any attempt at concealment, even of the most shallow kind. "Well, doctor, is she dying yet?" was the brutal question he put. "She is, if anything, rather stronger," answered the doctor, shuddering involuntarily at the open expression of Barry's atrocious wish, yet taking his glass of wine. "The devil she is!" muttered Barry, throwing himself into an armchair. He sat there some little time, and the doctor also sat down, said nothing, but continued sipping his wine. "In the name of mercy, what must I do?" said Barry, speaking more to himself than to the other. "Why, you've enough, Mr. Lynch, without hers. You can do well enough without it." "Enough? Would you think you had enough if you were robbed of more than half of all you have?" "Half indeed," he shouted. "I may say all at once. I don't believe there's a man in Ireland would bear it, nor will I." Again there was silence, but still, somehow Colligan seemed to stay longer than usual. Every now and then Barry would for a moment look full in his face and almost instantly drop his eyes again. He was trying to mature future plan, bringing into shape thoughts which had occurred to him in a wild way at different times, proposing to himself schemes with which his brain had been long loaded, but which he had never resolved on, which he had never made palpable and definite. One thing he found sure and certain. On one point he was able to become determined. He could not do it alone. He must have an assistant. He must buy someone's aid, and again he looked at Colligan, and again his eyes fell. There was no encouragement there, but there was no discouragement. Why did he stay there so long? Why did he so slowly sip that third glass of wine? Was he waiting to be asked? Was he ready, willing, to be bought? There must be something in his thoughts. He must have some reason for sitting there so long and so silent, without speaking a word or taking his eyes off the fire. Barry had all but made up his mind to ask the aid he wanted, but he felt that he was not prepared to do so, that he should quiver and shake, that he could not then carry it through. He felt that he wanted spirit to undertake his own part in the business, much less to inspire another with the will to assist him in it. At last he rose abruptly from his chair and said, "Will you dine with me today, Colligan? I'm so down in the mouth, so deucedly hipped. It would be charity." "Well," said Colligan, "I don't care if I do. I must go down to your sister in the evening, and I shall be near her here." "Yes, of course you'll be near her here, as you say. Come at 6 then. By the by, couldn't you go to Anty first, so that we won't be disturbed over our punch?" "I must see her the last thing about 9, but I can look up again afterwards for a minute or so. I don't stay long with her now. It's better not." "Well then, you'll be here at 6. "Yes, 6 sharp." And at last the doctor got up and went away. It was odd that Dr. Colligan should have sat thus long. It showed a great want of character and of good feeling in him. He should never have become intimate or even have put up with a man expressing such wishes as those which so often fell from Barry's lips. But he was entirely innocent of the thoughts which Barry attributed to him. It had never even occurred to him that Barry, bad as he was, would wish to murder his sister. No. Bad, heedless, sensual as Dr. Colligan might be, Barry was 1,000 fathoms deeper in iniquity than he. As soon as he had left the room, the other uttered a long, deep sigh. It was a great relief to him to be alone. He could now collect his thoughts, mature his plans, and finally determine. He took his usual remedy in his difficulties, a glass of brandy, and going out into the garden, walked up and down the gravel walk almost unconsciously for above an hour. Yes, he would do it. He would not be a coward. The thing had been done 1,000 times before. Hadn't he heard of it over and over again? Besides, Colligan's manner was an assurance to him that he would not boggle at such a job. But then, of course, he must be paid, and Barry began to calculate how much he must offer for the service, and when the service should be performed, how he might avoid the fulfillment of his portion of the bargain. He went in and ordered the dinner, filled the spirit decanters, opened a couple of bottles of wine, and then walked out again. In giving his orders and doing the various little things with which he had to keep himself employed, everybody and everything seemed strange to him. He hardly knew what he was about, and felt almost as though he were in a dream. He had quite made up his mind as to what he would do. His resolution was fixed to carry it through. But still there was the but. How was he to open it to Dr. Colligan? He walked up and down the gravel path for a long time, thinking of this, or rather trying to think of it, for his thoughts would fly away to all manner of subjects, and he continually found himself harping on some trifle connected with Anty, but wholly irrespective of her death, some little thing that she had done for him, or ought to have done, something she had said a long time ago and which he had never thought of till now, something she had worn, and which at the time he did not even know that he had observed, and as often as he found his mind thus wandering, he would start off at a quicker pace and again endeavour to lay out a line of conduct for the evening. At last, however, he came to the conclusion that it would be better to trust to the chapter of chances. There was one thing, or rather two things, he could certainly do. He could make the doctor half drunk before he opened on the subject, and he would take care to be in the same state himself. So he walked in and sat still before the fire, for the 2 long remaining hours which intervened before the clock struck 6. It was about noon when the doctor left him, and during those 6 long solitary hours no one feeling of remorse had entered his breast. He had often doubted, hesitated as the practicability of his present plan, but not once had he made the faintest effort to overcome the wish to have the deed done. There was not one moment in which he would not most willingly have had his sister's blood upon his hands, upon his brain, upon his soul, could he have willed and accomplished her death without making himself liable to the penalties of the law. At length Dr. Colligan came, and Barry made a great effort to appear unconcerned and in good humour. "And how is she now, doctor?" he said, as they sat down to the table. "Is it Anty? Why, I didn't mean to see her since I was here this morning till 9 o'clock. "Oh, true, so you were saying. I forgot. Well, will you take a glass of wine?" And Barry filled his own glass quite full. He drank his wine at dinner like a glutton, who had only a short time allowed him, and wished during that time to swallow as much as possible, and he tried to hurry his companion in the same manner. But the doctor didn't choose to have wine forced down his throat. He wished to enjoy himself, and remonstrated against Barry's violent hospitality. At last dinner was over, the things were taken away, they both drew their chairs over the fire and began the business of the evening, the making and consumption of punch. Barry had determined to begin upon the subject which lay so near his heart. At 8 o'clock. He had thought it better to fix an exact hour, and had calculated that the whole matter might be completed before Colligan went over to the inn. He kept continually looking at his watch, and gulping down his drink, and thinking over and over again how he would begin the conversation. "You're very comfortable here, Lynch," said the doctor, stretching his long legs before the fire, and putting his dirty boots upon the fender. "Yes, indeed," said Barry, not knowing what the other was saying. "All you want's a wife, and you'll have as warm a house as there is in Galway. You'll be marrying soon, I suppose." "Well, I wouldn't wonder if I did." "You don't take your punch. There's brandy there if you like it better than whiskey." "This is very good, thank you. Couldn't be better. You haven't much land in your own hands, have you?" "Why, no, I don't think I have. What's that you're saying? Land? No, not much. If there's a thing I hate, it's farming." "Well, upon my word, you're wrong. I don't see what else a gentleman has to do in the country. I wish to goodness I could give up the gallipots and farm a few acres of my own land. There's nothing I wish so much as to get a bit of land. Indeed, I've been looking out for it, but it's so difficult to get." Up to this, Barry had hardly listened to what the doctor had been saying, but now he was all attention. "So that is to be his price," thought he to himself. "He'll cost me dear, but I suppose he must have it." Barry looked at his watch. It was near 8 o'clock, but he seemed to feel that all he had drank had had no effect on him. It had not given him the usual pluck. It had not given him the feeling of reckless assurance which he mistook for courage and capacity. "If you've a mind to be a tenant of mine, Colligan, I'll keep a look-out for you. The land's crowded now, but there's a lot of them cottier devils I mean to send to the right about. They do the estate no good, and I hate the sight of them. But you know how the property's placed, and while Anty's in this wretched state, of course I can do nothing." "Will you bear it in mind, though, Lynch? When a bit of land does fall into your hands, I should be glad to be your tenant. I'm quite in earnest, and should take it as a great favour." "I'll not forget it." And then he remained silent for a minute. What an opportunity this was for him to lose! Colligan so evidently wished to be bribed, so clearly showed what the price was which was to purchase him. But still he could not ask the fatal question. Again he sat silent for a while, till he looked at his watch and found it was 8:15. "Never fear," he said, referring to the farm. "You shall have it, and it shall not be the worst land on the estate that I'll give you. You may be sure, for upon my soul I have a great regard for you. I have indeed." The doctor thanked him for his good opinion. "Oh, I'm not blarneying you, upon my soul I'm not. That's not the way with me at all, and when you know me better you'll say so. And you may be sure you shall have the farm by Michaelmas." And then, in a voice which he tried to make as unconcerned as possible, he continued, "By the by, Colligan, when do you think this affair of Anty's will be over? It's the devil and all for a man not to know when he'll be his own master." "Oh, you mustn't calculate on your sister's property at all now," said the other, in an altered voice. "I tell you, it's very probable she may recover." This again silenced Barry, and he let the time go by till the doctor took up his hat to go down to his patient. "You'll not be long, I suppose," said Barry. "Well, it's getting late," said Colligan, "and I don't think I'll be coming back tonight." "Oh, but you will. Indeed you must. You promised you would, and I want to hear how she goes on." Well, I'll just come up, but I won't stay, for I promised Mrs. Colligan I'd be home early. This was always the doctor's excuse when he wished to get away. He never allowed his domestic promises to draw him home when there was anything to induce him to stay abroad, but to tell the truth, he was getting rather sick of his companion. The doctor took his hat and went to his patient. He'll not be above 10 minutes, or at any rate a quarter of an hour, thought Barry, and then I must do it. How he sucked it all in about the farm. That's the trap, certainly. And he stood leaning with his back against the mantelpiece and his coat laps hanging over his arm, waiting for and yet fearing the moment of the doctor's return. It seemed an age since he went. Barry looked at his watch almost every minute. It was 20 minutes past 9, 25, 30, 40, 3/4 of an hour. By heaven, said he, the man is not coming. He's going to desert me, and I shall be ruined. Why the deuce didn't I speak out when the man was here? At last his ear caught the sound of the doctor's heavy foot on the gravel outside the door, and immediately afterwards the doorbell was rung. Barry hastily poured out a glass of raw spirits and swallowed it. He then threw himself into his chair, and Dr. Colligan again entered the room. What a time you've been, Colligan. Why, I thought you weren't coming at all tonight. Now, Terry, some hot water, and mind you look sharp about it. Well, how's Anty tonight? Weak, very weak, but mending, I think. The disease won't kill her now. The only thing is whether the cure will. Well, doctor, you can't expect me to be very anxious about it. Unfortunately, we had never any reason to be proud of Anty, and it would be humbug in me to pretend that I wish she should recover, to rob me of what you know I've every right to consider my own. Terry brought the hot water in and left the room. Well, I can't say you do appear very anxious about it. I'll just swallow one dandy of punch and then I'll go home. I'm later now than I meant to be. Nonsense, man. The idea of your being in a hurry, when everybody knows that a doctor can never tell how long he may be kept in a sick room. But come now, tell the truth. Put yourself in my condition. Do you mean to say that you'd be very anxious that Anty should recover? Would you like your own sister to rise from her deathbed to rob you of everything you have? For by heaven it is robbery, nothing less. She's so stiff-necked that there's no making any arrangement with her. I've tried everything, fair means and foul, and nothing will do but she must go and marry that low young Kelly, just so immeasurably beneath her, you know, and of course only scheming for her money. Put yourself in my place, I say, and tell me fairly what your own wishes would be. I was always fond of my brothers and sisters, answered the doctor, and we couldn't well rob each other, for none of us had a penny to lose. That's a different thing, but just supposing you were exactly in my shoes at this moment, do you mean to tell me that you'd be glad she should get well? That you'd be glad she should be able to deprive you of your property, disgrace your family, drive you from your own home, and make your life miserable forever after? Upon my soul, I can't say, but good night now, you're getting excited, and I've finished my drops of punch. Ah, nonsense, man, sit down, I've something in earnest I want to say to you. And Barry got up and prevented the doctor from leaving the room. Colligan had gone so far as to put on his hat and greatcoat, and now sat down again without taking them off. You and I, Colligan, are men of the world, and too wide awake for all the old woman's nonsense people talk. What can I, or what could you in my place, care for a half-cracked old maid like Anty, who's better dead than alive, for her own sake and everybody else's, unless it is some scheming ruffian like young Kelly there, who wants to make money by her? I'm not asking you to care for her, only if those are your ideas, it's as well not to talk about them for appearance sake. Appearance sake? There's nothing makes me so sick as for two men like you and me who know what's what, to be talking about appearance sake, like two confounded parsons, whose business it is to humbug everybody, and themselves into the bargain. I tell you what, had my father, bad luck to him for an old rogue, not made such a will as he did, I'd have treated Anty as well as any parson of 'em all would treat an old maid of a sister. But I'm not going to have her put over my head in this way. Come, doctor, confound all humbug. I say it openly to you, to please me. Anty must never come out of that bed alive. As if your wishes could make any difference. If it is to be so, she'll die, poor creature, without your saying much about it. But maybe, and it's very likely too, she'll be alive and strong after the two of us are under the sod. Well, if it must be so, it must. But what I wanted to say to you is this. While you're away, I was thinking about what you said of the farm, of being a tenant of mine, you know. We can talk about that another time, said the doctor, who began to feel an excessive wish to be out of the house. There's no time like the present, when I've got it on my mind, and if you'll wait, I can settle it all for you tonight. I was telling you that I hate farming, and so I do. There are 30 or 35 acres of land about the house, and lying round to the back of the town. You shall take them off my hands, and welcome." This was too good an offer to be resisted, and Colligan said he would take the land with many thanks, if the rent in any way suited him. "We'll not quarrel about that, you may be sure, Colligan," continued Barry. "And as I said 50 acres at first, it was 50 acres I think you were saying you wished for, I'll not balk you, and go back from my own word. What you have yourself round the house will be enough, only I'm thinking the rent will be too high." "It shall not, it shall be low enough. And as I was saying, you shall have the remainder at the same price immediately after Michaelmas, as soon as ever those devils are ejected." "Well," said Colligan, who was now really interested, "what's the figure?" Barry had been looking steadfastly at the fire during the whole conversation up to this, playing with the poker and knocking the coals about. He was longing to look into the other's face, but he did not dare. Now, however, was his time. It was now or never. He took one furtive glance at the doctor, and saw that he was really anxious on the subject, that his attention was fixed. "The figure," said he. "The figure should not trouble you, if you had no one but me to deal with. But there'll be Anty, confound her, putting her fist into this, and every other plan of mine." "I'd better deal with the agent, I'm thinking," said Colligan. "So, good night." "You'll find you'd a deal better be dealing with me. You'll never find an easier fellow to deal with, or one who'll put a better thing in your way." Colligan again sat down. He couldn't quite make Barry out. He suspected he was planning some iniquity, but he couldn't tell what, and he remained silent, looking full into the other's face, till he should go on. Barry winced under the look and hesitated, but at last he screwed himself up to the point and said, "One word between two friends is as good as 1,000. If Anty dies of this bout, you shall have the 50 acres, with a lease for perpetuity, at 6 an acre. Come, that's not a high figure, I think." "What?" said Colligan, apparently not understanding him. "A lease for perpetuity at how much an acre?" 6 a penny, a peppercorn, just anything you please. But it's all on Anty's dying. While she's alive, I can do nothing for the best friend I have." "By the God Almighty above us," said the doctor, almost in a whisper, "I believe the wretched man means to murder her, his own sister." "Murder? Who talked or said a word of murder?" said Barry with a hoarse and croaking voice. "Isn't she dying as she is? And isn't she better dead than alive? It's only just not taking so much trouble to keep the life in her. You're so exceeding clever, you know." And he made a ghastly attempt at smiling. "With any other doctor, she'd have been dead long since. Leave her to herself a little, and the farm's your own, and I'm sure there'll have been nothing at all like murder between us." "By heavens, he does!" And Colligan rose quickly from his seat. "He means to have her murdered, and he thinks to make me do the deed. Why, you vile, thieving, murdering reptile!" And as he spoke, the doctor seized him by the throat, and shook him violently in his strong grasp. "Who told you I was a fit person for such a plan? Who told you to come to me for such a deed? Who told you I would sell my soul for your paltry land?" And he continued grasping Barry's throat till he was black in the face and nearly choked. "Merciful heavens, that I should have sat here and listened to such a scheme! Take care of yourself," said he, and he threw him violently backwards over the chairs. "If you're to be found in Connacht tomorrow, or in Ireland the next day, I'll hang you." And so saying, he hurried out of the room and went home. "Well," thought he on his road, "I have heard of such men as that before, and I believe that when I was young I read of such, but I never expected to meet so black a villain. What had I better do? If I go and swear an information before a magistrate, there'll be nothing but my word and his. Besides, he said nothing that the law could take hold of, and yet I oughtn't to let it pass. At any rate, I'll sleep on it." And so he did, but it was not for a long time, for the recollection of Barry's hideous proposal kept him awake. Barry lay sprawling among the chairs, till the sound of the hall door closing told him that his guest had gone, when he slowly picked himself up and sat down upon the sofa. Colligan's last words were ringing in his ear. "If you're found in Ireland the next day, I'll hang you." Hang him? And had he really given anyone the power to speak to him in such language as that? After all, what had he said? He had not even whispered a word of murder. He had only made an offer of what he would do if Anty should die. Besides, no one but themselves had heard even that, and then his thoughts went off to another train. "Who'd have thought?" he said to himself. "The man was such a fool. He meant it at first as well as I did myself. I'm sure he did. He'd never have caught as he did about the farm else, only he got afraid, the confounded fool. As for hanging, I'll let him know. It's just as easy for me to tell a story, I suppose, as it is for him." And then Barry, too, dragged himself up to bed and cursed himself to sleep. His waking thoughts, however, were miserable enough. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of The Kellys and the O'Kellys by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 28. Fanny Wyndham Rebels. We will now return to Grey Abbey, Lord Cashel, and that unhappy love-sick heiress, his ward, Fanny Wyndham. Affairs there had taken no turn to give increased comfort either to the Earl or to his niece, during the month which succeeded the news of young Harry Wyndham's death. The former still adhered with fixed pertinacity of purpose to the matrimonial arrangement which he had made with his son. Circumstances indeed rendered it even much more necessary in the Earl's eyes than it had appeared to be when he first contemplated this scheme for releasing himself from his son's pecuniary difficulties. He had, as the reader will remember, advanced a very large sum of money to Lord Kilcullen, to be repaid out of Fanny Wyndham's fortune. This money Lord Kilcullen had certainly appropriated in the manner intended by his father, but it had anything but the effect of quieting the creditors. The payments were sufficiently large to make the whole hungry crew hear that his lordship was paying his debts, but not at all sufficient to satisfy their craving. Indeed, nearly the whole went in liquidation of turf engagements and gambling debts. The Jews, moneylenders, and tradesmen merely heard that money was going from Lord Kilcullen's pocket, but with all their exertions they got very little of it themselves. Consequently, claims of all kinds, bills, duns, remonstrances, and threats, poured in not only upon the son but also upon the father. The latter, it is true, was not in his own person liable for one penny of them, nor could he well, on his own score, be said to be an embarrassed man. But he was not the less uneasy. He had determined, if possible, to extricate his son once more, and as a preliminary step had himself already raised a large sum of money, which it would much trouble him to pay, and he, moreover, as he frequently said to Lord Kilcullen, would not and could not pay another penny for the same purpose until he saw a tolerably sure prospect of being repaid out of his ward's fortune. He was therefore painfully anxious on the subject, anxious not only that the matter should be arranged, but that it should be done at once. It was plain that Lord Kilcullen could not remain in London, for he would be arrested. The same thing would happen at Grey Abbey if he were to remain there long without settling his affairs. And if he were once to escape his creditors by going abroad, there would be no such thing as getting him back again. Lord Cashel saw no good reason why there should be any delay. Harry Wyndham was dead above a month, and Fanny was evidently grieving more for the loss of her lover than that of her brother. She naturally felt alone in the world, and as Lord Cashel thought, one young viscount would be just as good as another. The advantages, too, were much in favour of his son. He would one day be an earl and possess Grey Abbey. So great an accession of grandeur, dignity, and rank could not but be, as the earl considered, very delightful to a sensible girl like his ward. The marriage, of course, needn't be much hurried. 4 or 5 months' time would do for that. He was only anxious that they should be engaged, that Lord Kilcullen should be absolutely accepted, Lord Ballindine finally rejected. The Earl certainly felt some scruples of conscience at the sacrifice he was making of his ward, and stronger still respecting his ward's fortune. But he appeased them with the reflection that if his son were a gambler, a roué, and a scamp, Lord Ballindine was probably just as bad, and that if the latter were to spend all Fanny's money, there would be no chance of redemption, whereas he could at any rate settle on his wife a jointure, which would be a full compensation for the loss of her fortune, should she outlive her husband and father-in-law. Besides, he looked on Lord Kilcullen's faults as a father is generally inclined to look on those of a son whom he had not entirely given up, whom he is still striving to redeem. He called his iniquities vices, follies, his licentiousness, love of pleasure, his unprincipled expenditure and extravagance, a want of the knowledge of what money was, and his worst sin of all, because the one least likely to be abandoned, his positive, unyielding, damning selfishness, he called fashion, the fashion of the young men of the day. Poor Lord Cashel! He wished to be honest to his ward, and yet to save his son, and his own pocket at the same time at her expense. He wished to be, in his own estimation, high-minded, honourable, and disinterested, and yet he could not resist the temptation to be generous to his own flesh and blood at the expense of another. The contest within him made him miserable, but the devil and mammon were too strong for him, particularly coming as they did, half hidden, beneath the gloss of parental affection. There was little of the Roman about the Earl, and he could not condemn his own son, so he fumed and fretted and twisted himself about in the easy-chair in his dingy book-room, and passed long hours in trying to persuade himself that it was for Fanny's advantage that he was going to make her Lady Kilcullen. he might have saved himself all his anxiety. Fanny Wyndham had much too strong a mind, much too marked a character of her own, to be made Lady Anything by Lord Anybody. Lord Cashel might possibly prevent her from marrying Frank, especially as she had been weak enough, through ill-founded pique and anger, to lend him her name for dismissing him. But neither he nor anyone else could make her accept one man while she loved another, and while that other was unmarried. Since the interview between Fanny and her uncle and aunt, which has been recorded, she had been nearly as uncomfortable as Lord Cashel, and she had, to a certain extent, made the whole household as much so as herself. Not that there was anything of the killjoy character in Fanny's composition, but that the natural disposition of Grey Abbey and all belonging to it was to be dull, solemn, slow, and respectable. Fanny alone had ever given any life to the place, or made the house tolerable, and her secession to the ranks of the sombre crew was therefore the more remarked. If Fanny moped, all Grey Abbey might figuratively be said to hang down its head. Lady Cashel was, in every sense of the words, continually wrapped up in wools and worsteds. The Earl was always equally ponderous, and the specific gravity of Lady Selina could not be calculated. It was beyond the power of figures, even in algebraic denominations, to describe her moral weight. And now did Fanny mope, and Grey Abbey was triste indeed. Griffiths, in my lady's boudoir, rolled and unrolled those huge white bundles of mysterious fleecy hosiery with more than usually slow and unbroken perseverance. My lady herself bewailed the fermentation among the jam-pots, with a voice that did more than whine. It was almost funereal. As my lord went from breakfast-room to book-room, from book-room to dressing-room, and from dressing-room to dining-room, his footsteps creaked with a sound more deadly than that of a death-watch. The book-room itself had caught a darker gloom. The backs of the books seemed to have lost their gilding, and the mahogany furniture its French polish. There, like a god, Lord Cashel sate alone, throned amid clouds of awful dullness, ruling the world of nothingness around by the silent solemnity of his inertia. Lady Selina was always useful, but with a solid, slow activity, a dignified intensity of heavy perseverance, which made her perhaps more intolerable than her father. She was like some old coaches which we remember, very sure, very respectable, but so tedious, so monotonous, so heavy in their motion, that a man with a spark of mercury in his composition would prefer any danger from a faster vehicle to their horrid, weary, murderous, slow security. Lady Selina from day to day performed her duties in a most uncompromising manner. She knew what was due to her position and from it, and exacted and performed accordingly, with a stiff, steady propriety which made her an awful, if not a hateful creature. One of her daily duties, and one for the performance of which she had unfortunately ample opportunity, was the consolation of Fanny under her troubles. Poor Fanny! How great an aggravation was this to her other miseries! For a considerable time Lady Selina had known nothing of the true cause of Fanny's gloom, for though the two cousins were good friends, as far as Lady Selina was capable of admitting so human a frailty as friendship, still Fanny could not bring herself to make a confidante of her. Her kind, stupid, unpretending old aunt was a much better person to talk to, even though she did arch her eyebrows and shake her head when Lord Ballandine's name was mentioned, and assure her niece that though she had always liked him herself, he could not be good for much because Lord Kilcullen had said so. But Fanny could not well dissemble. She was tormented by Lady Selina's condolements and recommendations of Gibbon, her encomiums on industry and anathemas against idleness. She was so often reminded that weeping would not bring back her brother, nor inactive reflection make his fate less certain, that at last she made her monitor understand that it was about Lord Ballandine's fate that she was anxious, and that it was his coming back which might be affected by weeping, or other measures. Lady Selina was shocked by such feminine girlish weakness, such want of dignity and character, such forgetfulness, as she said to Fanny, of what was due to her own position. Lady Selina was herself unmarried, and not likely to marry. And why had she maintained her virgin state and forgone the blessings of love and matrimony? Because, as she often said to herself, and occasionally said to Fanny, she would not step down from the lofty pedestal on which it had pleased fortune and birth to place her. She learned, however, by degrees to forgive, though she couldn't approve, Fanny's weakness. She remembered that it was a very different thing to be an earl's niece and an earl's daughter, and that the same conduct could not be expected from Fanny Wyndham and Lady Selina Grey. The two were sitting together in one of the Grey Abbey drawing-rooms about the middle of April. Fanny had that morning again been talking to her guardian on the subject nearest to her heart, and had nearly distracted him by begging him to take steps to make Frank understand that a renewal of his visit at Grey Abbey would not be ill received. Lord Cashel at first tried to frighten her out of her project by silence, frowns, and looks. But not finding himself successful, he commenced a long oration, in which he broke down, or rather, which he had to cut up into sundry short speeches, in which he endeavoured to make it appear that Lord Ballandine's expulsion had originated with Fanny herself, and that banished or not banished, the less Fanny had to do with him, the better. His ward, however, declared in a rather tempestuous manner that if she could not see him at Grey Abbey, she would see him elsewhere, and his lordship was obliged to capitulate by promising that if Frank were unmarried in 12 months' time, and Fanny should then still be of the same mind, he would consent to the match and use his influence to bring it about. This by no means satisfied Fanny, but it was all that the Earl would say, and she had now to consider whether she would accept those terms or act for herself. Had she any idea what steps she could with propriety take in opposition to the Earl, she would have withdrawn herself and her fortune from his house and hands, without any scruples of conscience. But what was she to do? She couldn't write to her lover and ask him to come back to her. Whither could she go? She couldn't well set up house for herself. Lady Selina was bending over her writing desk and penning most decorous notes, with a precision of calligraphy which it was painful to witness. She was writing orders to Dublin tradesmen, and each order might have been printed in the Complete Letter Writer as a specimen of the manner in which young ladies should address such correspondence. Fanny had a volume of French poetry in her hand, but had it been Greek prose it would have given her equal occupation and amusement. It had been in her hands half an hour, and she had not read a line. "Fanny," said Lady Selina, raising up her thin red spiral tresses from her desk, and speaking in a firm, decided tone, as if well assured of the importance of the question she was going to put. "Don't you want some things from Ellis's?" "From where, Selina?" said Fanny, slightly starting. "From Ellis's," repeated Lady Selina. "Oh, the man in Grafton Street. No, thank you." And Fanny returned to her thoughts. "Surely you do, Fanny," said her ladyship. "I'm sure you want black crape. You were saying so on Friday last." "Was I?" "Yes, I think I do. It'll do another time, Selina. Never mind now." "You had better have it in the parcel he will send to-morrow. If you'll give me the pattern and tell me how much you want, I'll write for it." "Thank you, Selina. You're very kind, but I won't mind it to-day." "How very foolish of you, Fanny. You know you want it, and then you'll be annoyed about it. You'd better let me order it with the other things." "Very well, dear. Order it then for me." "How much will you want? You must send the pattern too, you know." "Indeed, Selina, I don't care about having it at all. I can do very well without it, so don't mind troubling yourself." "How very ridiculous, Fanny. You know you want black crape, and you must get it from Ellis's." Lady Selina paused for a reply, and then added in a voice of sorrowful rebuke, "It's to save yourself the trouble of sending Jane for the pattern." "Well, Selina, perhaps it is. Don't bother me about it now, there's a dear. I'll be more myself by and by. But indeed, I'm neither well nor happy now." "Not well, Fanny? What ails you?" "Oh, nothing ails me. That is, nothing in the doctor's way. I didn't mean I was ill." "You said you weren't well, and people usually mean by that they are ill." "But I didn't mean it," said Fanny, becoming almost irritated. "I only meant—" And she paused and did not finish her sentence. Lady Selina wiped her pen in her scarlet-embroidered pen-wiper, closed the lid of her patent inkstand, folded a piece of blotting paper over the note she was writing, pushed back the ruddy ringlets from her contemplative forehead, gave a slight sigh, and turned herself towards her cousin, with the purpose of commencing a vigorous lecture and cross-examination, by which she hoped to exorcise the spirit of lamentation from Fanny's breast, and restore her to a healthful activity in the performance of this world's duties. Fanny felt what was coming. She could not fly, so she closed her book and her eyes and prepared herself for endurance. "Fanny," said Lady Selina, in a voice which was intended to be both severe and sorrowful, "you are giving way to very foolish feelings in a very foolish way. You are preparing great unhappiness for yourself, and allowing your mind to waste itself in uncontrolled sorrow in a manner which cannot but be ruinously injurious. My dear Fanny, why don't you do something? Why don't you occupy yourself? You've given up your work. You've given up your music. You've given up everything in the shape of reading. How long, Fanny, will you go on in this sad manner?" Lady Selina paused, but as Fanny did not immediately reply, she continued her speech. "I've begged you to go on with your reading, because nothing but mental employment will restore your mind to its proper tone. I'm sure I've brought you the second volume of Gibbon 20 times, but I don't believe you've read a chapter this month back. How long will you allow yourself to go on in this sad manner?" "Not long, Selina. As you say, I'm sad enough." But is it becoming in you, Fanny, to grieve in this way for a man whom you yourself rejected because he was unworthy of you? Selina, I've told you before that such was not the case. I believe him to be perfectly worthy of me, and of any one much my superior too. But you did reject him, Fanny. You bade papa tell him to discontinue his visits, didn't you? Fanny felt that her cousin was taking an unfair advantage in throwing thus in her teeth her own momentary folly in having been partly persuaded, partly piqued, into quarrelling with her lover, and she resented it as such. "If I did," she said somewhat angrily, "it does not make my grief any lighter to know that I brought it on myself." "No, Fanny, but it should show you that the loss for which you grieve is past recovery. Sorrow, for which there is no cure, should cease to be grieved for, at any rate openly. If Lord Ballindine were to die, you would not allow his death to doom you to perpetual sighs and perpetual inactivity. No, you'd then know that grief was hopeless, and you'd recover." "But Lord Ballindine is not dead," said Fanny. "Ah, that's just the point," continued her ladyship. "He should be dead to you. To you he should be just the same as though he were in his grave. You loved him some time since, and accepted him, but you found your love misplaced, unreturned, or at any rate coldly returned. Though you loved him, you passed a deliberate judgment on him, and wisely rejected him. Having done so, his name should not be on your lips, his form and figure should be forgotten. No thoughts of him should sully your mind, no love for him should be permitted to rest in your heart. It should be rooted out, whatever the exertion may cost you." "Selina, I believe you have no heart yourself." "Perhaps as much as yourself, Fanny. I've heard of some people who were said to be all heart. I flatter myself I am not one of them. I trust I have some mind to regulate my heart, and some conscience to prevent my sacrificing my duties for the sake of my heart." "If you knew," said Fanny, "the meaning of what love was, you'd know that it cannot be given up in a moment, as you suppose, rooted out, as you choose to call it. But to tell you the truth, Selina, I don't choose to root it out. I gave my word to Frank not 12 months since, and that with the consent of every one belonging to me. I owned that I loved him, and solemnly assured him I would always do so. I cannot, and I ought not, and I will not break my word. You would think of nothing but what you call your own dignity. I will not give up my own happiness, and I firmly believe his too, for anything so empty." "Don't be angry with me, Fanny," said Selina. "My regard for your dignity arises only from my affection for you. I should be sorry to see you lessen yourself in the eyes of those around you. You must remember that you cannot act as another girl might, whose position was less exalted. Miss O'Jocelyn might cry for her lost lover till she got him back again, or got another, and no one would be the wiser. She would not be the worse, but you cannot do that. Rank and station are in themselves benefits, but they require more rigid conduct, more control over the feelings, than is necessary in a humbler position. You should always remember, Fanny, that much is expected from those to whom much is given." "And I'm to be miserable all my life because I'm not a parson's daughter like Miss O'Jocelyn?" "God forbid, Fanny. If you'd employ your time, engage your mind, and cease to think of Lord Ballindine, you would soon cease to be miserable. Yes, though you might never again feel the happiness of loving, you might still be far from miserable." "But I can't cease to think of him, Selina. I won't even try." "Then, Fanny, I truly pity you." "No, Selina, it's I that pity you," said Fanny, roused to energy as different thoughts crowded to her mind. "You who think more of your position as an earl's daughter, an aristocrat, than of your nature as a woman. Thank heaven I'm not a queen to be driven to have other feelings than those of my sex. I do love Lord Ballindine, and if I had the power to cease to do so at this moment, I'd sooner drown myself than exercise it." "Then why were you weak enough to reject him?" "Because I was a weak, wretched, foolish girl. I said it in a moment of passion, and my uncle acted on it at once, without giving me 1 minute for reflection, without allowing me 1 short hour to look into my own heart, and find how I was deceiving myself in thinking that I ought to part from him. I told Lord Cashel in the morning that I would give him up, and before I had time to think of what I had said, he had been here, and had been turned out of the house. Oh, Selina, it was very, very cruel in your father to take me at my word so shortly." And Fanny hid her face in her handkerchief and burst into tears. "That's unfair, Fanny. It couldn't be cruel in him to do for you that which he would have done for his own daughter. He thought, and thinks, that Lord Ballindine would not make you happy." "Why should he think so? He'd no business to think so," sobbed Fanny through her tears. "Who could have a business to think for you if not your guardian?" "Why didn't he think so then, before he encouraged me to receive him? It was because Frank wouldn't do just what he was bid. It was because he wouldn't become stiff and solemn and grave like... Fanny was going to make a comparison that would not have been flattering either to Lady Selina or to her father. But she did not quite forget herself, and stopped short without expressing the likeness. Had he spoken against him at first, I would have obeyed, but I will not destroy myself now for his prejudices. And Fanny buried her face among the pillows of the sofa and sobbed aloud. Lady Selina walked over to the sofa and stood at the head of it, bending over her cousin. She wished to say something to soothe and comfort her, but did not know how. There was nothing soothing or comforting in her nature, nothing soft in her voice. Her manner was repulsive and almost unfeeling, and yet she was not unfeeling. She loved Fanny as warmly as she was capable of loving. She would have made almost any personal sacrifice to save her cousin from grief. She would, were it possible, have borne her sorrows herself, but she could not unbend. She could not sit down by Fanny's side, and taking her hand, say soft and soothing things. She could not make her grief easier by expressing hope for the future or consolation for the past. She would have felt that she was compromising truth by giving hope, and dignity by uttering consolation for the loss of that which she considered better lost than retained. Lady Selina's only recipe was endurance and occupation, and at any rate she practised what she preached. She was never idle, and she never complained. As she saw Fanny's grief and heard her sobs, she at first thought that in mercy she should now give up the subject of the conversation. But then she reflected that such mercy might be the greatest cruelty, and that the truest kindness would be to prove to Fanny the hopelessness of her passion. "But, Fanny," she said, when the other's tears were a little subsided, "it's no use either saying or thinking in possibilities. What are you to do? You surely will not willingly continue to indulge a hopeless passion." "Selina, you'll drive me mad if you go on. Let me have my own way." "But, Fanny, if your own way's a bad way, surely you wouldn't refuse to listen to reason. You must know that what I say is only from my affection. I want you to look before you. I want you to summon courage to look forward, and then I'm sure your common sense will tell you that Lord Ballindine can never be anything to you." "Look here, Selina," and Fanny rose and wiped her eyes and somewhat composed her ruffled hair, which she shook back from her face and forehead, as she endeavoured to repress the palpitation which had followed her tears. "I have looked forward, and I have determined what I mean to do. It was your father who brought me to this by forcing me into a childish quarrel with the man I love. I have implored him almost on my knees to invite Lord Ballindine again to Grey Abbey. He has refused to do so, at any rate for 12 months. "And has he consented to ask him at the end of 12 months?" asked Selina, much astonished, and to tell the truth considerably shocked, at this instance of what she considered her father's weakness. "He might as well have said 12 years, replied Fanny. How can any one suppose that he should remain single for my sake for 12 months after being repelled without a cause or without a word of explanation, without even seeing me, turned out of the house and insulted in every way? No, whatever he might do, I will not wait 12 months. I'll ask Lord Cashel once again, and then—" Fanny paused for a moment to consider in what words she would finish her declaration. "Well, Fanny," said Selina, waiting with eager expectation for Fanny's final declaration, for she expected to hear her say that she would drown herself, or lock herself up for ever, or do something equally absurd. "Then," continued Fanny, and a deep blush covered her face as she spoke, "I will write to Lord Ballindine, and tell him that I am still his own if he chooses to take me." "Oh, Fanny, do not say such a horrid thing. Write to a man, and beg him to accept you. No, Fanny, I know you too well, at any rate, to believe that you'll do that. Indeed, indeed, I will." "Then you'll disgrace yourself for ever. Oh, Fanny, though my heart were breaking, though I knew I were dying for very love, I'd sooner have it break. I'd sooner die at once than disgrace my sex by becoming a suppliant to a man." "Disgraced, Selina? Am I not now disgraced? Have I not given him my solemn word? Have I not pledged myself to him as his wife? Have I not sworn to him 100 times that my heart was all his own? Have I not suffered those caresses which would have been disgraceful had I not looked on myself as almost already his bride? And is it no disgrace, after that, to break my word, to throw him aside like a glove that wouldn't fit, to treat him as a servant that wouldn't suit me, to send him a contemptuous message to be gone, and so to forget him that I might lay myself out for the addresses and admiration of another? Could any conduct be worse than that? Any disgrace deeper? Oh, Selina, I shudder as I think of it. Could I ever bring my lips to own affection for another, without being overwhelmed with shame and disgrace? And then that the world should say that I had accepted and rejoiced in his love when I was poor, and rejected it with scorn when I was rich. No, I would sooner, 10,000 times sooner, my uncle should do it for me. But he will not write to Frank. I will. And though my hand will shake, and my face will be flushed as I do so, I shall never think that I have disgraced myself. And if, Fanny, if after that he refuses you—" Fanny was still standing, and she remained so for a moment or two, meditating her reply, and then she answered, "Should he do so, then I have the alternative which you say you would prefer. Then I will endeavour to look forward to a broken heart and death, without a complaint and without tears. Then, Selina," and she tried to smile through the tears which were again running down her cheeks, "I'll come to you, and endeavour to borrow your stoic endurance and patient industry." And as she said so, she walked to the door and escaped, before Lady Selina had time to reply. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of The Kellys and the O'Kellys by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 29. The Countess of Cashel in Trouble. After considerable negotiation between the father and the son, the time was fixed for Lord Kilcullen's arrival at Grey Abbey. The Earl tried much to accelerate it, and the Viscount was equally anxious to stave off the evil day, but at last it was arranged that, on the 3rd of April, he was to make his appearance, and that he should commence his wooing as soon as possible after that day. When this was absolutely fixed, Lord Cashel paid a visit to his Countess in her boudoir, to inform her of the circumstances, and prepare her for the expected guest. He did not, however, say a word of the purport of his son's visit. He had at one time thought of telling the old lady all about it, and bespeaking her influence with Fanny for the furtherance of his plan. But on reconsideration he reflected that his wife was not the person to be trusted with any intrigue. So he merely told her that Lord Kilcullen would be at Grey Abbey in 5 days, that he would probably remain at home a long time, that, as he was giving up his London vices and extravagances, and going to reside at Grey Abbey, he wished that the house should be made as pleasant for him as possible, that a set of friends, relatives, and acquaintances should be asked to come and stay there, and, in short, that Lord Kilcullen, having been a truly prodigal son, should have a fatted calf prepared for his arrival. All this flurried and rejoiced, terrified and excited my lady exceedingly. In the first place, it was so truly delightful that her son should turn good and proper, and careful and decorous, just at the right time of life, so exactly the thing that ought to happen. Of course, young noblemen were extravagant and wicked and lascivious, habitual breakers of the commandments, and self-idolaters. It was their nature. In Lady Cashel's thoughts on the education of young men, these evils were ranked with the measles and whooping cough. It was well that they should be gone through and be done with early in life. She had a kind of hazy idea that an opera dancer and a gambling club were indispensable in fitting a young aristocrat for his future career, and I doubt whether she would not have agreed with the expediency of inoculating a son of hers with these ailments in a mild degree, vaccinating him, as it were, with dissipation, in order that he might not catch the disease late in life in a violent and fatal form. She had not therefore made herself unhappy about her son for a few years after his first entrance on a life in London. But latterly she had begun to be a little uneasy. Tidings of the great amount of his debts reached even her ears, and, moreover, it was nearly time that he should reform and settle down. During the last 12 months she had remarked fully 12 times to Griffiths that she wondered when Kilcullen would marry, and she had even twice asked her husband whether he didn't think that such a circumstance would be advantageous. She was therefore much rejoiced to hear that her son was coming to live at home. But then why was it so sudden? It was quite proper that the house should be made a little gay for his reception, that he shouldn't be expected to spend his evenings with no other society than that of his father and mother, his sister and his cousin. But how was she to get the house ready for the people, and the people ready for the house, at so very short a notice? What trouble also it would be to her! Neither she nor Griffiths would know another moment's rest. Besides, and the thought nearly drove her into hysterics, where was she to get a new cook? However, she promised her husband to do her best. She received from him a list of people to be invited, and merely stipulating that she shouldn't be required to ask anyone except the parson of the parish under a week, undertook to make the place as bearable as possible to so fastidious and distinguished a person as her own son. Her first confidant was, of course, Griffiths, and with her assistance the wool and the worsted, and the knitting needles, and the unfinished valances and interminable yards of fringe were put up and rolled out of the way, and it was then agreed that a council should be held, to which her ladyship proposed to invite Lady Selina and Fanny. Griffiths, however, advanced an opinion that the latter was at present too lackadaisical to be of any use in such a matter, and strengthened her argument by asserting that Miss Wyndham had of late been quite mumchance. Lady Cashel was at first rather inclined to insist on her niece being called to the council, but Griffith's eloquence was too strong, and her judgment too undoubted. So Fanny was left undisturbed, and Lady Selina alone summoned to join the aged female senators of Grey Abbey. "Selina," said her ladyship, as soon as her daughter was seated on the sofa opposite to her mother's easy-chair, while Griffiths, having shut the door, had, according to custom, sat herself down on her own soft-bottomed chair, on the further side of the little table that always stood at the Countess's right hand. "Selina, what do you think your father tells me?" Lady Selina couldn't think, and declined guessing, for, as she remarked, guessing was a loss of time, and she never guessed right. "Adolphus is coming home on Tuesday." "Adolphus? Why, it's not a month since he was here." "And he's not only coming for a visit, he's coming to stay here, from what your father says. I suppose he'll stay here the greater part of the summer." "What? Stay at Grey Abbey all May and June?" said Lady Selina, evidently discrediting so unlikely a story, and thinking it all but impossible that her brother should immure himself at Grey Abbey during the London season. "It's true, my lady," said Griffiths oracularly, as if her words were necessary to place the Countess's statements beyond doubt. "Yes," continued Lady Cashel, "and he has given up all his establishment in London, his horses and clubs and the opera and all that. He'll go into Parliament, I dare say now, for the county. At any rate, he's coming to live at home here for the summer."
"And has he sold all his horses?" asked Lady Selina. "If he's not done it, he's doing it," said the Countess. "I declare I'm delighted with him. It shows such proper feeling. I always knew he would. I was sure that when the time came for doing it, Adolphus would not forget what was due to himself and to his family." "If what you say is true, mamma, he's going to be married." "That's just what I was thinking, my lady," said Griffiths, "when her ladyship first told me all about it. How his lordship was coming down to live regular and decorous among his own people, and that he was turning his back upon his pleasures and iniquities. Thinks I to myself, there'll be wedding favours coming soon to Grey Abbey." "If it is so, Selina, your father didn't say anything to me about it," said the Countess, somewhat additionally flustered by the importance of the last suggestion. "And if he'd even guessed such a thing, I'm sure he'd have mentioned it." "It mightn't be quite fixed, you know, mamma. But if Adolphus is doing as you say, you may be sure he's either engaged or thinking of becoming so." "Well, my dear, I wish it may be so. Only I own I'd like to know, because it makes a difference. As to the people he'd like to meet, you know. I'm sure nothing would delight me so much as to receive Adolphus's wife."
"Of course she'd always be welcome to lie in here. Indeed, it'd be the fittest place. But we should be dreadfully put about, eh, Griffiths?" "Why, we should, my lady. But to my mind, this would be the only most proper place for my lord's heir to be born in. If the mother and child couldn't have the best of minding here, where could they?"
"Of course, Griffiths, and we wouldn't mind the trouble on such an occasion. I think the south room would be the best, because of the dressing room being such a good size, and neither of the fireplaces smoking, you know." "Well, I don't doubt that it would, my lady, only the blue room's nearer to your ladyship here, and in course your ladyship would choose to be in and out." And visions of caudle cups, cradles, and monthly nurses floated over Lady Cashel's brain, and gave her a kind of dreamy feel that the world was going to begin again with her. "But, mamma, is Adolphus really to be here on Tuesday?" said Lady Selina, recalling the two old women from their attendance on the unborn to the necessities of the present generation. "Indeed he is, my dear, and that's what I sent for you for. Your papa wishes to have a good deal of company here to meet your brother, and indeed it's only reasonable, for of course this place would be very dull for him if there was nobody here but ourselves, and he's always used to see so many people. But the worst is, it's all to be done at once, and you know there'll be so much to be got through before we'll be ready for a house full of company. Things to be got from Dublin, and the people to be asked, and then Selina," and her ladyship almost wept as the latter came to her great final difficulty, "what are we to do about a cook? Richards'll never do. Griffiths says she won't even do for ourselves as it is." "Indeed she won't, my lady. It was only impudence in her coming to such a place at all. She'll never be able to send a dinner up for 18 or 20. "What are we to do, Griffiths? What can have become of all the cooks? I'm sure there used to be cooks enough when I was first married." "Well, my lady, I think they must be all gone to England, those that are any good. But I don't know what's come to the servants altogether. As your ladyship says, they're quite altered for the worse since we were young." "But, mamma," said Lady Selina, "you're not going to ask people here just immediately, are you?" "Directly, my dear. Your papa wishes it done at once. We're to have a dinner party this day week. That'll be Thursday, and we'll get as many of the people as we can to stay afterwards, and we'll get the O'Jocelyns to come on Wednesday. just to make the table look not quite so bare, and I want you to write the notes at once. There'll be a great many things to be got from Dublin, too." "It's really very soon after poor Harry Wyndham's death to be receiving company," said Lady Selina solemnly. "Really, mamma, I don't think it will be treating Fanny well to be asking all these people so soon. The O'Jocelyns or the Fitzgeralds are all very well, just our own near neighbours. But don't you think, mamma, it's rather too soon to be asking a houseful of strange people?" "Well, my love, I was thinking so, and I mentioned it to your father. But he said that poor Harry had been dead a month now, and that's true, you know, and that people don't think so much now about those kinds of things as they used to, and that's true too, I believe." "Indeed you may say that, my lady," interposed Griffiths. "I remember when bombazines used to be worn 3 full months for an uncle or cousin, and now they're hardly ever worn at all for the like, except in cases where the brother or sister of him or her as is dead may be stopping in the house, and then only for a month. And they were always worn the full 6 months for a brother or sister, and sometimes the 12 months round. Your aunt, Lady Charlotte, my lady, wore hers the full 12 months when your uncle Lord Frederick was shot by Sir Patrick O'Donnell, and now they very seldom, never I may say, wear them for the 6 months. Indeed, I think mourning is going out altogether, and I'm very sorry for it's very decent, proper sort of thing, at least. Such was always my humble opinion, my lady." "Well, but what I was saying is," continued the Countess, "that what would be thought strange a few years ago isn't thought at all so now. And though I'm sure, Selina, I wouldn't like to do anything that looked unkind to Fanny, I really don't see how we can help it, as your father makes such a point of it." "I can't say I think it's right, mamma, for I don't. But if you and papa do, of course I have nothing further to say." "Well, my love, I don't know that I do exactly think it's right, and I'm sure it's not my wish to be having people, especially when I don't know where on earth to turn for a cook. But what can we do, my dear? Adolphus wouldn't stay the third night here, I'm sure, if there was nobody to amuse him. And you wouldn't have him turned out of the house, would you?" "I have him turned out, mamma? God forbid. I'd sooner he should be here than anywhere, for here he must be out of harm's way. But still, I think that if he comes to a house of mourning, he might, for a short time, submit to put up with its decent tranquillity." "Selina," said the mother pettishly, "I really thought you'd help me when I've so much to trouble and vex me, and not make any fresh difficulties. How can I help it? If your father says the people are to come, I can't say I won't let them in. I hope you won't make Fanny think I'm doing it from disrespect to her. I'm sure I wouldn't have a soul here for a 12-month on my own account." "I'm sure Miss Wyndham won't think any such thing, my lady," said Griffiths. "Will she, Lady Selina? Indeed, I don't think she'll matter at one pin." "Indeed, Selina, I don't think she will," said the Countess, and then she half whispered to her daughter, "Poor Fanny! It's not about her brother she's grieving. It's that horrid man Ballindine. She sent him away, and now she wants to have him back. I really think a little company will be the best thing to bring her to herself again." There was a little degree of humbug in this whisper, for her ladyship meant her daughter to understand that she wouldn't speak aloud about Fanny's love affair before Griffiths, and yet she had spent many a half hour talking to her factotum on that very subject. Indeed, what subject was there of any interest to Lady Cashel on which she did not talk to Griffiths? "Well, mamma," said Lady Selina dutifully, "I'll not say another word about it. Only let me know what you want me to do, and I'll do it. Who is it you mean to ask?" "Why, first of all there's the Fitzgeralds. Your father thinks that Lord and Lady George would come for a week or so, and you know the girls have been long talking of coming to Grey Abbey, these 2 years, I believe, and more." "The girls will come, I dare say, mamma, though I don't exactly think they're the sort of people who will amuse Adolphus. But I don't think Lord George or Lady George will sleep away from home. We can ask them, however. Mountains is only 5 miles from here, and I'm sure they'll go back after dinner." "Well, my dear, if they will, they must, and I can't help it. Only I must say it'll be very ill-natured of them. I'm sure it's a long time since they were asked to stay here." "As you say, mamma. At any rate, we can ask them. And who comes next?" "Why, your father has put down the Swinburne people next, though I'm sure I don't know how they are to come so far." "Why, mamma, the Colonel is a martyr to the gout." "Yes, my lady," said Griffiths, "and Mrs. Ellison is worse again with rheumatics. There would be nothing to do the whole time but nurse the 2 of them." "Never mind, Griffiths. You'll not have to nurse them, so you needn't be so ill-natured." "Me ill-natured, my lady? I'm sure I begs pardon, but I didn't mean nothing ill-natured. Besides, Mrs. Ellison was always a very nice lady to me, and I'm sure I'd be happy to nurse her if she wanted it. Only that, as in duty bound, I've your ladyship to look to first, and so couldn't spare time very well for nursing anyone." "Of course you couldn't, Griffiths. But, Selina, at any rate, you must ask the Ellisons. Your papa thinks a great deal about the Colonel, He has so much influence in the county, and Adolphus will very likely stand now. Your papa and the colonel were members together for the county more than 40 years since. Well, mamma, I'll write to Mrs. Ellison. Shall I stay for a week or 10 days? Stay for 10 days or a fortnight, and then perhaps they'll stay a week. Then there's the Bishop of Maryborough, and Mrs. Moore. I'm sure Adolphus will be glad to meet the bishop, for it was he that christened him. Very well, mamma, I'll write to Mrs. Moore. I suppose the bishop is in Dublin at present? Yes, my dear, I believe so. There can't be anything to prevent their coming. Only that he's the managing man on the education board, and he's giving up his time very much to that at present. I dare say he'll come, but he won't stay long. Well, Selina, if you won't, I can't help it. And I'm sure, now I think about the cook, I don't see how we're to expect anybody to stay. What am I to do, Griffiths, about that horrid woman? I tell you what I was thinking, my lady, only I don't know whether your ladyship would like it either. And if you didn't, you could easily get rid of him when all these people are gone. Get rid of who? I was going to say, my lady, if your ladyship would consent to have a man cook for a time just to try. Then I never will, Griffiths. There'll be no peace in the house with him. Well, your ladyship knows best, in course, only if you thought well of trying it. Of course you needn't keep the man, and I know there's Murray in Dublin that was cook so many years to old Lord Galway. I know he's to be heard of at the hotel in Grafton Street. I can't bear the thoughts of a man cook, Griffiths. I'd sooner have 3 woman cooks, and I'm sure one's enough to plague anybody. But none's worse, my lady, said Griffiths. You needn't tell me that. I wonder, Selina, if I were to write to my sister, whether she could send me over anything that would answer. What, from London, my lady? Answered Griffiths. You'd find a London woman cook sent over in that way twice worse than any man. She'd be all airs and graces. If your ladyship thought well of thinking about Murray, Richards would do very well under him. She's a decent poor creature, poor woman. Only she certainly is not a cook that'd suit for such a house as this, and it was only impudence her thinking to attempt it. But, mamma, said Lady Selina, do let me know to whom I am to write, and then you and Griffiths can settle about the cook afterwards. The time is so very short that I ought not to lose a post. The poor Countess threw herself back in her easy-chair, the picture of despair. Oh, how much preferable were rolls of worsted and yards of netting to the toils and turmoil of preparing for and entertaining company. She was already nearly overcome by the former. She didn't dare to look forward to the miseries of the latter. She already began to feel the ill effects of her son's reformation, and to wish that it had been postponed just for a month or two, till she was a little more settled. Well, mamma, said Lady Selina, as undisturbed and calm as ever, and as resolved to do her duty without flinching, shall we go on? The Countess groaned and sighed. There's a list there, Selina, which your father put down in pencil. You know the people as well as I do. Just ask them all. But, mamma, I'm not to ask them all to stay here. I suppose some are only to come to dinner, the O'Josselins and the Parchments. Ask the O'Josselins for Wednesday and Thursday. The girls might as well stay and sleep here. But what's the good of writing to them? Can't you drive over to the parsonage and settle it all there? You do nothing but make difficulties, Selina, and my head's racking. Lady Selina sat silent for a short time, conning the list and endeavouring to see her way through the labyrinth of difficulties which was before her, without further trouble to her mother, while the Countess leaned back with her eyes closed and her hands placed on the arms of her chair, as though she were endeavouring to get some repose after the labour she had gone through. Her daughter, however, again disturbed her. Mamma, she said, trying by the solemnity of her tone to impress her mother with the absolute necessity she was under of again appealing to her upon the subject. What are we to do about young men? About young men, my dear? Yes, mamma, there'll be a house full of young ladies. There's the Fitzgeralds and Lady Louisa Pratt and Miss Ellison and the 3 O'Josselins, and not a single young man except Mr. O'Josselin's curate. Well, my dear, I'm sure Mr. Hill's a very nice young man. So he is, mamma, a very good young man, but he won't do to amuse such a quantity of girls. If there were only 1 or 2, he'd do very well. Besides, I'm sure Adolphus won't like it. Why, won't he talk to the young ladies? I'm sure he was always fond of ladies' society. I tell you, mamma, it won't do. There'll be the bishop and 2 other clergymen and old Colonel Ellison, who's always got the gout, and Lord George if he comes, and I'm sure he won't. If you want to make a pleasant party for Adolphus, you must get some young men. Besides, you can't ask all these girls and have nobody to dance with them or talk to them. I'm sure, my dear, I don't know what you're to do. I don't know any young men except Mr. Hill, and there's that young Mr. Grundy who lives in Dublin. I promised his aunt to be civil to him. Can't you ask him down? He was here before, mamma, and I don't think he liked it. I'm sure we didn't. He didn't speak a word the whole day he was here. He's not at all the person to suit Adolphus. "Then, my dear, you must go to your papa and ask him. It's quite clear I can't make young men. I remember years ago, there always used to be too many of them, and I don't know where they've all gone. At any rate, when they do come, there'll be nothing for them to eat." And Lady Cashel fell back again upon her deficiencies in the kitchen establishment. Lady Selina saw that nothing more could be obtained from her mother, no further intelligence as regarded the embryo party. The whole burden was to lie on her shoulders, and very heavy she felt it. As far as concerned herself, she had no particular wish for one kind of guest more than another. It was not for herself that she had wanted young men. She knew that, at any rate, there were none within reach whom she could condescend to notice, save as her father's guests. There could be no one there whose presence could be to her of any interest. The gouty colonel and the worthy bishop would be as agreeable to her as any other men that would now be likely to visit Grey Abbey. But Lady Selina felt a real desire that others in the house might be happy while there. She was no flirt herself, nor had she ever been. It was not in her nature to be so. But though she herself might be contented to twaddle with old men, she knew that other girls would not. Yet it was not that she herself had no inward wish for that admiration which is desired by nearly every woman, or that she thought a married state was an unenviable one. No, she could have loved and loved truly, and could have devoted herself most scrupulously to the duties of a wife, but she had vainly and foolishly built up for herself a pedestal, and there she had placed herself, nor would she come down to stand on common earth, though Apollo had enticed her, unless he came with the coronet of a peer upon his brow. She left her mother's boudoir, went down into the drawing-room, and there she wrote her notes of invitation, and her orders to the tradesmen, and then she went to her father and consulted him on the difficult subject of young men. She suggested the Newbridge barracks, where the dragoons were, and the Curragh, where perhaps some stray denizen of pleasure might be found, neither too bad for Grey Abbey nor too good to be acceptable to Lord Kilcullen. And at last it was decided that a certain Captain Coakley and Matt Tierney should be asked. They were both acquaintances of Adolphus, and though Matt was not a young man, he was not very old, and was usually very gay. So that matter was settled, and the invitations were sent off. The Countess overcame her difficulty by consenting that Murray the man cook should be hired for a given time, with the distinct understanding that he was to take himself off with the rest of the guests, and so great was her ladyship's sense of the importance of the negotiation, that she absolutely dispatched Griffiths to Dublin to arrange it, though thereby she was left 2 whole days in solitary misery at Grey Abbey, and had to go to bed and get up, she really hardly knew how, with such assistance as Lady Selina's maid could give her. When these things were all arranged, Selina told her cousin that Adolphus was coming home, and that a houseful of company had been asked to meet him. She was afraid that Fanny would be annoyed and offended at being forced to go into company so soon after her brother's death. But such was not the case. She felt herself that her poor brother was not the cause of the grief that was near her heart, and she would not pretend what she really didn't feel. "You were quite right, Selina," she said, smiling, "about the things you said yesterday I should want from Dublin. Now I shall want them, and as I wouldn't accept of your good-natured offer, I must take the trouble of writing myself." "If you like it, Fanny, I'll write for you," said Selina. "Oh no, I'm not quite so idle as that." And she also began her preparations for the expected festivities. Little did either of them think that she, Fanny Wyndham, was the sole cause of all the trouble which the household and neighbourhood were to undergo: the fatigue of the Countess, Griffith's journey, the arrival of the dread man cook, Richard's indignation at being made subordinate to such authority, the bishop's desertion of the education board, the colonel's dangerous and precipitate consumption of colchicum, the quarrel between Lord and Lady George as to staying or not staying, the new dresses of the Miss O'Jocelins, which their worthy father could so ill afford, and above all, the confusion, misery, rage, and astonishment which attended Lord Kilcullen's unexpected retreat from London in the middle of the summer, and all in vain. How proud and satisfied Lord Ballindine might have been, had he been able to see all this, and could he have known how futile was every effort Lord Cashel could make to drive from Fanny Wyndham's heart the love she felt for him. The invitations, however, were generally speaking accepted. The bishop and his wife would be most happy. The colonel would come if the gout would possibly allow. Lady George wrote a note to say they would be very happy to stay a few days, and Lord George wrote another soon after to say he was sorry, but that they must return the same evening. The O'Jocelins would be delighted. Matt Tierney would be very proud. Captain Coakley would do himself the honour, and last but not least, Mr. Murray would preside below stairs for a serious consideration. What a pity so much trouble should have been taken. They might all have stayed at home, for Fanny Wyndham will never become Lady Kilcullen. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of The Kellys and the O'Kellys. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Chapter 30. Lord Kilcullen obeys his father. On the appointed day, or rather on the night of the appointed day, Lord Kilcullen reached Grey Abbey, for it was about 11 o'clock when his travelling phaeton rattled up to the door. He had been expected to dinner at 7, and the first attempts of Murray in the kitchens of Grey Abbey had been kept waiting for him till 8:30, but in vain. At that hour the Earl, black with ill humour, ordered dinner, and remarked that he considered it criminal in any man to make an appointment who was not sufficiently attached to veracity to keep it. The evening was passed in moody silence. The Countess was disappointed, for she always contrived to persuade herself that she was very anxious to see her son. Lady Selina was really vexed, and began to have her doubts as to her brother's coming at all. What was to be done if it turned out that all the company had been invited for nothing? As to Fanny, though very indifferent to the subject of her cousin's coming, she was not at all in a state of mind to dissipate the sullenness which prevailed. The ladies went to bed early, the Countess grumbling at her lot in not being allowed to see her son, and her daughter and niece marching off with their respective candlesticks in solemn silence. The Earl retired to his book-room soon afterwards, but he had not yet sat down when the quick rattle of the wheels was heard upon the gravel before the house. Lord Cashel walked out into the hall, prepared to meet his son in a befitting manner, that is, with a dignified austerity that could not fail to convey a rebuke even to his hardened heart. But he was balked in his purpose, for he found that Lord Kilcullen was not alone. Matt Tierney had come down with him. Kilcullen had met his friend in Dublin, and on learning that he also was bound for Grey Abbey on the day but one following, had persuaded him to accelerate his visit, had waited for him, and brought him down in his own carriage. The truth was that Lord Kilcullen had thought that the shades of Grey Abbey would be too much for him, without some genial spirit to enlighten them. He was delighted to find that Matt Tierney was to be there, and was rejoiced to be able to convey him with him, as a sort of protection from his father's eloquence for the first 2 days of the visit. "Lord Kilcullen, your mother and I," began the father, intent on at once commenting on the iniquity of the late arrival, when he saw the figure of a very stout gentleman, amply wrapped up in travelling habiliments, following his son into the inner hall. "Tierney, my lord," said the son, "was good enough to come down with me. I found that he intended to be here to-morrow, and I told him you and my mother would be delighted to see him to-day instead." The Earl shook Mr. Tierney's hand, and told him how very welcome he was at all times, and especially at present. Unexpected pleasures were always the most agreeable, and then the Earl bustled about and ordered supper and wine, and fussed about the bedrooms, and performed the necessary rites of hospitality, and then went to bed without having made one solemn speech to his son. So far Lord Kilcullen had been successful in his manoeuvre, and he trusted that by making judicious use of Matt Tierney, he might be able to stave off the evil hour for at any rate a couple of days. But he was mistaken. Lord Cashel was now too much in earnest to be put off his purpose. He had been made too painfully aware that his son's position was desperate, and that he must at once be saved by a desperate effort or given over to utter ruin. And, to tell the truth, so heavy were the new debts of which he heard from day to day, so insurmountable seemed the difficulties, that he all but repented that he had not left him to his fate. The attempt, however, must again be made. He was there in the house, and could not be turned out, but Lord Cashel determined that at any rate no time should be lost. The 2 new arrivals made their appearance the next morning, greatly to Lady Cashel's delight. She was perfectly satisfied with her son's apology, and delighted to find that at any rate one of her expected guests would not fail her in her need. The breakfast went over pleasantly enough, and Kilcullen was asking Matt to accompany him to the stables, to see what novelties they should find there, when Lord Cashel spoiled the arrangement by saying, "Could you spare me half an hour in the book-room first, Kilcullen?" This request of course could not be refused, and the father and son walked off, leaving Matt Tierney to the charity of the ladies. "Kilcullen," began the Earl, "I was very sorry to see Tierney with you last night. It would have been much better that we should have been alone together, at any rate for one morning. I suppose you are aware that there is a great deal to be talked over between us." "I suppose there is," said the son, "but I couldn't well help bringing the man when he told me he was coming here." "He didn't ask you to bring him, I suppose. But we will not talk about that. Will you do me the favour to inform me what your present plans are?" "My present plans, my lord? Indeed, I've no plans. It's a long time since I've had a plan of my own. I am, however, prepared to acquiesce entirely in any which you may propose. I have come quite prepared to throw at Miss Wyndham's feet myself and my fortune." "And do you expect her to accept you?" "You said she would, my lord, so I have taken that for granted. I, at any rate, will ask her. If she refuses me, your lordship will perhaps be able to persuade her to a measure so evidently beneficial to all parties. The persuading must be with yourself. But if you suppose you can carry her with a high hand, without giving yourself the trouble to try to please her, you're very much mistaken. If you think she'll accept you merely because you ask her, you might save yourself the trouble, and as well return to London at once." "Just as you please, my lord, but I thought I came in obedience to your express wishes."
"So you did. But to tell you the truth, your manner in coming is very different from what I would wish it to be. Did you want me to crawl here on my hands and knees?" "I wanted you to come, Kilcullen, with some sense of what you owe to those who are endeavouring to rescue you from ruin, with some feeling of, at any rate, sorrow for the mad extravagance of your past career. Instead of that, you come gay, reckless, and unconcerned as ever. You pick up the first jovial companion you meet, and with him disturb the house at a most unseasonable hour. You are totally regardless of the appointments you make, and plainly show that as you come here solely for your own pleasure, you consider it needless to consult my wishes or my comfort. Are you aware that you kept your mother and myself 2 hours waiting for dinner yesterday?" The pathos with which Lord Cashel terminated his speech, and it was one the thrilling effect of which he intended to be overwhelming, almost restored Lord Kilcullen to his accustomed effrontery. "My lord," he said, "I did not consider myself of sufficient importance to have delayed your dinner 10 minutes. I have always endeavoured, Kilcullen, to show the same respect to you in my house which my father showed to me in his. But you do not allow me the opportunity. But let that pass. We have more important things to speak of. When last we were here together, why did you not tell me the whole truth?" "What truth, my lord?" "About your debts, Kilcullen. Why did you conceal from me their full amount? Why, at any rate, did you take pains to make me think them so much less than they really are?" "Conceal, my lord? That is hardly fair, considering that I told you expressly I could not give you any idea what was the amount I owed. I concealed nothing. If you deceived yourself, the fault was not mine." "You could not but have known that the claims against you are much larger than I supposed them to be. Double, I suppose. Good heaven! Why, in 10 years more, at this rate, you would more than consume the fee simple of the whole property. What can I say to you, Kilcullen, to make you look on your own conduct in the proper light?" "I think you have said enough for the purpose. You have told me to marry, and I have consented to do so." "Do you think, Kilcullen, you have spent the last 8 years in a way which it can please a father to contemplate? Do you think I can look back on your conduct with satisfaction or content? And yet you have no regret to express for the past, no promises to make for the future. I fear it is all in vain. I fear that what I am doing, what I am striving to do, is now all in vain. I fear it is hopeless to attempt to recall you from the horrid, reckless, wicked mode of life you have adopted." The sombre mantle of expostulatory eloquence had now descended on the Earl, and he continued, turning full upon his victim, and raising and lowering his voice with monotonous propriety. "I fear it is to no good purpose that I am subjecting your mother and myself to privation, restraint, and inconvenience, that I am straining every nerve to place you again in a position of respectability, a position suitable to my fortune and your own rank. I am endeavouring to retrieve the desperate extravagance, I must say, though I do not wish to hurt your feelings, yet I must say, disgraceful ruin of your past career. And how do you help me? What regret do you show? What promises of amendment do you afford? You drive up to my hall door at midnight with your boon companion. You disturb the whole household at most unseasonable hours, and subject my family to the same disreputable irregularity in which you have yourself so long indulged. Can such doings, Kilcullen, give me any hopes for the future? My lord, I'm extremely sorry for the dinner. What can I say more? And as for Matt Tierney, he is your own guest, or her ladyship's, not mine. It is my misfortune to have come in the same carriage with him, but that is the extent of my offence. Well, Kilcullen, if you think your conduct has always been such as it ought to be, it is of little use for me to bring up arguments to the contrary." "I don't think so, my lord. What can I say more? I have done those things which I ought not to have done. Were I to confess my transgressions for the hour together, I could not say more, except that I have left undone the things which I ought to have done. Or do you want me to beat my breast and tear my hair?" "I want you, Lord Kilcullen, to show some sense of decency, some filial respect." "Well, my lord, I am here prepared to marry a wife of your own choosing, and to set about the business this morning, if you please. I thought you would have called that decent, filial, and respectable." The Earl could hardly gainsay this, but still he could not bring himself to give over so soon the unusual pleasure of blowing up his only son. It was so long since Lord Kilcullen had been regularly in his power, and it might never occur again. So he returned from consideration of the future to a further retrospect on the past. "You certainly have played your cards most foolishly. You have thrown away your money, rather I should say my money, in a manner which nothing can excuse or palliate. You might have made the turf a source of gratifying amusement. Your income was amply sufficient to enable you to do so, but you have possessed so little self-control, so little judgment, so little discrimination, that you have allowed yourself to be plundered by every blackleg and robbed by everybody in short who chose to rob you. The same thing has been the case in all your other amusements and pursuits." "Well, my lord, I confess it all. Isn't that enough?" "Enough, Kilcullen," said the Earl in a voice of horrified astonishment. "How enough? How can anything be enough after such a course? So wild, so mad, so ruinous." "For heaven's sake, my lord, finish the list of my iniquities, or you'll make me feel that I am utterly unfit to become my cousin's husband." "I fear you are. Indeed, I fear you are. Are the horses disposed of yet, Kilcullen?" "Indeed, they are not, my lord, nor can I dispose of them. There's more owing for them than they are worth. You may say they belong to the trainer now." "Is the establishment in Curzon Street broken up?" "To tell the truth, not exactly. But I've no thoughts of returning there. I'm still under rent for the house." The cross-examination was continued for a considerable time, till the Earl had literally nothing more to say, and Lord Kilcullen was so irritated that he had told his father he would not stand it any longer. Then they went into money affairs, and the Earl spoke despondingly about 10,000s and 20,000s, and the Viscount somewhat flippantly of 50,000s and 60,000. And this was continued till the Earl felt that his son was too deep in the mire to be pulled out, and the son thought that, deep as he was there, it would be better to remain and wallow in it than undergo so disagreeable a process as that to which his father subjected him in extricating him from it. It was settled, however, that Mr. Jervis, Lord Cashel's agent, should receive full authority to deal summarily in all matters respecting the horses and their trainers, the house in Curzon Street, and its inhabitants, and all other appendages and sources of expense which Lord Kilcullen had left behind him, and that he, Kilcullen, should at once commence his siege upon his cousin's fortune. And on this point the son bargained that, as it would be essentially necessary that his spirits should be light and easy, he was not, during that operation, to be subjected to any of his father's book-room conversations. For this he stipulated as an absolute sine qua non in the negotiation, and the clause was at last agreed to, though not without much difficulty. Both father and son seemed to think that the offer should be made at once. Lord Cashel really feared that his son would be arrested at Grey Abbey, and he was determined to pay nothing further for him, unless he felt secure of Fanny's fortune, and whatever were Lord Kilcullen's hopes and fears as to his future lot, he was determined not to remain long in suspense, as far as his projected marriage was concerned. He was determined to do his best to accomplish it, for he would have done anything to get the command of ready money. If he was not successful, at any rate, he need not remain in the purgatory of Grey Abbey. The Queen's Bench would be preferable to that. He was not, however, very doubtful. He felt but little confidence in the constancy of any woman's affection, and a great deal in his own powers of fascination. He had always been successful in his appeals to ladies' hearts, and did not doubt of being so now, when the object of his adoration must, as he thought, be so dreadfully in want of some excitement, something to interest her. Any fool might have her now, thought he, and she can't have any violent objection to being Lady Kilcullen for the present, and Lady Cashel in due time. He felt, however, something like remorse at the arrangement to which he was a party. It was not that he was about to make a beautiful creature, his own cousin, miserable for life by uniting her to a spendthrift, a roue, and a gambler. Such was the natural lot of women in the higher ranks of life. But he felt that he was robbing her of her money. He would have thought it to be no disgrace to carry her off had another person been her guardian. She would then have had fair play, and it would be the guardian's fault if her fortune were not secure. But she had no friend now to protect her. It was her guardian himself who was betraying her to ruin. However, the money must be had, and Lord Kilcullen was not long in quieting his conscience. "Tierney," said Kilcullen, meeting his friend after his escape from the book-room, "you're not troubled with a father now, I believe. Do you recollect whether you ever had one?" "Well, I can't say I remember just at present," said Matt, "but I believe I had a sort of one once." "I'm a more dutiful son than you," said the other. "I never can forget mine. I have no doubt an alligator on the banks of the Nile is a fearful creature. A shark when one's bathing, or a jungle tiger when one's out shooting, ought, I'm sure, to be avoided. But no creature yet created, however hungry or however savage, can equal in ferocity a governor who has to shell out his cash. I've no wish for a tete-a-tete with any bloody-minded monster, but I'd sooner meet a starved hyena single-handed in the desert than be shut up for another hour with my Lord Cashel in that room of his on the right-hand side of the hall. If you hear of my having beat a retreat from Grey Abbey without giving you or anyone else warning of my intentions, you will know that I have lacked courage to comply with a second summons to those gloomy realms. If I receive another invite such as that I got this morning, I am off." Lady Cashel's guests came on the day appointed. The carriages were driven up, one after another, in quick succession, about an hour before dinner time, and as her ladyship's mind became easy on the score of disappointments, it was somewhat troubled as to the multitude of people to be fed and entertained. Murray had not yet forgiven the injury inflicted on him when the family dinner was kept waiting for Lord Kilcullen, and Richards was still pouting at her own degraded position. The Countess had spent the morning pretending to make arrangements, which were in fact all settled by Griffiths, and when she commenced the operation of dressing herself, she declared she was so utterly exhausted by what she had gone through during the week as to be entirely unfit to entertain her company. Poor dear Lady Cashel! Was she so ignorant of her own nature as to suppose it possible that she should ever entertain anybody? However, a glass of wine and some mysterious drops and a little paint, a good deal of coaxing, the sight of her diamonds and of a large puce-coloured turban, somewhat revivified her, and she was in her drawing-room in due time, supported by Lady Selina and Fanny, ready to receive her visitors as soon as they should descend from their respective rooms. Lady Cashel had already welcomed Lord George and shaken hands with the bishop, and was now deep in turnips and 10-pound freeholders with the gouty colonel, who had hobbled into the room on a pair of crutches, and was accommodated with 2 easy chairs in a corner, one for himself and the other for his feet. "Now, my dear Lady George," said the Countess, "you must not think of returning to Mountains to-night. Indeed, we made sure of you and Lord George for a week." "My dear Lady Cashel, it's impossible indeed. We wished it of all things, and tried it every way, but we couldn't manage it. Lord George has so much to do. There's the sessions to-morrow at Dunlaven, and he has promised to meet Sir Glenmalure Aubrey about a road or a river, or a bridge, I forget which it is, and they must attend to those things, you know, or the tenants can't get their corn to market. But you don't know how sorry we are, and such a charming set you've got here." "Well, I know it's no use pressing you, but I can't tell you how vexed I am, for I counted on you above all, and Adolphus will be so sorry. You know Lord Kilcullen's come home, Lady George." "Yes, I was very glad to hear we were to meet him." "Oh yes, he's come to stay here some time, I believe. He's got quite fond of Grey Abbey lately. He and his father get on so well together. It's quite a delight to me." "Oh, it must be, I'm sure," said Lady George, and the Countess sidled off to the bishop's fat wife. "Well, this is very kind of you and the bishop to come at so short a notice. Indeed, I hardly dared expect it. I know he has so much to do in Dublin with those horrid boards and things." "He is busy there, to be sure, Lady Cashel, but he couldn't deny himself the pleasure of coming to Grey Abbey. He thinks so very much of the Earl. Indeed, he'd contrived to be able to come here when he couldn't think of going anywhere else. I'm sure Lord Cashel feels how kind he is, and so do I, and so does Adolphus. Lord Kilcullen will be delighted to meet you and the bishop." The bishop's wife assured the Countess that nothing on earth at the present moment would give the bishop so much pleasure as meeting Lord Kilcullen. "You know the bishop christened him, don't you?" said Lady Cashel. "No. Did he, though?" said the bishop's wife. "How very interesting." "Isn't it? And Adolphus longs to meet him. He's so fond of everything that's high-minded and talented, Adolphus is. A little sarcastic, perhaps. I don't mind saying so to you. But that's only to inferior sort of people. Not talented, you know. Some people are stupid, and Adolphus can't bear that." "Indeed they are, my lady. I was dining last week at Mrs. Prejean's in Merrion Square. You know Mrs. Prejean?" "I think I met her at Carton 4 years ago." "Well, she is very heavy. What do you think, Lady Cashel? Adolphus can't bear people of that sort, but he'll be delighted with the bishop. It's so delightful his having christened him. Adolphus means to live a good deal here now. Indeed, he and his father have so much in common that they can't get on very well apart, and I really hope he and the bishop will see a good deal of each other." And the Countess left the bishop's wife and sat herself down by old Mrs. Ellison. "My dear Mrs. Ellison, I'm so delighted to see you once again at Grey Abbey. It's such ages since you were here." "Indeed it is, Lady Cashel, a very long time. But the poor Colonel suffers so much. It's rarely he's fit to be moved, and indeed, I'm not much better myself. I was not able to move my left shoulder from a week before Christmas till a few days since." "You don't say so. Rheumatism, I suppose." "Oh, yes, all rheumatism. No one knows what I suffer." "And what do you use for it?" "Oh, there's nothing any use. I know the very nature of rheumatism now, I've had it so long. And it minds nothing at all. There's no preventing it, and no curing it. It's like a bad husband, Lady Cashel. The best way is to put up with it." "And how is the dear Colonel, Mrs. Ellison?" "Why, he was just able to come here, and that was all. But he was dying to see Lord Cashel. He thinks the ministers will be shaken about this business of O'Connell's, and if so, that there'll be a general election, and then what'll they do about the county?" "I'm sure Lord Cashel wanted to see the Colonel on that very subject. So does Adolphus, Lord Kilcullen, you know. I never meddle with these things, but I really think Adolphus is thinking of going into Parliament. You know he's living here at present. His father's views and his own are so exactly the same on all those sorts of things that it's quite delightful. He's taken a deal of interest about the county lately, is Adolphus, and about Grey Abbey too. He's just the same his father used to be, and that kind of thing is so pleasant, isn't it, Mrs. Ellison?" Mrs. Ellison said that it was, and at the same moment groaned, for her shoulder gave her a twinge. The subject of these eulogiums, in the meantime, did not make his appearance till immediately before dinner was announced, and certainly did not evince very strongly the delight which his mother had assured her friends he would feel at meeting them, for he paid but very little attention to any one but Matt Tierney and his cousin Fanny. He shook hands with all the old gentlemen, bowed to all the old ladies, and nodded at the young ones. But if he really felt that strong desire which his mother had imputed to him of opening his heart to the bishop and the colonel respecting things temporal and spiritual, he certainly very successfully suppressed his anxiety. He had, during the last 2 or 3 days, applied himself to the task of ingratiating himself with Fanny. How well he knew how to suit himself to different characters, and to make himself agreeable when pleased. And Fanny, though she had never much admired her dissipated cousin, certainly found his conversation a relief after the usual oppressive tedium of Grey Abbey society. He had not begun by making love to her or expressing admiration, or by doing or saying anything which could at all lead her to suspect his purpose, or put her on her guard. He had certainly been much more attentive to her, much more intimate to her, than he usually had been in his flying visits to Grey Abbey. But then he was now making his first appearance as a reformed rake, and besides, he was her first cousin, and she therefore felt no inclination to repel his advances. He was obliged, in performance of a domestic duty, to walk out to dinner with one of Lady George's daughters, but he contrived to sit next to Fanny, and, much to his father's satisfaction, talked to her during the whole ceremony. "And where have you hidden yourself all the morning, Fanny?" said he, "that nobody has seen anything of you since breakfast?" "Whither have you taken yourself all the day, rather, that you had not a moment to come and look after us? The Miss O'Jocelyns have been expecting you to ride with them, walk with them, talk with them, and play lacrosse with them. They didn't give up the sticks till it was quite dark, in the hope of you and Mr. Tierney making your appearance." "Well, Fanny, don't tell my mother, and I'll tell you the truth. Promise now." "Oh, I'm no tell-tale." "Well then," and he whispered into her ear, "I was running away from the Miss O'Jocelyns." "But that won't do at all. Don't you know they were asked here for your especial edification and amusement?" "Oh, I know they were. So were the bishop and the colonel and Lord George and their respective wives and Mr. Hill. My dear mamma asked them all here for my amusement. But, you know, one man may lead a horse to water. 100 can't make him drink. I cannot drink of the Miss O'Jocelyns and the Bishop of Maryborough." "For shame, Adolphus. You ought at any rate to do something to amuse them." "Amuse them? My dear Fanny, who ever heard of amusing a bishop? But it's very easy to find fault. What have you done yourself for their amusement?" "I didn't run away from them, though had I done so, there would have been more excuse for me than for you." "So there would, Fanny," said Kilcullen, feeling that she had alluded to her brother's death. "And I'm very, very sorry all these people are here to bore you at such a time, and doubly sorry that they should have been asked on my account. They mistake me greatly here. They know that I've thought Grey Abbey dull and have avoided it, and now that I've determined to get over the feeling, because I think it's right to do so, they make it 10 times more unbearable than ever for my gratification. It's like giving a child physic mixed in sugar. The sugar's sure to be the nastiest part of the dose. Indeed, I have no dislike to Grey Abbey at present, though I own I have no taste for the sugar in which my kind mother has tried to conceal its proper flavour." "Well, make the best of it. They'll all be gone in 10 days. 10 days? Are they to stay 10 days? Will you tell me, Fanny, what was the object in asking Matt Tierney to meet such a party? To help you amuse the young ladies. Gracious heavens! Does Lady Cashel really expect Matt Tierney to play la grace with the Miss O'Jocelyn's? Well, the time will come to an end, I suppose. But in truth, I'm more sorry for you than for any one. It was very ill judged their getting such a crowd to bore you at such a time, and Lord Kilcullen contrived to give his voice a tone of tender solicitude. Kilcullen, said the Earl across the table, you don't hear the bishop. His lordship is asking you to drink wine with him. I shall be most proud of the honour, said the son, and bobbed his head at the bishop across the table. Fanny was on the point of saying something respecting her brother to Lord Kilcullen, which would have created a kind of confidence between them, but the bishop's glass of wine broke it off, and from that time Lord Kilcullen was forced by his father into a general conversation with his guests. In the evening there was music and singing. The Miss O'Jocelyn's and Miss Fitzgerald and Mr. Hill performed. Even Matt Tierney condescended to amuse the company by singing the coronation, first begging the bishop to excuse the peculiar allusions to the clergy contained in one of the verses, and then Fanny was asked to sing. She had again become silent, dull, and unhappy, was brooding over her miseries and disappointments, and she declined. Lord Kilcullen was behind her chair, and when they pressed her, he whispered to her, "Don't sing for them, Fanny. It's a shame they should tease you at such a time. I wonder how my mother can have been so thoughtless." Fanny persisted in declining to sing, and Lord Kilcullen again sat down beside her. "Don't trouble yourself about them, Fanny," said he. "They're just fit to sing to each other. It's very good work for them." "I should think it very good work, as you call it, for myself too, another time. Only I'm hardly in a singing humour at present, and therefore obliged to you for your assistance and protection. Your most devoted knight, as long as this fearful invasion lasts, your Amadis de Gaul, your Bertrand de Guesclin, and no paladin of old ever attempted to defend a damsel from more formidable foes." "Indeed, Adolphus, I don't think them so formidable. Many of them are my own friends." "Is Miss Ellison your own friend, or Mrs. Moore?" "Not exactly those two in particular." "Who then? Is it Miss Judith O'Jocelyn? Or is the Reverend Mr. Hill one of those to whom you give that sweetest of all names?" "Yes, to both of them. It was only this morning I had a long tete-a-tete." "What, with Mr. Hill?" "No, not with Mr. Hill, though it wouldn't be the first even with him, but with Judith O'Jocelyn. I lent her a pattern for worsted work." "And does that make you her friend? Do you give your friendship so easily?" "You forget that I've known her for years." "Well, now, I've not. I've seen her about 3 times in my life, and spoken 2 words to her perhaps twice, and yet I'll describe her character to you, and if you can say that the description is incorrect, I will permit you to call her your friend." "Well, let's hear the character." "It wouldn't be kind in me, though, to laugh at your friend." "Oh, she's not so especially and particularly my friend that you need mind that." "Then you'll promise not to be angry?" "Oh, no, I won't be angry." "Well, then, she has 2 passions. They are for worsted and hymn books. She has a moral objection to waltzing. Theoretically, she disapproves of flirtations. She encourages correspondence between young ladies, always crosses her letters, and never finished one for the last 10 years without expressing entire resignation to the will of God, as if she couldn't be resigned without so often saying so. She speaks to her confidential friends of young men as a very worthless, insignificant race of beings. She is, however, prepared to take the very first that may be unfortunate enough to come in her way. She has no ideas of her own, but is quick enough at borrowing those of other people. She considers herself a profound theologian, dotes on a converted papist, and looks on a Puseyite as something 1 shade blacker than the devil. Now, isn't that sufficiently like for a portrait?" "It's a portrait of a set, I fear, rather than an individual. I don't know that it's particularly like Miss O'Jocelyn, except as to the worsted and hymn books." "What, not as to the waltzing, resignation, and worthless young men? Come, are they not exactly her traits? Does she waltz?" "No, she does not." "And have you ever heard her express a moral objection to it?" "Well, I believe I have." "Did you ever get a letter from her, or see a letter of hers?" "I don't remember. Yes, I did once a long time ago." "And wasn't she very resigned in it?" "Well, I declare I believe she was, and it's very proper too. People ought to be resigned." "Oh, of course. And now doesn't she love a convert and hate a Puseyite?" "All Irish clergymen's daughters do that." "Well, Fanny, you can't say but that it was a good portrait. And after that, will you pretend to say you call Miss O'Jocelyn your friend?" "Not my very friend of friends, but as friends go, she's as good as most others." "And who is the friend of friends, Fanny?" "Come, You're not my father confessor. I'm not to tell you all. If I told you that, you'd make another portrait. But I'm sure I couldn't draw a disparaging picture of anybody you would really call your friend. But indeed I pity you, living among so many such people. There can be nobody here who understands you. Oh, I'm not very unintelligible. Much more so than Miss O'Jocelyn. I shouldn't wish to have to draw your portrait. Pray don't. If it were frightful, I should think you uncivil, and if you made it handsome, I should know you were flattering. Besides, you don't know enough of me to tell my character. I think I do, but I'll study it a little more before I put it on the canvas. Some likenesses are very hard to catch. Fanny felt when she went to bed that she had spent a pleasanter evening than she usually did, and that it was a much less nuisance to talk to her cousin Adolphus than to either his father, mother, or sister. And as she sat before her fire, while her maid was brushing her hair, she began to think that she had mistaken his character, and that he couldn't be the hard, sensual, selfish man for which she had taken him. Her ideas naturally fell back to Frank and her love, her difficulties and sorrows, and before she went to sleep she had almost taught herself to think that she might make Lord Kilcullen the means of bringing Lord Ballindine back to Grey Abbey. She had, to be sure, been told that her cousin had spoken ill of Frank, that it was he who had been foremost in decrying Lord Ballandine's folly and extravagance, but she had never heard him do so. She had only heard of it through Lord Cashel, and she quite ceased to believe anything her guardian might say respecting her discarded lover. At any rate, she would try. Some steps she was determined to take about Lord Ballindine, and if her cousin refused to act like a cousin and a friend, she would only be exactly where she was before. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of The Kellys and the O'Kellys by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 31. The Two Friends. The next 3 days passed slowly and tediously for most of the guests assembled at Grey Abbey. Captain Coakley and a Mr. Battersby came over from Newbridge Barracks, but they did not add much to the general enjoyment of the party, though their arrival was hailed with delight by some of the young ladies. At any rate, they made the rooms look less forlorn in the evenings, and made it worth the girls' while to put on their best bibs and tuckers. "But what's the use of it at all?" said Matilda Fitzgerald to little Letty O'Jocelyn, when she had spent 3/4 of an hour in adjusting her curls and setting her flounces properly, on the evening before the arrival of the 2 cavalry officers. "Not a soul to look at us, but a crusty old colonel, a musty old bishop, and a fusty old beau." "Who's the old beau?" said Letty. "Why, that Mr. Tierney. I can't conceive how Lady Cashel can have asked us to meet such a set." And Matilda descended, pouting and out of humour. But on the next day she went through her work much more willingly, if not more carefully. "That Captain Coakley's a very nice fellow," said Matilda. "The best of that Newbridge set, out and out." "Well now, I really think he's not so nice as Mr. Battersby," said Letty. "I'm sure he's not so good looking." "Oh, Battersby's only a boy. After all, Letty, I don't know whether I like officers so much better than other men." And she twisted her neck round to get a look at her back in the pier-glass, and gave her dress a little pull just above her bustle. "I'm sure I do," said Letty. "They've so much more to say for themselves, and they're so much smarter." "Why, yes, they are smarter," said Matilda, "and there's nothing on earth so dowdy as an old black coat. But then officers are always going away. You no sooner get to know 1 or 2 of a set, and to feel that one of them is really a darling fellow, but they're off to Jamaica, China, Hounslow Barracks, or somewhere, and then it's all to do over again. Well, I do wish they wouldn't move them about quite so much. But let's go down. I think I'll do now, won't I?" And they descended to begin the evening campaign. "Wasn't Miss Wyndham engaged to someone?" said old Mrs. Ellison to Mrs. Moore. "I'm sure someone told me so." "Oh, yes, she was," said Mrs. Moore. "The affair was settled, and everything arranged. But the man was very poor, and a gambler. Lord Ballindine, he has the name of a property down in Mayo somewhere. But when she got all her brother's money, Lord Cashel thought it a pity to sacrifice it. So he got her out of the scrape. A very good thing for the poor girl, for they say he's a desperate scamp." "Well, I declare, I think," said Mrs. Ellison, "she'll not have far to look for another." "What, you think there's something between her and Lord Kilcullen?" said Mrs. Moore. "It looks like it at any rate, don't it?" said Mrs. Ellison. "Well, I really think it does," said Mrs. Moore. "I'm sure I'd be very glad of it. I know he wants money desperately, and it would be such a capital thing for the Earl." "At any rate, the lady does not look a bit unwilling," said Mrs. Ellison.
I suppose she's fond of rakish young men. You say Lord Ballindine was of that set, and I'm sure Lord Kilcullen's the same. He has the reputation at any rate. They say he and his father never speak, except just in public, to avoid the show of the thing. And the two ladies set to work to a good dish of scandal.
Miss Wyndham's an exceedingly fine girl, said Captain Coakley to Matt Tierney, as they were playing a game of piquet in the little drawing-room. Yes, said Matt, and she's 100,000 exceedingly fine charms, too, independently of her fine face. So I hear, said Coakley, but I only believe half of what I hear about those things. She has more than that, I know it. Has she, though? Faith, do you know, I think Kilcullen has a mind to keep it in the family. He's very soft on her, and she's just as sweet to him. I shouldn't be surprised if he were to marry now and turn steady. Not at all. There are two reasons against it. In the first place, he's too much dipped for even Fanny's fortune to be any good to him. And secondly, she's engaged. What? To Ballindine, said Coakley. Exactly so, said Matt. Ah, my dear fellow, that's all off long since. I heard Kilcullen say so myself. I'll back Kilcullen to marry her against Ballindine for £100. Done, said Matt, and the bet was booked. The same evening, Tierney wrote to Dot Blake and said in a postscript, I know you care for Ballindine, so do I, but don't write to him. If he really wants to secure his turtle dove, he should see that she doesn't get bagged in his absence. Kilcullen is here, and I tell you he's a keen sportsman. They say it's quite up with him in London, and I should be sorry if she were sacrificed. She seems a nice girl. Lord Kilcullen had ample opportunities of forwarding his intimacy with Fanny, and he did not neglect them. To give him his due, he played his cards as well as his father could wish him. He first of all overcame the dislike with which she was prepared to regard him. He then interested her about himself, and before he had been a week at Grey Abbey, she felt that she had a sort of cousinly affection for him. He got her to talk with a degree of interest about himself, and when he could do that, there was no wonder that Tierney should have fears for his friend's interests. Not that there was any real occasion for them. Fanny Wyndham was not a girl to be talked out of, or into a real passion, by anyone. Now, tell me the truth, Fanny, said Kilcullen, as they were sitting over the fire together in the library one dark afternoon, before they went to dress for dinner. Hadn't you been taught to look on me as a kind of ogre, a monster of iniquity, who spoke nothing but oaths and did nothing but sin? Not exactly that, but I won't say I thought you were exactly just what you ought to be. But didn't you think I was exactly what I ought not to have been? Didn't you imagine now that I habitually sat up all night gambling and drinking buckets of champagne and brandy and water, and that I lay in bed all day devising iniquity in my dreams? Come now, tell the truth and shame the devil. If I am the devil, I know people have made me out to be. Why, really, Adolphus, I never calculated how your days and nights were spent. But if I am to tell the truth, I fear some of them might have been passed to better advantage. Which of us, Fanny, mightn't, with truth, say the same of ourselves? Of course none of us, said Fanny. Don't think I'm judging you. You asked me the question, and I suppose you wanted an answer. I did. I wanted a true one, for though you may never have given yourself much trouble to form an opinion about me, I am anxious that you should do so now. I don't want to trouble you with what is done and past. I don't want to make it appear that I have not been thoughtless and imprudent, wicked and iniquitous, if you are fond of strong terms. Neither do I want to trouble you with confessing all my improprieties, that I may regularly receive absolution. But I do wish you to believe that I have done nothing which should exclude me from your future good opinion, from your friendship and esteem. I am not of an unforgiving temperament, even had you done anything for me to forgive, but I am not aware that you have. No, nothing for you to forgive, in the light of an offence to yourself, but much perhaps to prevent your being willing to regard me as a personal friend. We're not only first cousins, Fanny, but are placed more closely together than cousins usually are. You have neither father nor mother. Now, also, you have no brother. And he took her hands into his own as he said so. Who should be a brother to you if I am not? Who, at any rate, should you look on as a friend, if not on me? Nobody could be better, I believe, than Selina, but she is stiff and cold, unlike you in everything. I should be so happy if I could be the friend of friends you spoke of the other evening, if I could fill the place which must be empty near your heart. I can never be this to you if you believe that anything in my past life has been really disgraceful. It is for this reason that I want to know what you truly think of me. I won't deny that I am anxious you should think well of me, well, at any rate, for the present, and the future.
and charitably as regards to the past. Fanny had been taken much by surprise by the turn her cousin had given to the conversation, and was so much affected that before he had finished she was in tears. She had taken her hand out of his to put her handkerchief to her eyes, and as she did not immediately answer, he continued, "I shall probably be much here for some time to come. Such at least are my present plans, and I hope that while I am, we shall become friends. Not such friends, Fanny, as you and Judith O'Jocelyn, friends only of circumstance, who have neither tastes, habits, or feelings in common. Friends whose friendship consists in living in the same parish and meeting each other once or twice a week, but friends in reality, friends in confidence, friends in mutual dependence, friends in love. Friends, dear Fanny, as cousins situated as we are, should be to each other." Fanny's heart was very full, for she felt how much, how desperately, she wanted such a friend as Kilcullen described. How delightful it would be to have such a friend, and to find him in her own cousin. The whole family hitherto were so cold to her, so uncongenial. The Earl she absolutely disliked. She loved her aunt, but it was only because she was her aunt. She couldn't like her, and though she loved Lady Selina, and to a degree admired her, it was like loving a marble figure. There was more true feeling in what Kilcullen had now said to her than in all that had fallen from the whole family for the 4 years she had lived at Grey Abbey, and she could not therefore but close on the offer of his affection. "Shall we be such friends then?" said he. "Or, after all, am I too bad? Have I too much of the taint of the wicked world to be the friend of so pure a creature as you?" "Oh no, Adolphus, I'm sure I never thought so," said she. "I never judged you, and indeed I am not disposed to do so now. I am too much in want of kindness to reject yours, even were I disposed to do so, which I am not." "Then, Fanny, we are to be friends, true, loving, trusting friends." "Oh yes," said Fanny. "I am really, truly grateful for your affection and kindness. I know how precious they are, and I will value them accordingly." Again Lord Kilcullen took her hand and pressed it in his, and then he kissed it, and told her she was his own dear cousin Fanny, and then recommended her to go and dress, which she did. He sat himself down for a quarter of an hour ruminating, and then also went off to dress, but during that quarter of an hour very different ideas passed through his mind than such as those who knew him best would have given him credit for. In the first place, he thought that he really began to feel an affection for his cousin Fanny, and to speculate whether it were absolutely within the verge of possibility that he should marry her, retrieve his circumstances, treat her well, and live happily for the rest of his life as a respectable nobleman. For 2 or 3 minutes the illusion remained, till it was banished by retrospection. It was certainly possible that he should marry her. It was his full intention to do so. But as to retrieving his circumstances and treating her well, the first was absolutely impossible, the other nearly so, and as to his living happily at Grey Abbey as a family man, he yawned as he felt how impossible it would be that he should spend a month in such a way, let alone a life. But then Fanny Wyndham was so beautiful, so lively, so affectionate, so exactly what a cousin and a wife ought to be. He could not bear to think that all his protestations of friendship and love had been hypocritical, that he could only look upon her as a gudgeon, and himself as a bigger fish, determined to swallow her. Yet such must be his views regarding her. He departed to dress, absolutely troubled in his conscience. And what were Fanny's thoughts about her cousin? She was much surprised and gratified, but at the same time somewhat flustered and overwhelmed by the warmth and novelty of his affection. However, she never for a moment doubted his truth towards her, or had the slightest suspicion of his real object. Her thought was whether she could induce him to be a mediator for her between Lord Cashel and Lord Ballindine. During the next 2 days he spoke to her a good deal about her brother, of whom, by the by, he had really known nothing. He contrived, however, to praise him as a young man of much spirit and great promise. Then he spoke of her own large fortune, asked her what her wishes were about its investment, and told her how happy he would be to express those wishes at once to Lord Cashel, and to see that they were carried out. Once or twice she had gradually attempted to lead the conversation to Lord Ballindine, but Lord Kilcullen was too crafty, and had prevented her, and she had not yet sufficient courage to tell him at once what was so near her heart. "Fanny," said Lady Selina one morning, about a week after the general arrival of the company at Grey Abbey, and when some of them had taken their departure, "I am very glad to see you have recovered your spirits. I know you have made a great effort, and I appreciate and admire it." "Indeed, Selina, I fear you are admiring me too soon. I own I have been amused this week past, and to a certain degree pleased, but I fear you'll find I shall relapse. There's been no radical reform.
My thoughts are all in the same direction as they were. But the greater trial in this world is to behave well and becomingly in spite of oppressive thoughts, and it always takes a struggle to do that, and that struggle you've made. I hope it may lead you to feel that you may be contented and in comfort, without having everything which you think necessary to your happiness. I am sure I looked forward to this week as one of unmixed trouble and torment, but I was very wrong to do so. It has given me a great deal of unmixed satisfaction. I'm very glad of that, Selina, but what was it? I'm sure it could not have come from poor Mrs. Ellison or the bishop's wife, and you seem to me to spend all your time in talking to them. Virtue, they say, is its own reward. I don't know what other satisfaction you can have had from them. In the first place, it has given me great pleasure to see that you were able to exert yourself in company, and that the crowd of people did not annoy you. But I have chiefly been delighted by seeing that you and Adolphus are such good friends. You must think, Fanny, that I am anxious about an only brother, especially when we have all had so much cause to be anxious about him. And don't you think it must be a delight to me to find that he is able to take pleasure in your society? I should be doubly pleased, doubly delighted, if I could please him myself. But I have not the vivacity to amuse him. What nonsense, Selina, don't say that. But it's true, Fanny, I have not. And Grey Abbey has become distasteful to him, because we are all sedate, steady people. Perhaps some would call us dull and heavy, and I have grieved that it should be so, though I cannot alter my nature. But you are so much to the contrary. There is so much in your character like his own, before he became fond of the world, that I feel he can become attached to you and fond of you, and I am delighted to see that he thinks so himself. What do you think of him, now that you have seen more of him than you ever did before? Indeed, said Fanny, I like him very much. He's very clever, isn't he? He might have been anything if he had given himself fair play. He seems to have taken greatly to you. Oh, yes, we are great friends. And then Fanny paused. So great friends, she continued, looking somewhat gravely in Selina's face, that I mean to ask the greatest favour of him that I could ask of any one. One I am sure I little dreamed I should ever ask of him. What is it, Fanny? Is it a secret? Indeed it is, Selina, but it's a secret I will tell you. I mean to tell him all I feel about Lord Ballindine, and I mean to ask him to see him for me. Adolphus has offered to be a brother to me, and I mean to take him at his word. Lady Selina turned very pale and looked very grave as she replied, That is not giving him a brother's work, Fanny. A brother should protect you from importunity and insult, from injury and wrong, and that, I am sure, Adolphus would do. But no brother would consent to offer your hand to a man who had neglected you and been refused, and who, in all probability, would now reject you with scorn if he has the opportunity, or if not that, will take you for your money's sake. That, Fanny, is not a brother's work, and it is an embassy which I am sure Adolphus will not undertake. If you take my advice, you will not ask him. As Lady Selina finished speaking, she walked to the door, as if determined to hear no reply from her cousin. But as she was leaving the room, she fancied that she heard her sobbing, and her heart softened, and she again turned towards her and said, God knows, Fanny, I do not wish to be severe or ill-natured to you. I would do anything for your comfort and happiness, but I cannot bear to think that you should— Lady Selina was puzzled for a word to express her meaning— that you should forget yourself. And she attempted to put her arm round Fanny's waist, but she was mistaken. Fanny was not sobbing, but was angry, and what Selina now said about her forgetting herself did not make her less so. No, she said, withdrawing herself from her cousin's embrace and standing erect, while her bosom was swelling with indignation. I want no affection from you, Selina, that is accompanied by so much disapprobation. You don't wish to be severe, only you say that I am likely to forget myself. Forget myself? And Fanny threw back her beautiful head and clenched her little fists by her side. The other day you said disgrace myself, and I bore it calmly then. But I will not any longer bear such imputations. I tell you plainly, Selina, I will not forget myself, nor will I be forgotten, nor will I submit to whatever fate cold, unfeeling people may doom me, merely because I am a woman and alone. I will not give up Lord Ballindine if I have to walk to his door and tell him so, and were I to do so, I should never think that I had forgotten myself. Listen to me, Fanny, said Selina. Wait a moment, continued Fanny. I have listened enough. It is my turn to speak now. For one thing, I have to thank you. You have dispelled the idea that I could look for help to anyone in this family. I will not ask your brother to do anything for me which you think so disgraceful. I will not subject him to the scorn with which you choose to think my love will be treated by him who loved me so well. That you should dare to tell me that he who did so much for my love should now scorn it. Oh, Selina, that I may live to forget that you said those words." And Fanny for a moment put her handkerchief to her eyes, but it was but for a moment. "However," she continued, "I will now act for myself. As you think I might forget myself, I tell you I will do it in no clandestine way. I will write to Lord Ballindine, and I will show my letter to my uncle. The whole house shall read it if they please. I will tell Lord Ballindine all the truth, and if Lord Cashel turns me from his house, I shall probably find some friend to receive me, who may still believe that I have not forgotten myself." And Fanny Wyndham sailed out of the room. Lady Selina, when she saw that she was gone, sat down on the sofa and took her book. She tried to make herself believe that she was going to read, but it was no use. The tears dimmed her eyes, and she put the book down. The same evening the Countess sent for Selina into her boudoir, and with a fidgety mixture of delight and surprise, told her that she had a wonderful piece of good news to communicate to her. "I declare, my dear," she said, "it's the most delightful thing I've heard for years and years, and it's just exactly what I had planned myself, only I never told anybody. Dear me, it makes me so happy." "What is it, mamma?" "Your papa has been talking to me since dinner, my love, and he tells me Adolphus is going to marry Fanny Wyndham." "Going to marry whom?" said Selina, almost with a shout. "Fanny. I say it's the most delightful match in the world. It's just what ought to be done. I suppose they won't have the wedding before summer, though May is a very nice month. Let me see. It only wants 3 weeks to May." "Mamma, what are you talking about? You're dreaming." "Dreaming, my dear? I'm not dreaming at all. It's a fact. Who'd have thought of all this happening so soon after this party, which gave us so much trouble? However, I know your father was right. I said all along that he was in the right to ask the people." "Mamma," said Lady Selina gravely, "listen to me, calmly now and attentively. I don't know what papa has told you, but I tell you Fanny does not dream of marrying Adolphus. He has never asked her, and if he did, she would never accept him. Fanny is more than ever in love with Lord Ballindine." The Countess opened her eyes wide and looked up into her daughter's face, but said nothing. "Tell me, mamma, as nearly as you can recollect, what it is papa has said to you, that, if possible, we may prevent mischief and misery." "Papa couldn't have said that Fanny had accepted Adolphus." "He didn't say exactly that, my dear, but he said that it was his wish they should be married, that Adolphus was very eager for it, and that Fanny had received his attentions and admiration with evident pleasure and satisfaction. And so she has, my dear. You couldn't but have seen that yourself." "Well, mamma, what else did papa say?" "Why, he just said what I'm telling you, that I wasn't to be surprised if we were called on to be ready for the wedding at short notice, or at any rate to be ready to congratulate Fanny. He certainly didn't say she had accepted him, but he said he had no doubt about it, and I'm sure, from what was going on last week, I couldn't have any doubt either. But he told me not to speak to anyone about it yet, particularly not to Fanny. Only, my dear, I couldn't help, talking it over with you." And the Countess leaned back in her chair, very much exhausted with the history she had narrated. "Now, mamma, listen to me. It is not many hours since Fanny told me she was unalterably determined to throw herself at Lord Ballandine's feet." "Goodness gracious me, how shocking!" said the Countess. "She even said that she would ask Adolphus to be the means of bringing Lord Ballindine back to Grey Abbey." "Lord have mercy!" said the Countess. "I only tell you this, mamma, to show you how impossible it is that papa should be right." "What are we to do, my dear? Oh dear, there'll be such a piece of work! What a nasty thing Fanny is! I'm sure she's been making love to Adolphus all the week." "No, mamma, she has not. Don't be unfair to Fanny. If there is any one in fault, it is Adolphus. But as you say, what shall we do to prevent further misunderstanding? I think I had better tell papa the whole." And so she did on the following morning. But she was too late. She did not do it till after Lord Kilcullen had offered and had been refused. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of The Kellys and the O'Kellys by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 32. How Lord Kilcullen Fares in His Wooing. About 12 o'clock the same night, Lord Kilcullen and Matt Tierney were playing billiards, and were just finishing their last game. The bed candles were lighted, ready for them, and Tierney was on the point of making the final hazard. "So you're determined to go to-morrow, Matt?" said Kilcullen. "Oh, yes, I'll go to-morrow. Your mother'll take me for a second Paddy Ray else," said Matt. Who the deuce was Paddy Ray? Didn't you ever hear of Paddy Ray? Michael French of Glare Abbey is dead now, but he was alive enough at the time I'm telling you of, and kept the best house in County Clare. Well, he was coming down on the Limerick coach, and met a deuced pleasant, good-looking, talkative sort of a fellow atop of it. They dined and got a tumbler of punch together at Rosecray. And when French got down at Bird Hill, he told his acquaintance that if he ever found himself anywhere near Ennis, he'd be glad to see him at Glare Abbey. He was a hospitable sort of fellow, and had got into a kind of way of saying the same thing to everybody, without meaning anything except to be civil, just as I'd wish a man good morning. Well, French thought no more about the man, whose name he didn't even know, but about a fortnight afterwards, a hack car from Ennis made its appearance at Glare Abbey, and the talkative traveller and a small portmanteau had soon found their way into the hall. French was a good deal annoyed, for he had some fashionables in the house, but he couldn't turn the man out, so he asked his name and introduced Paddy Ray to the company. How long do you think he stayed at Glare Abbey? Heaven only knows. 3 months. 17 years, said Matt. They did everything to turn him out, and couldn't do it. It killed old French, and at last his son pulled the house down, and Paddy Ray went then, because there wasn't a roof to cover him. Now, I don't want to drive your father to pull down this house, so I'll go tomorrow. The place is so ugly that if you could make him do so, it would be an advantage. But I'm afraid the plan wouldn't succeed, so I won't press you. But if you go, I shan't remain long. If it was to save my life and theirs, I can't get up small talk for the rector and his curate. Well, good night, said Matt, and the two turned off towards their bedrooms. As they passed from the billiard-room through the hall, Lord Cashel shuffled out of his room in his slippers and dressing-gown. "Kilcullen," said he, with a great deal of unconcerned good humour affected in his tone, "just give me 1 moment. I've a word to say to you. Good night, Mr. Tierney. Good night. I'm sorry to hear we're to lose you tomorrow." Lord Kilcullen shrugged his shoulders, winked at his friend, and then turned round and followed his father. "It's only 1 word, Kilcullen," said the father, who was afraid of angering or irritating his son, now that he thought he was in so fair a way to obtain the heiress and her fortune. "I'll not detain you half a minute." And then he said in a whisper, "Take my advice, Kilcullen, and strike when the iron's hot." "I don't quite understand you, my lord," said his son, affecting ignorance of his father's meaning. "I mean, you can't stand better than you do with Fanny. You've certainly played your cards admirably, and she's a charming girl, a very charming girl, and I long to know that she's your own. Take my advice and ask her at once." "My lord," said the dutiful son, "if I'm to carry on this affair, I must be allowed to do it in my own way. You, I dare say, have more experience than I can boast, and if you choose to make the proposal yourself to Miss Wyndham on my behalf, I shall be delighted to leave the matter in your hands. But in that case I shall choose to be absent from Grey Abbey. If you wish me to do it, you must let me do it when I please and how I please." "Oh, certainly, certainly, Kilcullen," said the Earl. "I only want to point out that I think you'll gain nothing by delay." "Very well, my lord. Good night." And Lord Kilcullen went to bed, and the father shuffled back to his study. He had had 3 different letters that day from Lord Kilcullen's creditors, all threatening immediate arrest unless he would make himself responsible for his son's debts. No wonder that he was in a hurry, poor man. And Lord Kilcullen, though he had spoken so coolly on the subject and had snubbed his father, was equally in a hurry. He also received letters and threats and warnings, and understood, even better than his father did, the perils which awaited him. He knew that he couldn't remain at Grey Abbey another week, that in a day or 2 it wouldn't be safe for him to leave the house, and that his only chance was at once to obtain the promise of his cousin's hand and then betake himself to some place of security until he could make her fortune available. When Fanny came into the breakfast-room next morning, he asked her to walk with him in the domain after breakfast. During the whole of the previous evening she had sat silent and alone, pretending to read, although he had made 2 or 3 efforts to engage her in conversation. She could not, however, refuse to walk with him, nor could she quite forgive herself for wishing to do so. She felt that her sudden attachment for him was damped by what had passed between her and Lady Selina, but she knew at the same time that she was very unreasonable for quarrelling with one cousin for what another had said. She accepted his invitation, and shortly after breakfast went upstairs to get ready. It was a fine bright April morning, though the air was cold, and the ground somewhat damp, so she put on her boa and strong boots, and sallied forth with Lord Kilcullen,
not exactly in a good humour, but still feeling that she could not justly be out of humour with him. At the same moment, Lady Selina knocked at her father's door with the intention of explaining to him how impossible it was that Fanny should be persuaded to marry her brother. Poor Lord Cashel! His life at that time was certainly not a happy one. The two cousins walked some way nearly in silence. Fanny felt very little inclined to talk, and even Kilcullen, with all his knowledge of womankind, with all his assurance, had some difficulty in commencing what he had to get said and done that morning. "So, Grey Abbey will once more sink into its accustomed dulness," said he. "Coakley went yesterday, and Tierney and the Ellisons go to-day. Don't you dread it, Fanny?" "Oh, I'm used to it. Besides, I'm one of the component elements of the dulness, you know. I'm a portion of the thing itself. It's you that must feel it." "I feel it? I suppose I shall. But as I told you before, the physic to me was not nearly so nauseous as the sugar. I'm at any rate glad to get rid of such sweetmeats as the Bishop and Mrs. Ellison." And they were both silent again for a while. "But you're not a portion of the heaviness at Grey Abbey, Fanny," said he, referring to what she had said. "You're not an element of its dullness. I don't say this in flattery. I trust nothing so vile as flattery will ever take place between us. But you know yourself that your nature is intended for other things, that you were not born to pass your life in such a house as this, without society, without excitement, without something to fill your mind. Fanny, you can't be happy here at Grey Abbey." Happy, thought Fanny to herself. No, indeed, I'm not happy. She didn't say so, however, and Kilcullen, after a little while, went on speaking. "I'm sure you can't be comfortable here. You don't feel it, I dare say, so intolerable as I do, but still you have been out enough in the world to feel strongly the everlasting do-nothingness of this horrid place. I wonder what possesses my father that he does not go to London, for your sake if for no one else's. It's not just of him to coop you up here." "Indeed it is, Adolphus," said she. "You mistake my character. I'm not at all anxious for London parties and gaiety. Stupid as you may think me, I'm quite as well contented to stay here as I should be to go to London." "Do you mean me to believe," said Kilcullen with a gentle laugh, "that you're contented to live and die in single blessedness at Grey Abbey? That your ambition does not soar higher than the interchange of worsted-work patterns with Miss O'Jocelyn?" "I did not say so, Adolphus." "What is your ambition, then? What kind and style of life would you choose to live? Come, Fanny, I wish I could get you to talk with me about yourself. I wish I could teach you to believe how anxious I am that your future life should be happy and contented, and at the same time splendid and noble as it should be. I'm sure you must have ambition. I have studied Lavater well enough to know that such a head and face as yours never belonged to a mind that could satisfy itself with worsted work." "You're very severe on the poor worsted work." "But am I not in the right?" "Decidedly not. Lavater and my head and face have misled you." "Nonsense, Fanny. Do you mean to tell me that you have no aspiration for a kind of life different from this you're leading? If so, I am much disappointed in you. Much, very much astray in my judgment of your character." Then he walked on a few yards looking on the ground, and said, "Come, Fanny, I'm talking very earnestly to you, and you answer me only in joke. You don't think me impertinent, do you, to talk about yourself?" "Impertinent, Adolphus? Of course I don't." "Why won't you talk to me, then, in the spirit in which I'm talking to you? If you knew, Fanny, how interested I am about you, how anxious that you should be happy, how confidently I look forward to the distinguished position I expect you to fill. If you could guess how proud I mean to be of you, when you are the cynosure of all eyes, the admired of all admirers, admired not more for your beauty than your talent. If I could make you believe, Fanny, how much I expect from you, and how fully I trust that my expectations will be realized, you would not, at any rate, answer me lightly." "Adolphus," said Fanny, "I thought there was to be no flattering between us." "And do you think I would flatter you? Do you think I would stoop to flatter you? Oh, Fanny, you don't understand me yet. You don't at all understand how thoroughly from the heart I'm speaking, how much in earnest I am, and so far from flattering you, I'm quite as anxious to find fault with you as I am to praise you, could I feel that I had the liberty to do so." "Pray do," said Fanny. "Anything but flattery, for a friend never flatters." But Kilcullen had intended to flatter his fair cousin, and he had been successful. She was gratified and pleased by his warmth of affection. "Pray do," repeated Fanny. "I have more faults than virtues to be told of, and so I'm afraid you'll find out when you know me better." "To begin, then," said Kilcullen, "you are not wrong. But no, Fanny, I will not torment you now with a catalogue of faults.
I did not ask you to come out with me for that object. You are now in grief for the death of poor Harry." Fanny blushed as she remembered how much more poignant a sorrow weighed upon her heart. "And are therefore unable to exert yourself. But as soon as you are able, when you have recovered from this severe blow, I trust you will not be content to loiter and dawdle away your existence at Grey Abbey." "Not the whole of it," said Fanny. "None of it," replied her cousin. "Every month, every day should have its purpose. My father has got into a dull, heartless, apathetic mode of life, which suits my mother and Selina, but which will never suit you. Grey Abbey is like the Dead Sea, of which the waters are always bitter as well as stagnant. It makes me miserable, dearest Fanny, to see you stifled in such a pool. Your beauty, talents, and energies, your disposition to enjoy life, and power of making it enjoyable for others, are all thrown away. Oh, Fanny, if I could rescue you from this!" "You're inventing imaginary evils," said she. "At any rate, they're not palpable to my eyes." "That's it. That's just what I fear," said the other. "That time, habit, and endurance may teach you to think that nothing further is to be looked for in this world than vegetation at Grey Abbey, or some other place of the kind, to which you may be transplanted. I want to wake you from such a torpor, to save you from such ignominy. I wish to restore you to the world." "There's time enough, Adolphus. You'll see me yet the gayest of the gay at Almack's." "Ah, but to please me, Fanny, it must be as one of the leaders, not one of the led." "Oh, that'll be in years to come, in 20 years' time, when I come forth glorious in a jewelled turban, and yards upon yards of yellow satin, fat, fair, and 40. I've certainly no ambition to be one of the leaders yet." Lord Kilcullen walked on silent for a considerable time, during which Fanny went on talking about London, Almack's, and the miserable life of lady patronesses, till at last she also became silent, and began thinking of Lord Ballindine. She had, some little time since, fully made up her mind to open her heart to Lord Kilcullen about him, and she had as fully determined not to do so after what Selina had said upon the subject. But now she again wavered. His manner was so kind and affectionate. His interest in her future happiness appeared to be so true and unaffected. At any rate, he would not speak harshly or cruelly to her, if she convinced him how completely her happiness depended on her being reconciled to Lord Ballindine. She had all but brought herself to the point. She had almost determined to tell him everything, when he stopped rather abruptly and said, "I also am leaving Grey Abbey again, Fanny." "Leaving Grey Abbey?" said Fanny. "You told me the other day you were going to live here." "So I intended. So I do intend. But still I must leave it for a while. I am going about business, and I don't know how long I may be away. I go on Saturday." "I hope, Adolphus, you haven't quarrelled with your father," said she. "Oh, no," said he. "It is on his advice that I am going. I believe there is no fear of our quarrelling now. I should rather say I trust there is none. He not only approves of my going, but approves of what I am about to do before I go." "And what is that?" "I had not intended, Fanny, to say what I have to say to you for some time, for I feel that different circumstances make it premature. But I cannot bring myself to leave you without doing so." And again he paused and walked on a little way in silence. "And yet," he continued, "I hardly know how to utter what I wish to say, or rather, what I would wish to have said, were it not that I dread so much the answer you may make me. Stop, Fanny, stop a moment. The seat is quite dry. Sit down one moment." Fanny sat down in a little alcove which they had reached, considerably embarrassed and surprised. She had not, however, the most remote idea of what he was about to say to her. Had any other man in the world, almost, spoken to her in the same language, she would have expected an offer, but from the way in which she had always regarded her cousin, both heretofore, when she hardly knew him, and now, when she was on such affectionate terms with him, she would as soon have thought of receiving an offer from Lord Cashel as from his son. "Fanny," he said, "I told you before that I have my father's warmest and most entire approval for what I am now going to do. Should I be successful in what I ask, he will be delighted. But I have no words to tell you what my own feelings will be. Fanny, dearest Fanny," and he sat down close beside her, "I love you better, how much better, than all the world holds beside. Dearest, dearest Fanny, can you return my love?" "Adolphus!" said Fanny, rising suddenly from her seat, more for the sake of turning round so as to look at him, than with the object of getting from him. "Adolphus, you're joking with me." "No, by heavens then," said he, following her and catching her hand. No man in Ireland is this moment more in earnest, no man more anxiously, painfully in earnest. Oh, Fanny, why should you suppose that I am not so? How can you think I would joke on such a subject? No, hear me," he said, interrupting her as she prepared to answer him. "Hear me out, and then you will know how truly I am in earnest." "No, not a word further," almost shrieked Fanny. "Not a word more, Adolphus. Not a syllable, at any rate till you have heard me. Oh, you've made me so miserable!" And Fanny burst into tears. "I have spoken too suddenly to you, Fanny. I should have given you more time. I should have waited till—" "No, no, no," said Fanny. "It is not that. But yes, what you say is true. Had you waited but 1 hour, but 10 minutes, I should have told you that which would forever have prevented all this. I should have told you, Adolphus, how dearly, how unutterably I love another." And Fanny again sat down, hid her face in her handkerchief against the corner of the summer house, and sobbed and cried as though she were broken-hearted, during which time Kilcullen stood by, rather perplexed as to what he was to say next, and beginning to be very doubtful as to his ultimate success. "Dear Fanny," he said, "for both our sakes, pray try to be collected. All my future happiness is at this moment at stake. I did not bring you here to listen to what I have told you, without having become too painfully sure that your hand, your heart, your love are necessary to my happiness. All my hopes are now at stake, but I would not, if I could, secure my own happiness at the expense of yours. Pray believe me, Fanny, when I say that I love you completely, unalterably, devotedly. It is necessary now for my own sake that I should say as much as that. Having told you so much of my own heart, let me hear what you wish to tell me of yours. Oh, that I might have the most distant gleam of hope that it would ever return the love which fills my own." "It cannot, Adolphus, it never can," said she, still trying to hide her tears. "Oh, why should this bitter misery have been added?" She then rose quickly from her seat, wiped her eyes, and pushing back her hair, continued, "I will no longer continue to live such a life as I have done, miserable to myself, and the cause of misery to others. Adolphus, I love Lord Ballindine. I love him with, I believe, as true and devoted a love as woman ever felt for man. I valued, appreciated, gloried in your friendship, but I can never return your love. My heart is wholly, utterly given away, and I would not for worlds receive it back till I learn from his own mouth that he has ceased to love me." "Oh, Fanny, my poor Fanny," said Kilcullen, "if such is the case, you are really to be pitied. If this be true, your condition is nearly as unhappy as my own." "I am unhappy, very unhappy in your love," said Fanny, drawing herself up proudly, "but not unhappy in my own. My misery is that I should be the cause of trouble and unhappiness to others. I have nothing to regret in my own choice." "You are harsh, Fanny. It may be well that you should be decided, but it cannot become you also to be unfeeling. I have offered to you all that a man can offer, my name, my fortune, my life, my heart. Though you may refuse me, you have no right to be offended with me." "Oh, Adolphus," she said now, in her turn offering him her hand, "pray forgive me. Pray do not be angry. Heaven knows I feel no offence, and how strongly, how sincerely I feel the compliment you have offered me. But I want you to see how vain it would be in me to leave you in any doubt. I only spoke as I did to show you I could not think twice, when my heart was given to one whom I so entirely love, respect, and approve." Lord Kilcullen's face became thoughtful, and his brow grew black. He stood for some time irresolute what to say or do. "Let us walk on, Fanny, for this is cold and damp," he said at last. "Let us go back to the house, then." "As you like, Fanny. Oh, how painful all this is! How doubly painful to know that my own love is hopeless, and that yours is no less so. Did you not refuse Lord Ballindine?" "If I did, is it not sufficient that I tell you I love him? If he were gone past all redemption, you would not have me encourage you while I love another." "I never dreamed of this. What, Fanny, what are your hopes? What is it you wish or intend? Supposing me, as I wish I were, fathoms deep below the earth, what would you do? You cannot marry Lord Ballindine." "Then I will marry no one," said Fanny, striving hard to suppress her tears and barely succeeding. "Good heavens!" exclaimed Kilcullen. "What an infatuation is this!" And then again he walked on silent a little way. "Have you told any one of this, Fanny? Do they know of it at Grey Abbey? Come, Fanny, speak to me. Forget, if you will, that I would be your lover. Remember me only as your cousin and your friend, and speak to me openly. Do they know that you have repented of the refusal you gave Lord Ballindine?" They all know that I love him. Your father, your mother, and Selina." "You don't say my father?" "Yes," said Fanny, stopping on the path, and speaking with energy as she confronted her cousin. "Yes, Lord Cashel. He, above all others, knows it. I have told him so almost on my knees. I have implored him, as a child may implore her father, to bring back to me the only man I ever loved. I have besought him not to sacrifice me. Oh, how I have implored him to spare me the dreadful punishment of my own folly, wretchedness rather, in rejecting the man I loved. But he has not listened to me. He will never listen to me, and I will never ask again. He shall find that I am not a tree or a stone to be planted or placed as he chooses. I will not again be subjected to what I have to-day suffered. I will not. But Fanny was out of breath and could not complete the catalogue of what she would not do. "And did you intend to tell me all this? Had I not spoken to you as I have done?" said Kilcullen. "I did," said she. "I was on the point of telling you everything. Twice I had intended to do so. I intended to implore you, as you loved me as your cousin, to use your exertions to reconcile my uncle and Lord Ballindine. And now, instead of that—" "You find I love you too well myself." "Oh, forget, Adolphus. Forget that the words ever passed your lips. You have not loved me long, and therefore will not continue to love me, when you know I never can be yours. Forget your short-lived love, won't you, Adolphus?" And she put her clasped hand upon his breast. "Forget. Let us both forget that the words were ever spoken. Be still my cousin, my friend, my brother, and we shall both be happy." Different feelings were disturbing Lord Kilcullen's breast. Different from each other, and some of them very different from those which usually found a place there. He had sought Fanny's hand not only with the most sordid, but also with the most dishonest views. He not only intended to marry her for her fortune, but also to rob her of her money, to defraud her, that he might enable himself once more to enter the world of pleasure with the slight encumbrance of a wretched wife. But in carrying out his plan he had disturbed it by his own weakness. He had absolutely allowed himself to fall in love with his cousin, and when, as he had just done, he offered her his hand, he was quite as anxious that she should accept him for her own sake as for that of her money. He had taught himself to believe that she would accept him, and many misgivings had haunted him as to the ruined state to which he should bring her as his wife. But these feelings, though strong enough to disturb him, were not strong enough to make him pause. He tried to persuade himself that he could yet make her happy, and hurried on to the consummation of his hopes. He now felt strongly tempted to act a generous part, to give her up, and to bring Lord Ballindine back to her feet, to deserve at any rate well of her, and leave all other things to chance. But Lord Kilcullen was not accustomed to make such sacrifices. He had never learned to disregard himself, and again he turned it over in his mind. How could he get her fortune? Was there any way left in which he might be successful? "This is child's play, Fanny," he said. "You may reject me. To that I have nothing further to say, for I am but an indifferent wooer. But you can never marry Lord Ballindine." "Oh, Adolphus, for mercy's sake, don't say so." "But I do say so, Fanny. God knows, not to wound you, or for any unworthy purpose, but because it is so. He was your lover, and you sent him away. You cannot whistle him back as you would a dog." Fanny made no answer to this, but walked on towards the house, anxious to find herself alone in her own room, that she might compose her mind and think over all that she had heard and said. Nor did Lord Kilcullen renew the conversation till he got to the house. He could not determine what to do. Under other circumstances it might, he felt, have been wise for him to wait till time had weakened Fanny's regret for her lost lover. But in his case this was impracticable. If he waited anywhere, it would be in the Queen's Bench. And yet he could not but feel that at present it was hopeless for him to push his suit. They reached the steps together, and as he opened the front door, Fanny turned round to wish him good morning, as she was hurrying in. But he stopped her and said, "One more word, Fanny, before we part. You must not refuse me, nor must we part in this way. Step in here. I will not keep you a minute." And he took her into a room off the hall. "Do not let us be children, Fanny. Do not let us deceive each other, or ourselves. Do not let us persist in being irrational, if we ourselves see that we are so." And he paused for a reply. "Well, Adolphus," was all she said. "If I could avoid it," continued he, "I would not hurt your feelings. But you must see, you must know, that you cannot marry Lord Ballindine." Fanny, who was now sitting, bit her lips and clenched her hands, and said nothing. "If this is so, if you feel that so far your fate is fixed, are you mad enough to give yourself up to a vain and wicked passion? For wicked it will be. Will you rather not strive to forget him who has forgotten you?" "That is not true," interposed Fanny. "His conduct, unfortunately, proves that it is too true," continued Kilcullen. "He has forgotten you, and you cannot blame him that he should do so, now that you have rejected him. But he neglected you even before you did so. Is it wise? Is it decorous? Is it maidenly in you to indulge any longer in so vain a passion? Think of this, Fanny. As to myself, heaven knows with what perfect truth, with what true love, I offered you this morning all that a man can offer. How ardently I hoped for an answer different from that you have now given me. You cannot give me your heart now. Love cannot, at a moment, be transferred. But think, Fanny, think whether it is not better for you to accept an offer which your friends will all approve, and which I trust will never make you unhappy, than to give yourself up to a lasting regret, to tears, misery, and grief." "And would you take my hand without my heart?" said she. "Not for worlds," replied the other, "were I not certain that your heart would follow your hand. Whoever may be your husband, you will love him. But ask my mother, talk to her, ask her advice. She, at any rate, will only tell you that which must be best for your own happiness. Go to her, Fanny. If her advice be different from mine, I will not say a word farther to urge my suit." "I will go to no one," said Fanny, rising. "I have gone to too many with a piteous story on my lips. I have no friend now in this house. I had still hoped to find one in you, but that hope is over. I am of course proud of the honour your declaration has conveyed, but I should be wicked indeed if I did not make you perfectly understand that it is one which I cannot accept. Whatever may be your views, your ideas, I will never marry unless I thoroughly love, and feel that I am thoroughly loved by my future husband. Had you not made this ill-timed declaration, had you not even persisted in repeating it after I had opened my whole heart to you, I could have loved and cherished you as a brother. Under no circumstances could I ever have accepted you as a husband. Good morning." And she left him alone, feeling that he could have but little chance of success should he again renew the attempt. He did not see her again until dinner time, when she appeared silent and reserved, but still collected and at her ease. Nor did he speak to her at dinner or during the evening, till the moment the ladies were retiring for the night. He then came up to her as she was standing alone, turning over some things on a side table, and said, "Fanny, I probably leave Grey Abbey to-morrow. I will say good-bye to you to-night." "Good-bye, Adolphus. May we both be happier when next we meet," said she. "My happiness, I fear, is doubtful. But I will not speak of that now. If I can do anything for yours before I go, I will, Fanny. I will ask my father to invite Lord Ballindine here. He has been anxious that we should be married. When I tell him that is impossible, he may perhaps be induced to do so." "Do that," said Fanny, "and you will be a friend to me. Do that, and you will be more than a brother to me." "I will, and in doing so I shall crush every hope that I have had left in me." "Do not say so, Adolphus, do not." "You'll understand what I mean in a short time. I cannot explain everything to you now. But this will I do. I will make Lord Cashel understand that we never can be more to each other than we are now, and I will advise him to seek a reconciliation with Lord Ballindine. And now good-bye." And he held out his hand. "But I shall see you to-morrow." "Probably not. And if you do, it will be but for a moment, when I shall have other adieux to make." "Good-bye then, Adolphus, and may God bless you, and may we yet live to have many happy days together." And she shook hands with him and went to her room. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of The Kellys and the O'Kellys by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 33. Lord Kilcullen makes another visit to the book-room. Lord Cashel's plans were certainly not lucky. It was not that sufficient care was not used in laying them, nor sufficient caution displayed in maturing them. He passed his time in care and caution. He spared no pains in seeing that the whole machinery was right. He was indefatigable in his deliberation, diligent in manoeuvring, constant in attention. But somehow he was unlucky. His schemes were never successful. In the present instance he was peculiarly unfortunate, for everything went wrong with him. He had got rid of an obnoxious lover. He had coaxed over his son. He had spent an immensity of money. He had undergone worlds of trouble and self-restraint. And then, when he really began to think that his ward's fortune would compensate him for this, his own family came to him one after another to assure him that he was completely mistaken, that it was utterly impossible that such a thing as a family marriage between the two cousins could ever take place,
and indeed ought not to be thought of. Lady Selina gave him the first cheque. On the morning on which Lord Kilcullen made his offer, she paid her father a solemn visit in his book-room, and told him exactly what she had before told her mother, assured him that Fanny could not be induced at any rate at present to receive her cousin as her lover, whispered to him with unfeigned sorrow and shame that Fanny was still madly in love with Lord Ballindine, and begged him to induce her brother to postpone his offer, at any rate for some months. "I hate Lord Ballandine's very name," said the Earl, petulant with irritation. "We none of us approve of him, papa. We don't think of supposing that he could now be a fitting husband for Fanny, or that they could possibly ever be married. Of course it's not to be thought of. But if you would advise Adolphus not to be premature, he might in the end be more successful." "Kilcullen has made his own bed, and he must lie in it. I won't interfere between them," said the angry father. "But if you were only to recommend delay," suggested the daughter, "a few months' delay, think how short a time Harry Wyndham has been dead." Lord Cashel knew that delay was death in this case, so he pished and hummed and hawed, quite lost the dignity on which he piqued himself, and ended by declaring that he would not interfere, that they might do as they liked, that young people would not be guided, and that he would not make himself unhappy about them. And so Lady Selina, crestfallen and disappointed, went away. Then Lady Cashel, reflecting on what her daughter had told her, and yet anxious that the marriage should, if possible, take place at some time or other, sent Griffiths down to her lord with a message. "Would his lordship be kind enough to step upstairs to her ladyship?" Lord Cashel went up, and again had all the difficulties of the case opened out before him. "But you see," said her ladyship, "poor Fanny, she's become so unreasonable. I don't know what's come to her. I'm sure I do everything I can to make her happy. But I suppose if she don't like to marry, nobody can make her." "Make her? Who's talking of making her?" said the Earl. "No, of course not," continued the Countess. "That's just what Selina says. No one can make her do anything. She's got so obstinate of late. But it's all that horrid Lord Ballindine and those odious horses. I'm sure I don't know what business gentlemen have to have horses at all. There's never any good comes of it. There's Adolphus. He's had the good sense to get rid of his, and yet Fanny's so foolish. She'd sooner have that other horrid man. And I'm sure he's not half so good looking, nor a quarter so agreeable as Adolphus." All these encomiums on his son and animadversions on Lord Ballindine were not calculated to put the Earl into a good humour. He was heartily sick of the subject, thoroughly repented that he had not allowed his son to ruin himself in his own way, detested the very name of Lord Ballindine, and felt no very strong affection for his poor innocent ward. He accordingly made his wife nearly the same answer he had made his daughter, and left her anything but comforted by the visit. It was about 11 o'clock on the same evening that Lord Kilcullen, after parting with Fanny, opened the book-room door. He had been quite sincere in what he had told her. He had made up his mind entirely to give over all hopes of marrying her himself, and to tell his father that the field was again open for Lord Ballindine as far as he was concerned. There is no doubt that he would not have been noble enough to do this, had he thought he had himself any chance of being successful. But still there was something chivalrous in his resolve, something magnanimous in his determination to do all he could for the happiness of her he really loved, when everything in his own prospects was gloomy, dark, and desperate. As he entered his father's room, feeling that it would probably be very long before he should be closeted with him again, he determined that he would not quietly bear reproaches, and even felt a source of satisfaction in the prospect of telling his father that their joint plans were overturned, their schemes completely at an end. "I'm disturbing you, my lord, I'm afraid," said the son, walking into the room, not at all with the manner of one who had any hesitation at causing the disturbance. "Who's that?" said the Earl. "Adolphus?" "No." "Yes." "That is, I'm just going to bed. What is it you want?" The Earl had been dozing after all the vexations of the day. "To tell the truth, my lord, I have a good deal that I wish to say. Will it trouble you to listen to me?" "Won't tomorrow morning do?" "I shall leave Grey Abbey early tomorrow, my lord, immediately after breakfast." "Good heavens, Kilcullen, what do you mean? You're not going to run off to London again?" "A little farther than that, I'm afraid, will be necessary," said the son. "I have offered to Miss Wyndham, have been refused, and, having finished my business at Grey Abbey, your lordship will probably think that in leaving it I shall be acting with discretion." "You have offered to Fanny and been refused?" "Indeed I have. Finally and peremptorily refused. Not only that, I have pledged my word to my cousin that I will never renew my suit." The Earl sat speechless in his chair. So much worse was this catastrophe even than his expectations. Lord Kilcullen continued. I hope at any rate you are satisfied with me. I have not only implicitly obeyed your directions, but I have done everything in my power to accomplish what you wished. Had my marriage with my cousin been a project of my own, I could not have done more for its accomplishment. Miss Wyndham's affections are engaged, and she will never, I am sure, marry one man while she loves another. Loves another? Pshaw! Roared the Earl. Is this to be the end of it all? After your promises to me, after your engagement, after such an engagement, sir, you come to me and talk about a girl loving another. Loving another. Will her loving another pay your debts? Exactly the reverse, my lord, said the son. I fear it will materially postpone their payment. Well, sir, said the Earl. He did not exactly know how to commence the thunder of indignation with which he intended to annihilate his son, for certainly Kilcullen had done the best in his power to complete the bargain. But still the storm could not be stayed, unreasonable as it might be for the Earl to be tempestuous on the occasion. Well, sir, and he stood up from his chair to face his victim, who was still standing, and thrusting his hands into his trousers pockets, frowned awfully. Well, sir, am I to be any further favoured with your plans? I have none, my lord, said Kilcullen. I am again ready to listen to yours. My plans? I have no further plans to offer for you. You are ruined, utterly ruined. You have done your best to ruin me and your mother. I have pointed out to you, I arranged for you the only way in which your affairs could be redeemed. I made everything easy for you. No, my lord, you could not make it easy for me to get my cousin's love. Don't contradict me, sir. I say I did. I made everything straight and easy for you. And now you come to me with a whining story about a girl's love. What's her love to me, sir? Where am I to get my £30,000, sir? And my note of hand is passed for as much more at this time 12 month. Where am I to raise that, sir? Do you remember that you have engaged to repay me these sums? Do you remember that? Or have such trifles escaped your recollection? I remember perfectly well, my lord, that if I married my cousin, you were to repay yourself those sums out of her fortune. But I also remember, and so must you, that I beforehand warned you that I thought she would refuse me. Refuse you, said the Earl, with a contortion of his nose and lips intended to convey unutterable scorn. Of course she refused you, when you asked her as a child would ask for an apple or a cake. What else could you expect? I hardly think your lordship knows. Don't you hardly think? Then I do know, and know well too. I know you have deceived me, grossly deceived me, induced me to give you money, to incur debts, with which I never would have burdened myself had I not believed you were sincere in your promise. But you have deceived me, sir, taken me in. For by heaven it's no better. It's no better than downright swindling, and that from a son to his father. But it's for the last time. Not a penny more do you get from me. You can ruin the property. Indeed, I believe you have. But for your mother's and sister's sake, I'll keep till I die what little you have left me. Lord Cashel had worked himself into a perfect frenzy, and was stamping about the room as he uttered this speech, but as he came to the end of it, he threw himself into his chair again, and buried his face in his hands. Lord Kilcullen was standing with his back resting against the mantelpiece, with a look of feigned indifference on his face which he tried hard to maintain. But his brow became clouded, and he bit his lips when his father accused him of swindling, and he was just about to break forth into a torrent of recrimination, when Lord Cashel turned off into a pathetic strain, and Kilcullen thought it better to leave him there. What am I to do? I do not know, said the Earl, beating the table with one hand and hiding his face with the other. £60,000 in 1 year, and that after so many drains. There's only my own life. And then there was a pause for 4 or 5 minutes, during which Lord Kilcullen took snuff, poked the fire, and then picked up a newspaper as though he were going to read it. This last was too much for the father, and he again roared out, Well, sir, what are you standing there for? If you've nothing else to say, why don't you go? I've done with you. You cannot get more out of me, I promise you. I've a good deal to say before I go, my lord, said Kilcullen. I was waiting till you were disposed to listen to me. I have a good deal to say indeed which you must hear, and I trust, therefore, you will endeavour to be cool, whatever your opinions may be about my conduct. Cool? No, sir, I will not be cool. You're too cool yourself. Cool enough for both, you think, my lord? Kilcullen, said the Earl, you have neither heart nor principle. You have done your worst to ruin me, and now you come to insult me in my own room. Say what you want to say, and then leave me. As to insulting language, my lord, I think you need not complain when you remember that you have just called me a swindler, because I have been unable to accomplish your wish and my own by marrying my cousin. However, I will let that pass. I have done the best I could to gain that object. I did more than either of us thought it possible that I should do when I consented to attempt it. I offered her my hand, and assured her of my affection, without falsehood or hypocrisy.
My bargain was that I should offer to her. I have done more than that, for I have loved her. I have, however, been refused, and in such a manner as to convince me that it would be useless for me to renew my suit. If your lordship will allow me to advise you on such a subject, I would suggest that you make no further objection to Fanny's union with Lord Ballindine, for marry him she certainly will. What, sir? Again shouted Lord Cashel. I trust Fanny will receive no further annoyance on this subject. She has convinced me that her own mind is thoroughly made up, and she is not the person to change her mind on such a subject. And haven't you enough on hand in your own troubles but what you must lecture me about my ward? Is it for that you have come to torment me at this hour? Had you not better at once become her guardian yourself, sir, and manage the matter in your own way? I promised Fanny I would say as much to you. I will not again mention her name unless you press me to do so. That's very kind, said the Earl. And now about myself. I think your lordship will agree with me that it is better that I should at once leave Grey Abbey, when I tell you that, if I remain here, I shall certainly be arrested before the week is over, if I am found outside the house. I do not wish to have bailiffs knocking at your lordship's door, and your servants instructed to deny me. Upon my soul, you're too good. At any rate, said Kilcullen, you'll agree with me that this is no place for me to remain in. You're quite at liberty to go, said the Earl. You were never very ceremonious with regard to me. Pray don't begin to be so now. Pray go. To-night, if you like. Your mother's heart will be broken, that's all. I trust my mother will be able to copy your lordship's indifference. Indifference? Is £60,000 in 1 year, and more than double within 3 or 4, indifference? I have paid too much to be indifferent, but it is hopeless to pay more. I have no hope for you. You're ruined, and I couldn't redeem you even if I would. I could not set you free and tell you to begin again, even were it wise to do so, and therefore I tell you to go. And now good night. I have not another word to say to you. And the Earl got up as if to leave the room. Stop, my lord, you must listen to me, said Lord Kilcullen. Not a word further. I've heard enough. And he put out the candles on the book-room table, having lighted a bed-candle which he held in his hand. Pardon me, my lord, continued the son, standing just before his father, so as to prevent his leaving the room. Pardon me, but you must listen to what I have to say. Not another word. Not another word. Leave the door, sir, or I will ring for the servants to open it. Do so, said Lord Kilcullen, and they shall also hear what I have to say. I am going to leave you tomorrow, perhaps forever, and you will not listen to the last word I wish to speak to you? I'll stay 5 minutes, said the Earl, taking out his watch, and then I'll go, and if you attempt again to stop me, I'll ring the bell for the servants. Thank you, my lord, for the 5 minutes. It will be time enough. I propose leaving Grey Abbey tomorrow, and I shall probably be in France in 3 days' time. When there, I trust I shall cease to trouble you. But I cannot, indeed I will not go without funds to last me till I can make some arrangement. Your lordship must give me £500. I have not the means even of carrying myself from hence to Calais. Not 1 penny, not 1 penny, if it were to save you from the gaol tomorrow. This is too bad. And the Earl again walked to the door, against which Lord Kilcullen leaned his back. By heaven, sir, I'll raise the house if you think to frighten me by violence. I'll use no violence, but you must hear the alternative. If you please it, the whole house shall hear it too. If you persist in refusing the small sum I now ask, I will not give you 1 penny to save you from gaol. Is that plain? Perfectly plain and very easy to believe. But you will give more than a penny. You would even give more than I ask to save yourself from the annoyance you will have to undergo. Not on any account will I give you 1 single farthing. Very well, then I have only to tell you what I must do. Of course I shall remain here. You cannot turn me out of your house or refuse me a seat at your table. By heavens, though, I both can and will. You cannot, my lord. If you think of it, you'll find you cannot, without much disagreeable trouble. An eldest son would be a very difficult tenant to eject summarily, and of my own accord I will not go without the money I ask. By heavens, this exceeds all I ever heard. Would you rob your own father? I will not rob him, but I'll remain in his house. The sheriff's officers, doubtless, will hang about the doors, and be rather troublesome before the windows, but I shall not be the first Irish gentleman that has remained at home upon his keeping. And, like other Irish gentlemen, I will do so rather than fall into the hands of these myrmidons. I have no wish to annoy you. I shall be most sorry to do so, most sorry to subject my mother to the misery which must attend the continual attempts which will be made to arrest me, but I will not put my head into the lion's jaw. This is the return for what I have done for him, ejaculated the Earl in his misery. Unfortunate reprobate, that I should be driven to wish that he was in gaol. Your wishing won't put me there, my lord. If it would, I should not be weak enough to ask you for this money. Do you mean to comply with my request? I do not, sir. Not a penny shall you have. Not 1 farthing more shall you get from me. Then good night, my lord. I grieve that I should have to undergo a siege in your lordship's house, more especially as it is likely to be a long one. In a week's time there will be a ne exeat issued against me, and then it will be too late for me to think of France. And so saying, the son retired to his own room and left the father to consider what he had better do in his distress. Lord Cashel was dreadfully embarrassed. What Lord Kilcullen said was perfectly true. An eldest son was a most difficult tenant to eject, and then the ignominy of having his heir arrested in his own house or detained there by bailiffs lurking round the premises. He could not determine whether it would be more painful to keep his son or to give him up. If he did the latter, he would be driven to effect it by a most disagreeable process. He would have to assist the officers of the law in their duty, and to authorize them to force the doors locked by his son. The prospect, either way, was horrid. He would willingly give the £500 to be rid of his heir, were it not for his word's sake, or rather his pride's sake. He had said he would not, and as he walked up and down the room, he buttoned up his breeches pocket, and tried to resolve that, come what come might, he would not expedite his son's departure by the outlay of 1 shilling. The candles had been put out, and the gloom of the room was only lightened by a single bedroom taper, which, as it stood near the door, only served to render palpable the darkness of the further end of the chamber. For half an hour Lord Cashel walked to and fro, anxious, wretched, and in doubt, instead of going to his room. How he wished that Lord Ballindine had married his ward and taken her off 6 months since! All this trouble would not then have come upon him. And as he thought of the £30,000 that he had spent, and the 30,000 more that he must spend, he hurried on with such rapidity that in the darkness he struck his shin violently against some heavy piece of furniture, and limping back to the candlestick, swore through his teeth, "No, not a penny. Were it to save him from perdition, I'll see the sheriff's officer. I'll see the sheriff himself, and tell him that every door in the house, every closet, every cellar shall be open to him. My house shall enable no one to defy the law." And with this noble resolve, to which, by the by, the blow on his shin greatly contributed, Lord Cashel went to bed, and the house was at rest. About 9 o'clock on the following morning, Lord Kilcullen was still in bed, but awake. His servant had been ordered to bring him hot water, and he was seriously thinking of getting up and facing the troubles of the day, when a very timid knock at the door announced to him that some stranger was approaching. He adjusted his nightcap, brought the bedclothes up close to his neck, and on giving the usual answer to a knock at the door, saw a large cap introduce itself, the head belonging to which seemed afraid to follow. "Who's that?" he called out. "It's me, my lord," said the head, gradually following up the cap. "Griffiths, my lord." "Well?" "Lady Selina, my lord. Her ladyship bids me give your lordship her love, and would you see her ladyship for 5 minutes before you get up?" Lord Kilcullen having assented to this proposal, the cap and head retired. A second knock at the door was soon given, and Lady Selina entered the room with a little bit of paper in her hand. "Good morning, Adolphus," said the sister. "Good morning, Selina," said the brother. "It must be something very particular which brings you here at this hour." "It is indeed something very particular. I have been with papa this morning, Adolphus. He has told me of the interview between you last night." "Well?" "Oh, Adolphus, he's very angry. So am I, Selina. I am very angry too. So we're quits. We laid a plan together, and we both failed, and each blames the other. So you need not tell me anything further about his anger. Did he send any message to me?" "He did. He told me I might give you this, if I would undertake that you left Grey Abbey to-day." And Lady Selina held up, but did not give him the bit of paper. "What a dolt he is!" "Oh, Adolphus," said Selina, "don't speak so of your father." "So he is. How on earth can you undertake that I shall leave the house?" "I can ask you to give me your word that you will do so, and I can take back the cheque if you refuse," said Lady Selina, conceiving it utterly impossible that one of her own family could break his word. "Well, Selina, I'll answer you fairly. If that bit of paper is a cheque for £500, I will leave this place in 2 hours. "It is," said Selina. "It is a cheque for £500, and I may then give it to you." "I thought as much," said Lord Kilcullen. "I thought he'd alter his mind. Yes, you may give it me, and tell my father I'll dine in London to-morrow evening." "He says, Adolphus, he'll not see you before you go." "Well, there's a comfort in that, anyhow." "Oh, Adolphus, how can you speak in that manner now? How can you speak in that wicked, thoughtless, reckless manner?" said his sister. "Because I'm a wicked, thoughtless, reckless man, I suppose. I didn't mean to vex you, Selina. But my father is so pompous, so absurd and so tedious. In the whole of this affair I have endeavoured to do exactly as he would have me, and he is more angry with me now because his plan has failed than he ever was before for any of my past misdoings. But let me get up now, there's a good girl, for I have no time to lose. Will you see your mother before you go, Adolphus? Why, no. It'll be no use, only tormenting her. Tell her something, anything that won't vex her. But I cannot tell her anything about you that will not vex her. Well, then say what will vex her least. Tell her, oh, you know what to tell her, and I'm sure I don't. And Fanny, will you see her again? No, said Kilcullen. I have bid her good-bye, but give her my kindest love, and tell her that I did what I told her I would do. She told me what took place between you yesterday. Why, Selina, everybody tells you everything, and now I'll tell you something. If you care for your cousin's happiness, do not attempt to raise difficulties between her and Lord Ballindine. And now I must say good-bye to you. I'll have my breakfast up here and go directly down to the yard. Good-bye, Selina. When I'm settled, I'll write to you and tell you where I am. Good-bye, Adolphus. God bless you, and enable you yet to retrieve your course. I'm afraid it is a bad one. And she stooped down and kissed her brother. He was as good as his word. In 2 hours' time he had left Grey Abbey. He dined that day in Dublin, the next in London, and the third in Boulogne. And the sub-sheriff of County Kildare in vain issued 6 writs for his capture. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of The Kellys and the O'Kellys by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 34. The Doctor Makes a Clean Breast of It. We will now return for a while to Dunmore, and settle the affairs of the Kellys and Lynches, which we left in rather a precarious state. Barry's attempt on Dr. Colligan's virtue was very unsuccessful, for Anty continued to mend under the treatment of that uncouth but safe son of Galen. As Colligan told her brother, the fever had left her, though for some time it was doubtful whether she had strength to recover from its effects. This, however, she did gradually, and about a fortnight after the dinner at Dunmore House, the doctor told Mrs. Kelly and Martin that his patient was out of danger. Martin had for some time made up his mind that Anty was to live for many years in the character of Mrs. Martin, and could not therefore be said to be much affected by the communication. But if he was not, his mother was. She had made up her mind that Anty was to die, that she was to pay for the doctor, the wake, and the funeral, and that she would have a hardship and grievance to boast of, and a subject of self-commendation to enlarge on, which would have lasted her till her death, and she consequently felt something like disappointment at being ordered to administer to Anty a mutton chop and a glass of sherry every day at 1 o'clock. Not that the widow was less assiduous or less attentive to Anty's wants now that she was convalescent, but she certainly had not so much personal satisfaction as when she was able to speak despondingly of her patient to all her gossips. "Poor crater," she used to say. "It's all up with her now. The Lord be praised for all his mercies. She's all as one is gone. Glory be to God and the Blessed Virgin. Sure no good ever come of ill-got money. Not that she was ever to blame. Thank the Lord. If I have a penny saved, at all it was honestly come by. Not that I shall have when this is done, paid for not a stifle." Stiver, Mrs. Kelly probably meant. But what's that? And she snapped her fingers to show that the world's gear was all dross in her estimation. "She shall be decently stretched, though she is a Lynch, and a Kelly has to pay for it. Whisper, neighbour, in 2 years' time there'll not be 1 penny left on another of all the dirty money Sim Lynch scraped together out of the gutters." There was a degree of triumph in these lamentations, a tone of self-satisfied assurance in the truth of her melancholy predictions, which showed that the widow was not ill at ease with herself. When Anty was declared out of danger, her joy was expressed with much more moderation. "Yes, thin," she said to Father Pat Gagan. "Poor thing, she's rallying a bit. The doctor says maybe she'll not go this time, but he's much in dread of a relapse." "Relapse, Mrs. Kelly, I suppose." "Well, relapse if you will, Father Pat. Relapse or reclapse, it's pretty much the same, I'm thinking, for she'd never get through another bout. God send we may be well out of the hobble this day 12-month. Martin's my own son, and ain't above industrieing as his father and mother did afore him, and I won't say a word agin him. But he's brought more trouble on me with them Lynches than ever I know before. What is a lone woman like me, Father Pat, to do with strangers like them, just to turn their backs on me when I ain't no further use, and to be getting the heights of insolence and abuse as I did from that blackguard Barry?
He'd better keep his toe in his pump and go aisy, or he'll wake to a sore morning yet some day. Dr. Colligan also was in trouble from his connection with the Lynches, not that he had any dissatisfaction at the recovery of his patient, for he rejoiced at it, both on her account and his own. He had strongly that feeling of self-applause which must always be enjoyed by a doctor, who brings a patient safely through a dangerous illness. But Barry's iniquitous proposal to him weighed heavy on his conscience. It was now a week since it had been made, and he had spoken of it to no one. He had thought much and frequently of what he ought to do. Whether he should publicly charge Lynch with the fact, whether he should tell it confidentially to some friend whom he could trust, or whether, by far the easiest alternative, he should keep it in his own bosom, and avoid the man in future as he would an incarnation of the devil. It preyed much upon his spirits, for he lived in fear of Barry Lynch, in fear lest he should determine to have the first word, and in his own defence accuse him, Colligan, of the very iniquity which he had himself committed. Nothing, the doctor felt, would be too bad or too false for Barry Lynch. Nothing could be more damnable than the proposal he had made. And yet it would be impossible to convict him, impossible to punish him. He would, of course, deny the truth of the accusation, and probably return the charge on his accuser. And yet Colligan felt that he would be compromising the matter if he did not mention it to some one, and that he would outrage his own feelings if he did not express his horror at the murder which he had been asked to commit. For 1 week these feelings quite destroyed poor Colligan's peace of mind. During the second, he determined to make a clean breast of it, and on the first day of the third week, after turning in his mind 20 different people, Martin Kelly, young Daly, the widow, the parish priest, the parish parson, the nearest stipendiary magistrate, and a brother doctor in Chewham, he at last determined on going to Lord Ballindine, as being both a magistrate and a friend of the Kellys. Dr. Colligan himself was not at all acquainted with Lord Ballindine. He attended none of the family, who extensively patronized his rival, and he had never been inside Kelly's court house. He felt, therefore, considerable embarrassment at his mission, but he made up his mind to go, and manfully setting himself in his antique rickety gig, started early enough to catch Ballindine, as he thought, before he left the house after breakfast. Lord Ballindine had spent the last week or 10 days restlessly enough. Armstrong, his clerical ambassador, had not yet started on his mission to Grey Abbey, and innumerable difficulties seemed to arise to prevent his doing so. First of all, the black cloth was to be purchased, and a tailor, sufficiently adept for making up the new suit, was to be caught. This was the work of some time, for though there is in the west of Ireland a very general complaint of the stagnation of trade, trade itself is never so stagnant as are the tradesmen when work is to be done, and it is useless for a poor wight to think of getting his coat or his boots till some time as absolute want shall have driven the artisan to look for the price of his job, unless some private and underhand influence be used, as was done in the case of Jerry Blake's new leather breeches. This cause of delay was, however, not mentioned to Lord Ballindine, but when it was well got over, and a neighbouring parson procured to preach on the next Sunday to Mrs. O'Kelly and the 3 policemen who attended Ballindine Church, Mrs. Armstrong broke her thumb with the rolling-pin while making a beef pudding for the family dinner, and her husband's departure was again retarded. And then, on the next Sunday, the neighbouring parson could not leave his own policeman and the 2 spinsters who usually formed his audience. All this tormented Lord Ballindine, and he was really thinking of giving up the idea of sending Mr. Armstrong altogether, when he received the following letter from his friend Dot Blake. Limmer's Hotel, April, 1847. Dear Frank, one cries out, "What are you at?" The other, "What are you after?" Everyone is saying what a fool you are. Kilcullen is at Grey Abbey, with the evident intention of superseding you in possession of Mrs. W., and, what is much more to his taste, as it would be to mine, of her fortune. Mr. T. has written to me from Grey Abbey, where he has been staying. He is a good-hearted fellow, and remembers how warmly you contradicted the report that your match was broken off. For heaven's sake, follow up your warmth of denial with some show of positive action, a little less cool than your present quiescence, or you cannot expect that any amount of love should be strong enough to prevent your affianced from resenting your conduct. I am doubly anxious, quite as anxious that Kilcullen, whom I detest, should not get young Wyndham's money, as I am that you should. He is utterly, utterly smashed. If he got double the amount of Fanny Wyndham's cash, it could not keep him above water for more than a year or so, and then she must go down with him. I am sure the old fool his father does not half know the amount of his son's liabilities, or he could not be heartless enough to consent to sacrifice the poor girl
as she will be sacrificed, if Kilcullen gets her. I am not usually very anxious about other people's concerns, but I do feel anxious about this matter. I want to have a respectable house in the country, in which I can show my face when I grow a little older, and be allowed to sip my glass of claret and talk about my horses, in spite of my iniquitous propensities, and I expect to be allowed to do so at Kelly's Court. But if you let Miss Wyndham slip through your fingers, you won't have a house over your head in a few years' time, much less a shelter to offer a friend. For God's sake, start for Grey Abbey at once. Why, man alive, the ogre can't eat you. The whole town is in the devil of a ferment about Brian. Of course you heard the rumour last week of his heels being cracked. Some of the knowing boys want to get out of the trap they are in, and, despairing of bringing the horse down in the betting by fair means, got a boy out of Scott's stables to swear to the fact. I went down at once to Yorkshire, and published a letter in Bell's Life last Saturday, stating that he is all right. This you have probably seen. You will be astounded to hear it, but I believe Lord Tottenham Corner got the report spread. For heaven's sake, don't mention this, particularly not as coming from me. They say that if Brian does the trick, he will lose more than he has made these 3 years, and I believe he will. He is nominally at 4-1, but you can't get 4 to anything like a figure from a safe party. For heaven's sake, go to Grey Abbey, and at once. Always faithfully, W. Blake. This letter naturally increased Lord Ballandine's uneasiness, and he wrote a note to Mr. Armstrong, informing him that he would not trouble him to go at all, unless he could start the next day. Indeed, that he should go himself if Mr. Armstrong did not do so. This did not suit Mr. Armstrong. He had made up his mind to go. He could not well return the £20 he had received, nor did he wish to forego the advantage which might arise from the trip. So he told his wife to be very careful about her thumb, made up his mind to leave the 3 policemen for once without spiritual food, and wrote to Lord Ballindine to say that he would be with him the next morning, immediately after breakfast, on his road to catch the mail coach at Ballyglass. He was as good as his word, or rather better, for he breakfasted at Kelly's Court and induced Lord Ballindine to get into his own gig and drive him as far as the mail coach road. "But you'll be 4 or 5 hours too soon," said Frank. "The coach doesn't pass Ballyglass till 3. I want to see those cattle of Rutledge's. I'll stay there, and maybe get a bit of a luncheon. It's not a bad thing to be provided for the road." "I'll tell you what, though," said Frank. "I want to go to Chewham, so you might as well get the coach there, and if there's time to spare, you can pay your respects to the bishop." It was all the same to Mr. Armstrong, and the two therefore started for Chewham together. They had not, however, got above half-way down the avenue, when they saw another gig coming towards them, and after sundry speculations as to whom it might contain, Mr. Armstrong pronounced the driver to be that dirty gallipot Colligan. It was Colligan, and as the 2 gigs met in the narrow road, the dirty gallipot took off his hat, and was very sorry to trouble Lord Ballindine, but had a few words to say to him on very important and pressing business. Lord Ballindine touched his hat, and intimated that he was ready to listen, but gave no signs of getting out of his gig. "My lord," said Colligan, "it's particularly important, and if you could, as a magistrate, spare me 5 minutes." "Oh, certainly, Mr. Colligan," said Frank. "That is, I'm rather hurried. I may say very much hurried just at present. But still, I suppose there's no objection to Mr. Armstrong hearing what you have to say." "Why, my lord," said Colligan, "I don't know. Your lordship can judge yourself afterwards, but I'd rather—" "Oh, I'll get down," said the parson. "I'll just take a walk among the trees. I suppose the doctor won't be long." "If you wouldn't mind getting into my buggy and letting me into his lordship's gig, you could be following us on, Mr. Armstrong," suggested Colligan. This suggestion was complied with. The parson and the doctor changed places, and the latter, awkwardly enough, but with perfect truth, whispered his tale into Lord Ballandine's ear. At first Frank had been annoyed at the interruption, but as he learned the cause of it, he gave his full attention to the matter, and only interrupted the narrator by exclamations of horror and disgust. When Dr. Colligan had finished, Lord Ballindine insisted on repeating the whole affair to Mr. Armstrong. "I could not take it upon myself," said he, "to advise you what to do, much less to tell you what you should do. There is only one thing clear. You cannot let things rest as they are. Armstrong is a man of the world, and will know what to do. You cannot object to talking the matter over with him." Colligan consented, and Armstrong, having been summoned, drove the doctor's buggy up alongside of Lord Ballandine's gig. "Armstrong," said Frank, "I have just heard the most horrid story that ever came to my ears. That wretch Barry Lynch has tried to induce Dr. Colligan to poison his sister." "What?" shouted Armstrong. "To poison his sister?" "Gently, Mr. Armstrong. Pray don't speak so loud, or it'll be all through the country in no time." "Poison his sister," repeated Armstrong. "Oh, it'll hang him. There's no doubt it'll hang him. Of course you'll take the doctor's information." "But the doctor hasn't tendered me any information," said Frank, stopping his horse, so that Armstrong was able to get up close to his elbow. "But I presume it is his intention to do so," said the parson. "I should choose to have another magistrate present then," said Frank. "Really, Dr. Colligan, I think the best thing you can do is come before myself and the stipendiary magistrate at Chewham. We shall be sure to find Brew at home to-day." "But, my lord," said Colligan, "I really had no intention of doing that. I have no witnesses. I can prove nothing. Indeed, I can't say he ever asked me to do the deed. He didn't say anything I could charge him with as a crime. He only offered me the farm if his sister should die. But I knew what he meant. There was no mistaking it. I saw it in his eye." "And what did you do, Dr. Colligan, at the time?" said the parson. "I hardly remember," said the doctor. "I was so flurried. But I know I knocked him down, and then I rushed out of the door. I believe I threatened I'd have him hung." "But did you knock him down?" "Oh, I did. He was sprawling on the ground when I left him." "You're quite sure you knocked him down?" repeated the parson. "The divil a doubt on earth about that," replied Colligan. "I tell you, when I left the room he was on his back among the chairs." "And you did not hear a word from him since?" "Not a word." "Then there can't be any mistake about it, my lord," said Armstrong. "If he did not feel that his life was in the doctor's hands, he would not put up with being knocked down. And I'll tell you what's more. If you tax him with the murder, he'll deny it and defy you. But tax him with having been knocked down, and he'll swear his foot slipped, or that he'd have done as much for the doctor if he hadn't run away. And then ask him why the doctor knocked him down. You'll have him on the hip so." "There's something in that," said Frank. "But the question is, what is Dr. Colligan to do? He says he can't swear any information on which a magistrate could commit him." "Unless he does, my lord," said Armstrong, "I don't think you should listen to him at all. At least, not as a magistrate." "Well, Dr. Colligan, what do you say?" "I don't know what to say, my lord. I came to your lordship for advice, both as a magistrate and as a friend of the young man who is to marry Lynch's sister. Of course, if you cannot advise me, I'll go away again." "You won't come before me and Mr. Brew, then?" I don't say I won't," said Colligan, "but I don't see the use. I'm not able to prove anything." "I'll tell you what, Ballindine," said the parson, "only I don't know whether it mayn't be tampering with justice. Suppose we were to go to this hellhound, you and I together, and telling him what we know, give him his option to stand his trial or quit the country. Take my word for it, he'd go, and that would be the best way to be rid of him. He'd leave his sister in peace and quiet then to enjoy her fortune." "That's true," said Frank, "and it would be a great thing to rid the country of him. Do you remember the way he rode atop of that poor bitch of mine the other day? Gone away, you know, the best bitch in the pack." "Indeed I do," said the parson, "but for all that, she wasn't the best bitch in the pack. She hadn't half the nose of gay lass. But, as I was saying, Armstrong, it would be a great thing to rid the country of Barry Lynch. Indeed it would. And there'd be nothing then to prevent young Kelly marrying Anty at once." "Make him give his consent in writing before you let him go," said Armstrong. "I'll tell you what, Dr. Colligan," said Frank. "Do you get into your own gig and follow us on, and I'll talk the matter over with Mr. Armstrong." The doctor again returned to his buggy, and the parson to his own seat, and Lord Ballindine drove off at a pace which made it difficult enough for Dr. Colligan to keep him in sight. "I don't know how far we can trust that apothecary," said Frank to his friend. "He's an honest man, I believe," said Armstrong, "though he's a dirty, drunken blackguard." "Maybe he was drunk this evening at Lynch's." "I was wrong to call him a drunkard. I believe he doesn't get drunk, though he's always drinking. But you may take my word for it, what he's telling you now is as true as gospel. If he was telling a lie from malice, he'd be louder and more urgent about it. You see, he's half afraid to speak as it is. He would not have come near you at all, only his conscience makes him afraid to keep the matter to himself. You may take my word for it, Ballindine. Barry Lynch did propose to him to murder his sister. Indeed, it doesn't surprise me. He is so utterly worthless." "But murder, Armstrong, downright murder of the worst kind, studied, premeditated. He must have been thinking of it and planning it for days. A man may be worthless, and yet not such a wretch as that would make him. Can you really think he meant Colligan to murder his sister?" "I can and do think so," said the parson. "The temptation was great. He had been waiting for his sister's death, and he could not bring himself to bear disappointment. I do not think he could do it with his own hand, for he's a coward, but I can quite believe he could instigate another person to do it. Then I'd hang him. I wouldn't raise my hand to save him from the rope." "Nor would I. But we can't hang him. We can do nothing to him if he defies us. But if he's well handled, we can drive him from the country." The lord and the parson talked the matter over till they reached Dunmore,
and agreed that they would go with Colligan to bury Lynch, tell him of the charge which was brought against him, and give him his option of standing his trial or of leaving the country, under a written promise that he would never return to it. In this case he was also to write a note to Anty signifying his consent that she should marry Martin Kelly, and also execute some deed by which all control over the property should be taken out of his own hands, and that he should agree to receive his income, whatever it might be, through the hands of an agent. There were sundry matters connected with the subject which were rather difficult of arrangement. In the first place, Frank was obliged, very unwillingly, to consent that Mr. Armstrong should remain, at any rate 1 day longer, in the country. It was, however, at last settled that he should return that night and sleep at Kelly's Court. Then Lord Ballindine insisted that they should tell young Kelly what they were about, before they went to Barry's house, as it would be necessary to consult him as to the disposition he would wish to have made of the property. Armstrong was strongly against this measure, but it was at last decided on, and then they had to induce Colligan to go with them. He much wished them to manage the business without him. He had had quite enough of Dunmore House, and in spite of the valiant manner in which he had knocked its owner down the last time he was there, seemed now quite afraid to face him. But Mr. Armstrong informed him that he must go on now, as he had said so much, and at last frightened him into an unwilling compliance. The three of them went up into the little parlour of the inn and summoned Martin to the conference, and various were the conjectures made by the family as to the nature of the business which brought 3 such persons to the inn together. But the widow settled them all by asserting that Kelly needn't be afeared, thank God, to see his own landlord in his own house, nor though he brought an attorney with him as well as a parson and a doctor. And so Martin was sent for, and soon heard the horrid story. Not long after he had joined them, the 4 sallied out together, and Meg remarked that something very bad was going to happen, for the Lord never passed her before without a kind word or a nod, and now he took no more notice of her than if it had been only Sally herself that met him on the stairs. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of The Kellys and the O'Kellys by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 35. Mr. Lynch bids farewell to Dunmore. Poor Martin was dreadfully shocked, and not only shocked, but grieved and astonished. He had never thought well of his intended brother-in-law, but he had not judged him so severely as Mr. Armstrong had done. He listened to all Lord Ballindine said to him, and agreed as to the propriety of the measures he proposed. But there was nothing of elation about him at the downfall of the man whom he could not but look on as his enemy. Indeed, he was not only subdued and modest in his demeanour, but he appeared so reserved that he could hardly be got to express any interest in the steps which were to be taken respecting the property. It was only when Lord Ballindine pointed out to him that it was his duty to guard Anty's interests that he would consent to go to Dunmore House with them, and to state, when called upon to do so, what measures he would wish to have adopted with regard to the property. "Suppose he denies himself to us," said Frank, as the 4 walked across the street together, to the great astonishment of the whole population. "If he's in the house, I'll go bail we won't go away without seeing him," said the parson. "Will he be at home, Kelly, do you think?" "Indeed he will, Mr. Armstrong," said Martin. "He'll be in bed and asleep. He's never out of bed, I believe, much before 1 or 2 in the day. It's a bad life he's leading since the old man died." "You may say that," said the doctor. "Cursing and drinking, drinking and cursing. Nothing else. You'll find him curse at you dreadful, Mr. Armstrong, I'm afraid." "I can bear that, doctor. It's part of my own trade, you know. But I think we'll find him quiet enough. I think you'll find the difficulty is to make him speak at all. You'd better be spokesman, my lord, as you're a magistrate." "No, Armstrong, I will not. You're much more able and more fitting. If it's necessary for me to act as a magistrate, I will do so. But first we'll leave him to you." "Very well," said the parson, "and I'll do my best. But I'll tell you what I am afraid of. If we find him in bed, we must wait for him. And when the servant tells him who we are, and mentions the doctor's name along with yours, my lord, he'll guess what we're come about, and he'll be out of the window, or into the cellar, and then there'll be no catching him without the police. We must make our way up into his bedroom." "I don't think we could well do that," said the doctor. "No, Armstrong," said Lord Ballindine. "I don't think we ought to force ourselves upstairs. We might as well tell all the servants what we'd come about." "And so we must," said Armstrong, "if it's necessary. The more determined we are, in fact, the rougher we are with him, the more likely we are to bring him on his knees. I tell you,
You must have no scruples in dealing with such a fellow, but leave him to me." And so saying, the parson gave a thundering rap at the hall door, and in about 1 minute repeated it, which brought Biddy running to the door without shoes or stockings, with her hair streaming behind her head, and in her hand the comb with which she had been disentangling it. "Is your master at home?" said Armstrong. "Begorra, he is," said the girl out of breath. "That is, he's not up yet, nor awake, your honour." And she held the door in her hand as though this answer was final. "But I want to see him on a special and immediate business," said the parson, pushing back the door and the girl together and walking into the hall. "I must see him at once. Mr. Lynch will excuse me. We've known each other a long time." "Begorra, I don't know," said the girl. "Only he's in bed and fast. Couldn't your honour call again about 4 or 5 o'clock? That's the time the master's most fittest to be talking to the likes of your honour." "These gentlemen could not wait," said the parson. "Sure, the doctor there and Mr. Martin knows well enough I'm not telling you a bit of a lie, Mr. Armstrong," said the girl. "I know you're not, my good girl. I know you're not telling a lie. But nevertheless I must see Mr. Lynch. Just step up and wake him, and tell him I'm waiting to say 2 words to him." "Faix, your honour, he's very bitter entirely when he's waked this early. But in course I'll be led by your honours. I'll say then that the Lord and Parson Armstrong and the doctor and Martin are waiting to spake 2 words with him. Is that it?" "That'll do as well as anything," said Armstrong. And then, when the girl went upstairs, he continued, "You see, she knows us all, and of course will tell him who we are. But I'll not let him escape, for I'll go up with her." And as the girl slowly opened her master's bedroom door, Mr. Armstrong stood close outside it in the passage. After considerable efforts, Biddy succeeded in awakening her master sufficiently to make him understand that Lord Ballindine and Dr. Colligan were downstairs, and that Parson Armstrong was just outside the bedroom door. The poor girl tried hard to communicate her tidings in such a whisper as would be inaudible to the parson, but this was impossible, for Barry only swore at her and asked her what the devil she meant by jabbering there in that manner. When, however, he did comprehend who his visitors were and where they were, he gnashed his teeth and clenched his fist at the poor girl, in sign of his anger against her for having admitted so unwelcome a party. But he was too frightened to speak. Mr. Armstrong soon put an end to this dumb show by walking into the bedroom, when the girl escaped, and he shut the door. Barry sat up in his bed, rubbed his eyes, and stared at him, but he said nothing. "Mr. Lynch," said the parson, "I had better explain the circumstances which have induced me to make so very strange a visit." "Confounded strange, I must say, to come up to a man's room in this way and him in bed." "Dr. Colligan is downstairs." Dr. Colligan? He's at his lies again, I suppose. Much I care for Dr. Colligan." "Dr. Colligan is downstairs," continued Mr. Armstrong, "and Lord Ballindine, who, you are aware, is a magistrate. They wish to speak to you, Mr. Lynch, and that at once." "I suppose they can wait till a man's dressed." "That depends on how long you're dressing, Mr. Lynch." "Upon my word, this is cool enough in a man's own house," said Barry. "Well, you don't expect me to get up while you're there, I suppose?" "Indeed I do, Mr. Lynch. Never mind me. Just wash and dress yourself as though I wasn't here. I'll wait here till we go down together." "I'm damned if I do," said Barry. "I'll not stir while you remain here." And he threw himself back in the bed and wrapped the bedclothes round him. "Very well," said Mr. Armstrong, and then going out onto the landing place, called out over the banisters, Dr. Colligan, tell his lordship Mr. Lynch objects to a private interview. He had better just step down to the courthouse and issue his warrant. You might as well tell Constable Nelligan to be in the way." "Damn!" exclaimed Barry, sitting bolt upright in his bed. "Who says I object to see anybody? Mr. Armstrong, what did you go and say that for?" Mr. Armstrong returned into the room. "It's not true." "It's not true. I only want to have my bedroom to myself while I get up." "For once in the way, Mr. Lynch, you must manage to get up, although your privacy be intruded on. To tell you the plain truth, I will not leave you till you come downstairs with me, unless it be in the custody of a policeman. If you will quietly dress and come downstairs with me, I trust we may be saved the necessity of troubling the police at all." Barry at last gave way, and gradually extracting himself from the bedclothes, put his feet down on the floor, and remained sitting on the side of his bed. He leaned his head down on his hands and groaned inwardly, for he was very sick, and the fumes of last night's punch still disturbed his brain. His stockings and drawers were on, for Terry, when he put him to bed, considered it only waste of time to pull them off, for, sure, wouldn't they have just to go on again the next morning? "Don't be particular, Mr. Lynch. Never mind washing or shaving till we're gone. We won't keep you long, I hope." "You're very kind, I must say," said Barry. "I suppose you won't object to my having a bottle of soda water?" And he gave a terrible tug at the bell. "Not at all, nor a glass of brandy in it, if you like it. Indeed, Mr. Lynch, I think that, just at the present, it will be the better thing for you." Barry got his bottle of soda water and swallowed about 2 glasses of whisky in it, for brandy was beginning to be scarce with him, and then commenced his toilette. He took Parson Armstrong's hint and wasn't very particular about it. He huddled on his clothes, smoothed his hair with his brush, and muttering something about its being their own fault, descended into the parlour, followed by Mr. Armstrong. He made a kind of bow to Lord Ballindine, took no notice of Martin, but turning sharp round on the doctor, said, "Of all the false ruffians I ever met, Colligan, by heavens, you're the worst. There's one comfort, no man in Dunmore will believe a word you say." He then threw himself back into the easy-chair and said, "Well, gentlemen, well, my lord, here I am. You can't say I'm ashamed to show my face, though I must say your visit is not made in the genteelest manner." "Mr. Lynch," said the parson, "do you remember the night Dr. Colligan knocked you down in this room? In this room, wasn't it, doctor?" Yes, in this room," said the doctor, rather sotto voce. "Do you remember the circumstance, Mr. Lynch?" "It's a lie," said Barry. "No, it's not," said the parson. "If you forget it, I can call in the servant to remember so much as that for me. But you'll find it better, Mr. Lynch, to let us finish this business among ourselves. Come to think about it, I'm sure you remember being knocked down by the doctor." "I remember. A scrimmage there was between us. I don't care what the girl says. She didn't see it. Colligan, I suppose, has given her £half-a-crown, and she'd swear anything for that." "Well, you remember the night of the scrimmage?" "I do. Colligan got drunk here one night. He wanted me to give him a farm, and said cursed queer things about my sister. I hardly know what he said, but I know I had to turn him out of the house, and there was a scrimmage between us." "I see you're so far prepared, Mr. Lynch. Now I'll tell you my version of the story. Martin Kelly, just see that the door is shut. You endeavoured to bribe Dr. Colligan to murder your own sister." "It's a most infernal lie," said Barry. "Where's your evidence? Where's your evidence? What's the good of your all coming here with such a story as that? Where's your evidence?" "You'd better be quiet, Mr. Lynch, or we'll adjourn at once from here to the open courthouse." "Adjourn when you like. It's all one to me. Who'll believe such a drunken ruffian as that Colligan, I'd like to know? Such a story as that." "My lord," said Armstrong, "I'm afraid we must go on with this business at the courthouse. Martin, I believe, I must trouble you to go down to the police barrack." And the whole party, except Barry, rose from their seats. "What the devil are you going to drag me down to the courthouse for, gentlemen?" said he. "I'll give you any satisfaction, but you can't expect I'll own to such a lie as this about my sister. I suppose my word's as good as Colligan's, gentlemen? I suppose my character as a Protestant gentleman stands higher than his, a dirty papist apothecary. He tells one story, I tell another, only he's got the first word of me, that's all. I suppose, gentlemen, I'm not to be condemned on the word of such a man as that." "I think, Mr. Lynch," said Armstrong, "if you'll listen to me, you'll save yourself and us a great deal of trouble. You asked me who my witness was. My witness is in this house. I would not charge you with so horrid, so damnable a crime, had I not thoroughly convinced myself you were guilty. Now, do hold your tongue, Mr. Lynch, or I will have you down to the courthouse. We all know you are guilty. You know it yourself." began Barry. "Stop, Mr. Lynch. Not one word till I've done, or what I have to say shall be said in public. We all know you're guilty, but we probably mayn't be able to prove it." "No, I should think not," shouted Barry. "We mayn't be able to prove it in such a way as to enable a jury to hang you, or upon my word I wouldn't interfere to prevent it. The law should have its course. I'd hang you with as little respite as I would a dog." Barry grinned horribly at this suggestion, but said nothing, and the parson continued. "It is not the want of evidence that stands in the way of so desirable a proceeding, but that Dr. Colligan, thoroughly disgusted and shocked at the iniquity of your proposal—" "Oh, go on, Mr. Armstrong. Go on. I see you're determined to have it all your own way, but my turn'll come soon." "I say that Dr. Colligan interrupted you before you fully committed yourself." "Fully committed myself, indeed. Why, Colligan knows well enough that when he got up in such a fluster, there'd not been a word said at all about Anty." "Hadn't there, Mr. Lynch? Just now you said you turned the doctor out of your house for speaking about your sister. You're only committing yourself. I say, therefore, the evidence, though quite strong enough to put you into the dock as a murderer in intention, might not be sufficient to induce a jury to find you guilty. But guilty you would be esteemed in the mind of every man, woman, and child in this county, guilty of the wilful, deliberate murder of your own sister. "By heavens, I'll not stand this!" exclaimed Barry. "I'll not stand this. I didn't do it, Mr. Armstrong. I didn't do it. He's a liar. Lord Ballindine, upon my sacred word and honour as a gentleman, he's a liar. Why do you believe him when you won't believe me? Ain't I a Protestant, Mr. Armstrong, and ain't you a Protestant clergyman? Don't you know that such men as he will tell any lie, will do any dirty job? On my sacred word of honour as a gentleman, Lord Ballindine, he offered to poison Anty on condition he got the farm round the house for nothing. He knows it's true. Why should you believe him sooner than me, Mr. Armstrong?" Barry had got up from his seat and was walking up and down the room, now standing opposite Lord Ballindine and appealing to him, and then doing the same thing to Mr. Armstrong. He was a horrid figure. He had no collar round his neck, and his handkerchief was put in such a way as to look like a hangman's knot. His face was blotched and red and greasy, for he had neither shaved nor washed himself since last night's debauch. He had neither waistcoat nor breeches on, and his trousers fell on his hips. His long hair hung over his eyes, which were bleared and bloodshot. He was suffering dreadfully from terror, and an intense anxiety to shift the guilt from himself to Dr. Colligan. He was a most pitiable object, so wretched, so unmanned, so low in the scale of creation. Lord Ballindine did pity his misery, and suggested to Mr. Armstrong whether by any possibility there could be any mistake in the matter, whether it was possible Dr. Colligan could have mistaken Lynch's object. The poor wretch jumped at this loophole, and doubly condemned himself by doing so. "He did then," said Barry. "He must have done so. As I hope for heaven, Lord Ballindine, I never had the idea of getting him to do anything to Anty. I wouldn't have done it for worlds. Indeed, I wouldn't. There must be some mistake. Indeed, there must. He'd been drinking, Mr. Armstrong. Drinking a good deal that night. Isn't that true, Dr. Colligan? Come, man, speak the truth. Don't go and try to hang a fellow out of mistake. His lordship sees it's all a mistake, and of course he's the best able to judge of the lot here, a magistrate, and a nobleman and all. I know you won't see me wronged, Lord Ballindine. I know you won't. I give you my sacred word of honour as a gentleman it all came from mistake when we were both drunk or nearly drunk. Come, Dr. Colligan, speak, man. Isn't that the truth? I tell you, Mr. Armstrong, Lord Ballindine's in the right of it. There is some mistake in all this." "As sure as the Lord's in heaven," said the doctor, now becoming a little uneasy at the idea that Lord Ballindine should think he had told so strange a story without proper foundation. "As sure as the Lord's in heaven, he offered me the farm for a reward should I manage to prevent his sister's recovery." "What do you think, Mr. Armstrong?" said Lord Ballindine. "Think," said the parson. "There's no possibility of thinking at all. The truth becomes clearer every moment. Why, you wretched creature, it's not 10 minutes since you yourself accused Dr. Colligan of offering to murder your sister. According to your own showing, therefore, there was a deliberate conversation between you, and your own evasion now would prove which of you were the murderer, were any additional proof wanted. But it is not. Barry Lynch, as sure as you now stand in the presence of your Creator, whose name you so constantly blaspheme, you endeavoured to instigate that man to murder your own sister." "Oh, Lord Ballindine! Lord Ballindine!" shrieked Barry in his agony. "Don't desert me! Pray, pray don't desert me! I didn't do it. I never thought of doing it. We were at school together, weren't we? And you won't see me put upon this way. You mayn't think much of me in other things, but you won't believe that a schoolfellow of your own ever, ever. Barry couldn't bring himself to use the words with which his sentence should be finished, and so he flung himself back into his armchair and burst into tears. "You appeal to me, Mr. Lynch," said Lord Ballindine, "and I must say I most firmly believe you to be guilty. My only doubt is whether you should not at once be committed for trial at the next assizes." "Oh, my God!" exclaimed Barry, and for some time he continued blaspheming most horribly, swearing that there was a conspiracy against him, accusing Mr. Armstrong in the most bitter terms of joining with Dr. Colligan and Martin Kelly to rob and murder him. "Now, Mr. Lynch," continued the parson, as soon as the unfortunate man would listen to him, "as I before told you, I am in doubt, we are all in doubt, whether or not a jury would hang you, and we think that we shall do more good in the community by getting you out of the way than by letting you loose again after trial, which will only serve to let every one know how great a wretch there is in the county. We will therefore give you your option, either to stand your trial, or to leave the country at once and forever." "And my property? What's to become of my property?" said Barry. "Your property's safe, Mr. Lynch. We can't touch that. We're not prescribing any punishment to you. We fear, indeed we know, you're beyond the reach of the law, or we shouldn't make the proposal." Barry breathed freely again as he heard this avowal. "But you're not beyond the reach of public opinion, of public execration, of general hatred, and of a general curse. For your sister's sake, for the sake of Martin Kelly, who is going to marry the sister whom you wish to murder, and not for your own sake, you shall be allowed to leave the country without this public brand being put upon your name. If you remain, no one shall speak to you but as to a man who would have murdered his sister. Murder shall be everlastingly muttered in your ears. Nor will your going then avail you, for your character shall go with you, and the very blackguards with whom you delight to assort shall avoid you as being too bad even for their society. Go now, Mr. Lynch. Go at once. Leave your sister to happiness, which you cannot prevent, and she at least shall know nothing of your iniquity, and you shall enjoy the proceeds of your property anywhere you will. Anywhere, that is, but in Ireland. Do you agree to this? I am an innocent man, Mr. Armstrong. I am indeed. Very well, said the parson. Then we may as well go away and leave you to your fate. Come, Lord Ballindine, we can have nothing further to say. And they again all rose from their seats. Stop, Mr. Armstrong, stop, said Barry. Well, said the parson, for Barry repressed the words which were in his mouth when he found that his visitors did stop as he desired them. Well, Mr. Lynch, what have you further to say? Indeed, I am not guilty. Mr. Armstrong put on his hat and rushed to the door. But, continued Barry, I will have no buts, Mr. Lynch. Will you at once and unconditionally agree to the terms I have proposed? I don't want to live in the country, said Barry. The country's nothing to me. You will go then immediately, said the parson. As soon as I have arranged about the property, I will, said Barry. That won't do, said the parson. You must go at once and leave your property to the care of others. You must leave Dunmore today, forever. Today? Shouted Barry. Yes, today. You can easily get as far as Roscommon. You have your own house and car. And what is more, before you go, you must write to your sister, telling her that you have made up your mind to leave the country, and expressing your consent to her marrying whom she pleases. I can't go today, said Barry sulkily. Who's to receive my rents? Who'll send me my money? Besides, oh come, that's nonsense. I ain't going to be turned out in that style. You ain't in earnest, are you, about his going today? Whispered Frank to the parson. I am, and you'll find he'll go too, said Armstrong. It must be today, this very day, Mr. Lynch. Martin Kelly will manage for you about the property. Or you can send for Mr. Daly to meet you at Roscommon, suggested Martin. Thank you for nothing, said Barry. You'd better wait till you're spoken to. I don't know what business you have here at all. The business that all honest men have to look after all rogues, said Mr. Armstrong. Come, Mr. Lynch, you'd better make up your mind to prepare for your journey. Well, I won't, and there's an end of it, said Barry. It's all nonsense. You can't do anything to me. You said so yourself. I'm not going to be made a fool of in that way. I'm not going to give up my property and everything. Don't you know, Mr. Lynch, said the parson, that if you are kept in jail till April next, as will be your fate if you persist in staying at Dunmore tonight, your creditors will do much more damage to your property than your own immediate absence will do. If Mr. Daly is your lawyer, send for him as Martin Kelly suggests. I'm not afraid that he will recommend to you to remain in the country, even should you dare to tell him of the horrid accusation which is brought against you. But at any rate make up your mind, for if you do stay in Dunmore tonight, it shall be in the Bridewell, and your next move shall be to Galway. Barry sat silent for a while, trying to think. The parson was like an incubus upon him, which he was totally unable to shake off. He knew neither how to resist nor how to give way. Misty ideas got into his head of escaping to his bedroom and blowing his own brains out. Different schemes of retaliation and revenge flitted before him, but he could decide on nothing. There he sat, silent, stupidly gazing at nothing, while Lord Ballindine and Mr. Armstrong stood whispering over the fire. I'm afraid we're in the wrong. I really think we are, said Frank. We must go through with it now anyway, said the parson. Come, Mr. Lynch, I will give you 5 minutes more, and then I go. And he pulled out his watch and stood with his back to the fire, looking at it. Lord Ballindine walked to the window, and Martin Kelly and Dr. Colligan sat in distant parts of the room with long faces, silent and solemn, breathing heavily. How long those 5 minutes appeared to them, and how short to Barry! The time was not long enough to enable him to come to any decision. At the end of 5 minutes he was still gazing vacantly before him. He was still turning over in his brain, one after another, the same crowd of undigested schemes. The time is out, Mr. Lynch. Will you go? Said the parson. I've no money, hoarsely croaked Barry. If that's the only difficulty, we'll raise money for him, said Frank. I'll advance him money, said Martin. Do you mean you've no money at all? Said the parson. Don't you hear me say so? Said Barry. And you'll go if you get money? Say £10, said the parson. £10? I can go nowhere with £10. You know that well enough. "I'll give him 25, said Martin. "I'm sure his sister'll do that for him." "Say 50, said Barry, "and I'm off at once." "I haven't got it," said Martin. "No," said the parson. "I'll not see you bribed to go. Take the 25. That will last you till you make arrangements about your property. We're not going to pay you for going, Mr. Lynch." "You seem very anxious about it, anyway." "I am anxious about it," rejoined the parson. "I am anxious to save your sister from knowing what it was that her brother wished her to accomplish." Barry scowled at him as though he would like, if possible, to try his hand at murdering him. But he did not answer him again. Arrangements were at last made for Barry's departure, and off he went that very day, not to Roscommon, but to Chewham. And there, at the instigation of Martin, Daly, the attorney, took upon himself the division and temporary management of the property. From thence, with Martin's, or rather with his sister's £25 in his pocket, he started to that Elysium for which he had for some time so ardently longed, and soon landed at Bologna, regardless alike of his sister, his future brother, Lord Ballindine, or Mr. Armstrong. The parson had found it quite impossible to carry out one point on which he had insisted. He could not induce Barry Lynch to write to his sister. No, not a line, not a word. Had it been to save him from hanging, he could hardly have induced himself to write those common words, "Dear sister." "Oh, you can tell her what you like," said he. "It's your making me go away at once in this manner. Tell her whatever confounded lies you like. Tell her I'm gone because I didn't choose to stay and see her make a fool of herself, and that's the truth too. If it wasn't for that, I wouldn't move a step for any of you." He went, however, as I have before said, and troubled the people of Dunmore no longer, nor shall he again trouble us. "Oh, but Martin, what nonsense," said the widow coaxingly to her son, that night before she went to bed. "The Lord wouldn't be going up there just to wish him good-bye, and Parson Armstrong too. What the dickens could they be at there so long? Come, Martin, you're safe with me. You know. Tell us something about it now." "Nonsense, mother, I've nothing to tell. Barry Lynch has left the place for good and all, that's all about it." "God bless the back of him, then. He'd my lave for going long since, but you might be telling us what made him be starting this way all of a heap." "Don't you know, mother, that he was head and ears in debt?" "Don't tell me," said the widow. "Parson Armstrong's not a sheriff's officer, that he should be looking after folks in debt." "No, mother, he's not, that I know of. But he don't like, for all that, to see his tithes walking out of the country." "Don't be coming over me that way, Martin. Barry Lynch, nor his father before him, never held any land in Ballindine parish." "Didn't they? Well, then you know more than I, mother, so it's no use my telling you." And Martin walked off to bed. "I'll even you yet, my lad," said she, "close as you are. You see else. Wait a while till the money's wanting, then let's see who'll know all about it." And the widow slapped herself powerfully on that part where her pocket depended, in sign of the great confidence she had in the strength of her purse. "Did I manage that well?" said the parson, as Lord Ballindine drove him home to Kelly's Court, as soon as the long interview was over. "If I can do as well at Grey Abbey, you'll employ me again, I think." "Upon my word, then, Armstrong," said Frank, "I never was in such hot water as I've been all this day, and now it's over, to tell you the truth. I'm sorry we interfered. We did what we had no possible right to do." "Nonsense, man. You don't suppose I'd have dreamed of letting him off if the law could have touched him? But it couldn't. No magistrates in the county could have committed him. For he had done, and as far as I can judge, had said, literally nothing. It's true we know what he intended, but a score of magistrates could have done nothing with him. As it is, we've got him out of the country. He'll never come back again." "What I mean is, we had no business to drive him out of the country with threats." "Oh, Ballindine, that's nonsense. One can keep no common terms with such a blackguard as that. However, it's done now, and I must say I think it was well done." "There's no doubt of your talent in the matter, Armstrong. Upon my soul, I never saw anything so cool. What a wretch, what an absolute fiend the fellow is." "Bad enough," said the parson. "I've seen bad men before, but I think he's the worst I ever saw. What'll Mrs. O'Kelly say of my coming this way without notice?" The parson enjoyed his claret at Kelly's Court that evening, after his day's hard work, and the next morning he started for Grey Abbey. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of The Kellys and the O'Kellys by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 36. Mr. Armstrong visits Grey Abbey on a delicate mission. Lord Cashel certainly felt a considerable degree of relief when his daughter told him that Lord Kilcullen had left the house, and was on his way to Dublin, though he had been forced to pay so dearly for the satisfaction, had had to falsify his solemn assurance that he would not give his son another penny,
and to break through his resolution of acting the Roman father. He consoled himself with the idea that he had been actuated by affection for his profligate son, but such had not been the case. Could he have handed him over to the sheriff's officer silently and secretly, he would have done so, but his pride could not endure the reflection that all the world should know that bailiffs had forced an entry into Grey Abbey. He closely questioned Lady Selina with regard to all that had passed between her and her brother. "Did he say anything?" at last he said. "Did he say anything about Fanny?" "Not much, papa, but what he did say, he said with kindness and affection," replied her ladyship, glad to repeat anything in favour of her brother. "Affection? Pooh!" said the Earl. "He has no affection for any one. He has no affection even for me. What did he say about her, Selina?" "He seemed to wish that she should marry Lord Ballindine." "She may marry whom she pleases now," said the Earl. "I wash my hands of her. I have done my best to prevent what I thought a disgraceful match for her." "It would not have been disgraceful, papa, had she married him 6 months ago." "A gambler and a roué," said the Earl, forgetting, it is to be supposed for the moment, his own son's character. "She'll marry him now, I suppose, and repent at her leisure. I'll give myself no further trouble about it." The Earl thought upon the subject, however, a good deal, and before Mr. Armstrong's arrival he had all but made up his mind that he must again swallow his word and ask his ward's lover back to his house. He had at any rate become assured that if he did not do so, someone else would do it for him. Mr. Armstrong was, happily, possessed of a considerable stock of self-confidence, and during his first day's journey felt no want of it with regard to the delicate mission with which he was entrusted. But when he had deposited his carpet-bag at the little hotel at Kilcullen Bridge, and found himself seated on a hack-car and proceeding to Grey Abbey, he began to feel that he had rather a difficult part to play, and by the time that the house was in sight he felt himself completely puzzled as to the manner in which he should open his negotiation. He had, however, desired the man to drive to the house, and he could not well stop the car in the middle of the domain, to mature his plans, and when he was at the door he could not stay there without applying for admission. So he got his card-case in his hand and rang the bell. After a due interval, which to the parson did not seem a bit too long, the heavy-looking, powdered footman appeared, and announced that Lord Cashel was at home, and in another minute Mr. Armstrong found himself in the book-room. It was the morning after Lord Kilcullen's departure, and Lord Cashel was still anything but comfortable. Her ladyship had been bothering him about the poor boy, as she called her son, now that she had learned he was in distress, and had been beseeching him to increase his allowance. The Earl had not told his wife the extent of their son's pecuniary delinquencies, and consequently she was greatly dismayed when her husband very solemnly said, "My lady, Lord Kilcullen has no longer any allowance from me." "Good gracious!" screamed her ladyship. "No allowance? How is the poor boy to live?" "That I really cannot tell. I cannot even guess. But let him live how he may, I will not absolutely ruin myself for his sake." The interview was not a comfortable one either to the father or mother. Lady Cashel cried a great deal, and was very strongly of opinion that her son would die of cold and starvation. How could he get shelter or food, any more than a common person, if he had no allowance? Mightn't he at any rate come back and live at Grey Abbey? That wouldn't cost his father anything. And then the Countess remembered how she had praised her son to Mrs. Ellison and the bishop's wife, and she cried worse than ever, and was obliged to be left to Griffiths and her drops. This happened on the evening of Lord Kilcullen's departure, and on the next morning her ladyship did not appear at breakfast. She was weak and nervous, and had her tea in her own sitting-room. There was no one sitting at breakfast but the Earl, Fanny, and Lady Selina, and they were all alike stiff, cold, and silent. The Earl felt as if he were not at home even in his own breakfast-parlour. He felt afraid of his ward, as though he were conscious that she knew how he had intended to injure her, and as soon as he had swallowed his eggs, he muttered something which was inaudible to both the girls, and retreated to his private den. He had not been there long before the servant brought in our friend's name. The Reverend George Armstrong, written on a plain card. The parson had not put the name of the parish, fearing that the Earl, knowing from whence he came, might guess his business and decline seeing him. As it was, no difficulty was made, and the parson soon found himself tête-à-tête with the Earl. "I have taken the liberty of calling on you, Lord Cashel," said Mr. Armstrong, having accepted the offer of a chair, "on a rather delicate mission." The Earl bowed and rubbed his hands, and felt more comfortable than he had done for the last week. He liked delicate missions coming to him, for he flattered himself that he knew how to receive them in a delicate manner. He liked also displaying his dignity to strangers, for he felt that strangers stood rather in awe of him. He also felt, though he did not own it to himself, that his manner was not so effective with people who had known him some time. "I may say a very delicate mission," said the parson, "and one I would not have undertaken had I not known your lordship's character for candour and honesty." Lord Cashel again bowed and rubbed his hands. "I am, my lord, a friend of Lord Ballindine, and as such I have taken the liberty of calling on your lordship." "A friend of Lord Ballindine," said the Earl, arching his eyebrows and assuming a look of great surprise. "A very old friend, my lord, the clergyman of his parish, and for many years an intimate friend of his father. I have known Lord Ballindine since he was a child." "Lord Ballindine is lucky in having such a friend. Few young men now, I am sorry to say, care much for their father's friends. Is there anything, Mr. Armstrong, in which I can assist either you or his lordship?" "My lord," said the parson, "I need not tell you that before I took the perhaps unwarrantable liberty of troubling you, I was made acquainted with Lord Ballandine's engagement with your ward, and with the manner in which that engagement was broken off." "And your object is, Mr. Armstrong?" "My object is to remove, if possible, the unfortunate misunderstanding between your lordship and my friend." "Misunderstanding, Mr. Armstrong? There was no misunderstanding between us. I really think we perfectly understood each other. Lord Ballindine was engaged to my ward, his engagement, however, being contingent on his adoption of a certain line of conduct. This line of conduct his lordship did not adopt. Perhaps he used a wise discretion. However, I thought not. I thought the mode of life which he pursued, but pardon me a moment, Mr. Armstrong, and I shall have said all which appears to me to be necessary on the occasion. Perhaps more than is necessary, more probably than I should have allowed myself to say, had not Lord Ballindine sent as his ambassador the clergyman of his parish and the friend of his father." And Lord Cashel again bowed and rubbed his hands. "I thought, Mr. Armstrong, that your young friend appeared wedded to a style of life quite incompatible with his income, with his own income as a single man, and the income which he would have possessed had he married my ward. I thought their marriage would only lead to poverty and distress, and I felt that I was only doing my duty to my ward in expressing this opinion to her. I found that she was herself of the same opinion, that she feared a union with Lord Ballindine would not ensure happiness either to him or to herself. His habits were too evidently those of extravagance, and hers had not been such as to render a life of privation anything but a life of misery. I had thought, one moment more, Mr. Armstrong, and I shall have done. After mature consideration, Miss Wyndham commissioned me to express her sentiments, and I must say they fully coincided with my own, to Lord Ballindine, and to explain to him that she found herself obliged to retrace the steps which she had taken in the matter. I did this in a manner as little painful to Lord Ballindine as I was able. It is difficult, Mr. Armstrong, to make a disagreeable communication palatable. It is very difficult to persuade a young man who is in love to give up the object of his idolatry. But I trust Lord Ballindine will do me the justice to own that, on the occasion alluded to, I said nothing unnecessarily harsh, nothing calculated to harass his feelings. I appreciate and esteem Lord Ballandine's good qualities, and I much regret that prudence forbade me to sanction the near alliance he was anxious to do me the honour of making with me." Lord Cashel finished his harangue, and felt once more on good terms with himself. He by no means intended offering any further vehement resistance to his ward's marriage. He was, indeed, rejoiced to have an opportunity of giving way decently, but he could not resist the temptation of explaining his conduct and making a speech. "My lord," said the parson, "what you tell me is only a repetition of what I heard from a young friend." "I am glad to hear it. I trust, then, I may have the pleasure of feeling that Lord Ballindine attributes to me no personal unkindness." "Not in the least, Lord Cashel. Very far from it. Though Lord Ballindine may not hitherto have been free from the follies of his age, he has had quite sense enough to appreciate your lordship's conduct. I endeavoured, at any rate, that it should be such as to render me liable to no just imputation of fickleness or cruelty." "No one would for a moment accuse your lordship of either. It is my knowledge of your lordship's character in this particular which has induced me to undertake the task of begging you to reconsider the subject. Lord Ballindine has, as you are aware, sold his racehorses." "I had heard so, Mr. Armstrong, though perhaps not on good authority." "He has, and is now living among his own tenantry and friends at Kelly's Court. He is passionately, devotedly attached to your ward, Lord Cashel, and with a young man's vanity, he still thinks that she may not be quite indifferent to him." "It was at her own instance, Mr. Armstrong, that his suit was rejected."
"I am well aware of that, my lord. But ladies, you know, do sometimes mistake their own feelings. Miss Wyndham must have been attached to my friend, or she would not have received him as her lover. Would you, my lord, allow me to see Miss Wyndham? If she still expresses indifference to Lord Ballindine, I will assure her that she shall be no further persecuted by his suit. If such be not the case, surely prudence need not further interfere to prevent a marriage desired by both the persons most concerned. Lord Ballindine is not now a spendthrift, whatever he may formerly have been, and Miss Wyndham's princely fortune, though it alone would never have induced my friend to seek her hand, will make the match all that it should be. You will not object, my lord, to my seeing Miss Wyndham?" "Mr. Armstrong, really, you must be aware that such a request is rather unusual." "So are the circumstances," replied the parson. "They also are unusual. I do not doubt Miss Wyndham's wisdom in rejecting Lord Ballindine, when, as you say, he appeared to be wedded to a life of extravagance. I have no doubt she put a violent restraint on her own feelings, exercised, in fact, a self-denial which shows a very high tone of character, and should elicit nothing but admiration. But circumstances are much altered." Lord Cashel continued to raise objections to the parson's request, though it was, throughout the interview, his intention to accede to it. At last he gave up the point, with much grace, and in such a manner as he thought should entitle him to the eternal gratitude of his ward, Lord Ballindine, and the parson. He consequently rang the bell, and desired the servant to give his compliments to Miss Wyndham, and to tell her that the Reverend Mr. Armstrong wished to see her alone upon business of importance. Mr. Armstrong felt that his success was much greater than he had had any reason to expect, from Lord Ballandine's description of his last visit at Grey Abbey. He had, in fact, overcome the only difficulty. If Miss Wyndham really disliked his friend and objected to the marriage, Mr. Armstrong was well aware that he had only to return and tell his friend so in the best way he could. If, however, she still had a true regard for him, if she were the Fanny Wyndham Ballindine had described her to be, if she had ever really been devoted to him, if she had at all a wish in her heart to see him again at her feet, the parson felt that he would have good news to send back to Kelly's Court, and that he would have done the lovers a service which they could never forget. "At any rate, Mr. Armstrong," said Lord Cashel, as the parson was bowing himself backwards out of the room, "you will join our family circle while you are in the neighbourhood, whatever may be the success of your mission, and I assure you, I hope it may be such as will be gratifying to you. I am happy to make the acquaintance of any friend of Lord Ballandine's, when Lord Ballindine chooses his friends so well." This was meant as a slap at Dot Blake. "You will give me leave to send down to the town for your luggage." Mr. Armstrong made no objection to this proposal, and the luggage was sent for. The powder-haired servant again took him in tow, and ushered him out of the book-room, across the hall through the billiard-room, and into the library, gave him a chair, and then brought him a newspaper, giving him to understand that Miss Wyndham would soon be with him. The parson took the paper in his hands, but he did not trouble himself much with the contents of it. What was he to say to Miss Wyndham? How was he to commence? He had never gone love-making for another in his life, and now, at his advanced age, it really did come rather strange to him. And then he began to think whether she were short or tall, dark or fair, stout or slender. It certainly was very odd, but in all their conversations on this subject, Lord Ballindine had never given him any description of his inamorata. Mr. Armstrong, however, had not much time to make up his mind on any of these points, for the door opened and Miss Wyndham entered. She was dressed in black, for she was, of course, still in mourning for her brother, but in spite of her sable habiliments, she startled the parson by the brilliance of her beauty. There was a quiet dignity of demeanour natural to Fanny Wyndham, a well-balanced pose, and a grace of motion, which saved her from ever looking awkward or confused. She never appeared to lose her self-possession. Though never arrogant, she seemed always to know what was due to herself. No insignificant puppy could ever have attempted to flirt with her. When summoned by the servant to meet a strange clergyman alone in the library at the request of Lord Cashel, she felt that his visit must have some reference to her lover. Indeed, her thoughts for the last few days had run on little else. She had made up her mind to talk to her cousin about him. Then her cousin had matured that determination by making love to her himself. Then she had talked to him of Lord Ballindine, and he had promised to talk to his father on the same subject. And she had since been endeavouring to bring herself to make one other last appeal to her uncle's feelings. Her mind was therefore full of Lord Ballindine when she walked into the library. But her face was no tell-tale. Her gait and demeanour were as dignified as though she had no anxious love within her heart, no one grand desire to disturb the even current of her blood. She bowed her beautiful head to Mr. Armstrong as she walked into the room, and sitting down herself, begged him to take a chair. The parson had by no means made up his mind as to what he was to say to the young lady, so he shut his eyes and rushed at once into the middle of his subject. "Miss Wyndham," he said, "I have come a long way to call on you at the request of a friend of yours, a very dear and old friend of mine." "At the request of Lord Ballindine." Fanny's countenance became deeply suffused at her lover's name, but the parson did not observe it. Indeed, he hardly ventured to look in her face. She merely said, in a voice which seemed to him to be anything but promising, "Well, sir." The truth was, she did not know what to say. Had she dared, she would have fallen on her knees before her lover's friend and sworn to him how well she loved him. "When Lord Ballindine was last at Grey Abbey, Miss Wyndham, he had not the honour of an interview with you." "No, sir," said Fanny. Her voice, look, and manner were still sedate and courtly. Her heart, however, was beating so violently that she hardly knew what she said. "Circumstances, I believe, prevented it," said the parson. "My friend, however, received through Lord Cashel a message from you which has been very fatal to his happiness." Fanny tried to say something, but she was not able. "The very decided tone in which your uncle then spoke to him has made Lord Ballindine feel that any further visit to Grey Abbey on his own part would be an intrusion." "I never," said Fanny, "You never authorized so harsh a message, you would say. It is not the harshness of the language, but the certainty of the fact, that has destroyed my friend's happiness. If such were to be the case, if it were absolutely necessary that the engagement between you and Lord Ballindine should be broken off, the more decided the manner in which it were done, the better. Lord Ballindine now wishes— I am a bad messenger in such a case as this, Miss Wyndham. It is perhaps better to tell you at once a plain tale. Frank has desired me to tell you that he loves you well and truly, and that he cannot believe you are indifferent to him, that your vows, to him so precious, are still ringing in his ears, that he is, as far as his heart is concerned, unchanged, and he has commissioned me to ascertain from yourself whether you have really changed your mind since he last had the pleasure of seeing you." The parson waited a moment for an answer, and then added, "Lord Ballindine by no means wishes to persecute you on the subject, nor would I do so if he did wish it. You have only to tell me that you do not intend to renew your acquaintance with Lord Ballindine, and I will leave Grey Abbey." Fanny still remained silent. "Say the one word go, Miss Wyndham, and you need not pain yourself by any further speech. I will at once be gone." Fanny strove hard to keep her composure, and to make some fitting reply to Mr. Armstrong, but she was unable. Her heart was too full. She was too happy. She had, openly and in spite of rebuke, avowed her love to her uncle, her aunt, to Lady Selina, and her cousin, but she could not bring herself to confess it to Mr. Armstrong. At last she said, "I am much obliged to you for your kindness, Mr. Armstrong. Perhaps I owe it to Lord Ballindine to— I'll ask my uncle, sir, to write to him." "I shall write to Lord Ballindine this evening, Miss Wyndham. Will you entrust me with no message? I came from him to see you with no other purpose. I must give him some news. I must tell him I have seen you. May I tell him not to despair?" Tell him," said Fanny, and she paused to make up her mind as to the words of her message. "Tell him to come himself." And hurrying from the room, she left the parson alone to meditate on the singular success of his mission. He stood for about half an hour thinking over what had occurred, and rejoicing greatly in his mind that he had undertaken the business. "What fools men are about women!" he said at last to himself. "They know their nature so well when they are thinking and speaking of them with reference to others. But as soon as a man is in love with one himself, he is cowed. He thinks the nature of one woman is different from that of all others, and he is afraid to act on his general knowledge. Well, I might as well write to him, for thank God I can send him good news." And he rang the bell and asked if his bag had come. It had, and was in his bedroom. Could the servant get him pen, ink, and paper? The servant did so, and within 2 hours of his entering the doors of Grey Abbey, he was informing his friend of the success of his mission. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of The Kellys and the O'Kellys by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 37, Veni, Vidi, Vici. The 2 following letters for Lord Ballindine were sent off in the Grey Abbey post-bag on the evening of the day on which Mr. Armstrong had arrived there. They were from Mr. Armstrong and Lord Cashel. That from the former was first opened. Grey Abbey, April,
1844. Dear Frank, you will own I have not lost much time. I left Kelly's Court the day before yesterday, and I am already able to send you good news. I have seen Lord Cashel, and have found him anything but uncourteous. I have also seen Miss Wyndham, and though she said but little to me, that little was just what you would have wished her to say. She bade me tell you to come yourself. In obedience to her commands, I do hereby require you to pack yourself up, and proceed forthwith to Grey Abbey. His lordship has signified to me that it is his intention, in his own and Lady Cashel's name, to request the renewed pleasure of an immediate, and he hopes a prolonged visit from your lordship. You will not, my dear Frank, I am sure, be such a fool as to allow your dislike to such an empty butter firkin as this Earl to stand in the way of your love or your fortune. You can't expect Miss Wyndham to go to you, so pocket your resentment like a sensible fellow, and accept Lord Cashel's invitation as though there had been no difference between you. I have also received an invite, and intend staying here a day or two. I can't say that, judging from the master of the house, I think that a prolonged sojourn would be very agreeable. I have as yet seen none of the ladies except my embryo Lady Ballindine. I think I have done my business a little in the Veni, Vidi, Vici style. What has effected the change in Lord Cashel's view I need not trouble myself to guess. You will soon learn all about it from Miss Wyndham. I will not in a letter express my admiration, etc., 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 but I will proclaim in Connaught, on my return, that so worthy a bride was never yet brought down to the far west. Lord Cashel will, of course, have some pet bishop or dean to marry you, but after what has passed, I shall certainly demand the privilege of christening the heir. Believe me, dear Frank, your affectionate friend, George Armstrong. Lord Cashel's letter was as follows. It cost his lordship 3 hours to compose, and was twice copied. I trust, therefore, it is a fair specimen of what a nobleman ought to write on such an occasion. Grey Abbey, April 1844. My dear Lord, circumstances, to which I rejoice that I need not now more particularly allude, made your last visit at my house a disagreeable one to both of us. The necessity under which I then laboured, of communicating to your lordship a decision which was likely to be inimical to your happiness, but to form which my duty imperatively directed me, was a source of most serious inquietude to my mind. I now rejoice that my decision was so painful to you, has been so lastingly painful, as I trust I may measure your gratification at a renewal of your connection with my family by the acuteness of the sufferings which an interruption of that connection has occasioned you. I have, I can assure you, my lord, received much pleasure from the visit of your very estimable friend, the Reverend Mr. Armstrong, and it is no slight addition to my gratification on this occasion to find your most intimate friendship so well bestowed. I have had much unreserved conversation to-day with Mr. Armstrong, and I am led by him to believe that I may be able to induce you to give Lady Cashel and myself the pleasure of your company at Grey Abbey. We shall be truly delighted to see your lordship, and we sincerely hope that the attractions of Grey Abbey may be such as to induce you to prolong your visit for some time. Perhaps it might be unnecessary for me now more explicitly to allude to my ward, but still I cannot but think that a short but candid explanation of the line of conduct I have thought it my duty to adopt may prevent any disagreeable feeling between us, should you, as I sincerely trust you will, do us the pleasure of joining our family circle. I must own, my dear lord, that a few months since I feared you were wedded to the expensive pleasures of the turf. Your acceptance of the office of steward at the Curragh meetings confirmed the report which reached me from various quarters. My ward's fortune was not then very considerable, and actuated by an uncle's affection for his niece, as well as a guardian's caution for his ward, I conceived it my duty to ascertain whether a withdrawal from the engagement in contemplation between Miss Wyndham and yourself would be detrimental to her happiness. I found that my ward's views agreed with my own. She thought her own fortune insufficient, seeing that your habits were then expensive, and perhaps not truly knowing the intensity of her own affection. She coincided in my views. You are acquainted with the result. These causes have operated in inducing me to hope that I may still welcome you by the hand as my dear niece's husband. Her fortune is very greatly increased. Your character is, I will not say altered, is now fixed and established. And lastly and chiefly, I find, I blush, my lord, to tell a lady's secret, that my ward's happiness still depends on you. I am sure, my dear lord, I need not say more. We shall be delighted to see you at your earliest convenience. We wish that you could have come to us before your friend left, but I regret to learn from him that his parochial duties preclude the possibility of his staying with us beyond Thursday. I shall anxiously wait for your reply. In the meantime, I beg to assure you, with the joint kind remembrances of all our party, that I am most faithfully yours, Cashel. Mr. Armstrong descended to the drawing-room before dinner, looking most respectable, with a stiff white tie and the new suit expressly prepared for the occasion. He was introduced to Lady Cashel and Lady Selina as a valued friend of Lord Ballindine, and was received, by the former at least, in a most flattering manner. Lady Selina had hardly reconciled herself to the return of Lord Ballindine. It was from no envy at her cousin's happiness. She was really too high-minded, and too falsely proud also, to envy anyone. But it was the harsh conviction of her mind that no duties should be disregarded, and that all duties were disagreeable. She was always opposed to the doing of anything which appeared to be the especial wish of the person consulting her, because it would be agreeable. She judged that it would be wrong. She was most sincerely anxious for her poor dependents, but she tormented them most cruelly. When Biddy Finn wished to marry, Lady Selina told her it was her duty to put a restraint on her inclinations, and ultimately prevented her, though there was no objection on earth to Tony Mara. And when the widow Cullen wanted to open a little shop for soap and candles, having £8 10s left to stock it after the wake and funeral were over, Lady Selina told the widow it was her duty to restrain her inclination, and she did so, and the £8 10s drifted away in quarters of tea, and most probably half noggins of whisky. In the same way, she could not bring herself to think that Fanny was doing right in following the bent of her dearest wishes, in marrying this man she loved so truly. She was weak, she was giving way to temptation, she was going back from her word, she was, she said, giving up her claim to that high standard of feminine character which it should be the proudest boast of a woman to maintain. It was in vain that her mother argued the point with her in her own way. "But why shouldn't she marry him, my dear," said the Countess, "when they love each other? And now there's plenty of money and all that, and your papa thinks it's all right. I declare I can't see the harm of it." "I don't say there's harm, mother," said Lady Selina. "Not absolute harm, but there's weakness. She had ceased to esteem Lord Ballindine." "Ah, but my dear, she very soon began to esteem him again. Poor dear, she didn't know how well she loved him." "She ought to have known, mamma, to have known well, before she rejected him. But having rejected him, no power on earth should have induced her to name him, or even to think of him again. She should have been dead to him, and he should have been the same as dead to her." "Well, I don't know," said the Countess, "but I'm sure I shall be delighted to see anybody happy in the house again, and I always liked Lord Ballindine myself. There was never any trouble about his dinners or anything." And Lady Cashel was delighted. The grief she had felt at the abrupt termination of all her hopes with regard to her son had been too much for her. She had been unable even to mind her worsted work, and Griffiths had failed to comfort her. But from the moment that her husband had told her, with many hems and haws, that Mr. Armstrong had arrived to repeat Lord Ballandine's proposal, and that he had come to consult her about again asking his lordship to Grey Abbey, she became happy and light-hearted, and before Griffiths had left her for the night, she had commenced her consultations as to the preparations for the wedding. End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of The Kellys and the O'Kellys by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 38. Wait till I tell you. There was no one at dinner that first evening but Mr. Armstrong and the family circle, and the parson certainly felt it dull enough. Fanny, naturally, was rather silent. Lady Selina did not talk a great deal. The Countess reiterated 20 times the pleasure she had in seeing him at Grey Abbey, and asked 1 or 2 questions as to the quantity of flannel it took to make petticoats for the old women in his parish. But, to make up the rest, Lord Cashel talked incessantly. He wished to show every attention to his guest, and he crammed him with ecclesiastical conversation, till Mr. Armstrong felt that, poor as he was, and much as his family wanted the son of lordly favour, he would not give up his little living down in Connaught, where, at any rate, he could do as he pleased to be domestic chaplain to Lord Cashel, with a salary of 1,000 a year. The next morning was worse, and the whole of the long day was insufferable. He endeavoured to escape from his noble friend into the domain, where he might have explored the fox-coverts and ascertained something of the sporting capabilities of the country, but Lord Cashel would not leave him alone for an instant, and he had not only to endure the Earl's tediousness, but also had to assume a demeanour which was not at all congenial to his feelings. Lord Cashel would talk church and ultra-Protestantism to him, and decanted on the abominations of the national system and the glories of Sunday schools. Now, Mr. Armstrong had no leaning to popery, and had nothing to say against Sunday schools, but he had not one in his own parish, in which, by the by, he was the father of all the Protestant children to be found there, without the slightest slur upon his reputation, be it said. Lord Cashel totally mistook his character, and Mr. Armstrong did not know how to set him right, and at 5 o'clock he went to dress, more tired than he had ever been after hunting all day, and then riding home 12 miles on a wet dark night with a lame horse. To do honour to her guest, Lady Cashel asked Mr. O'Josselin, the rector, together with his wife and daughters, to dine there on the second day, and Mr. Armstrong, though somewhat afraid of brother clergymen, was delighted to hear that they were coming. Anything was better than another tete-a-tete with the ponderous Earl. There were no other neighbours near enough to Grey Abbey to be asked on so short a notice, but the rector, his wife, and their daughters entered the dining-room punctually at 6:30. The character and feelings of Mr. O'Josselin were exactly those which the Earl had attributed to Mr. Armstrong. He had been an Orangeman, and was a most ultra and even furious Protestant. He was, by principle, a charitable man to his neighbours, but he hated popery, and he carried the feeling to such a length that he almost hated papists. He had not, generally speaking, a bad opinion of human nature, but he would not have considered his life or property safe in the hands of any Roman Catholic. He pitied the ignorance of the heathen, the credulity of the Mohammedan, the desolateness of the Jew, even the infidelity of the atheist, but he execrated, abhorred, and abominated the Church of Rome. Anathema, Maranatha, get thee from me, thou child of Satan. Go out into utter darkness, thou worker of iniquity, into everlasting lakes of fiery brimstone, thou doer of the devil's work, thou false prophet, thou ravenous wolf. Such was the language of his soul at the sight of a priest. Such would have been the language of his tongue had not, as he thought, evil legislators given a license to falsehood in his unhappy country, and rendered it impossible for a true churchman openly to declare the whole truth. But though Mr. O'Josselin did not absolutely give utterance to such imprecations as these against the wolves who, as he thought, destroyed the lambs of his flock, or rather turned his sheep into foxes, yet he by no means concealed his opinion or hid his light under a bushel. He spent his life, an eager, anxious, hard-working life, in denouncing the scarlet women of Babylon and all her abominations, and he did so in season and out of season, in town and in country, in public and in private, from his own pulpit and at other people's tables, in highways and byways, both to friends who only partly agreed with him, and to strangers who did not agree with him at all. He totally disregarded the feelings of his auditors. He would make use of the same language to the persons who might in all probability be Romanists, as he did to those whom he knew to be Protestants. He was a most zealous and conscientious, but a most indiscreet servant of his master. He made many enemies, but few converts. He rarely convinced his opponents, but often disgusted his own party. He had been a constant speaker at public meetings, an orator at the Rotunda, and on one occasion at Exeter Hall. But even his own friends, the ultra-Protestants, found that he did the cause more harm than good, and his public exhibitions had been as much as possible discouraged. Apart from his fanatical enthusiasm, he was a good man, of pure life and simple habits, and rejoiced exceedingly that, in the midst of the laxity in religious opinions, which so generally disfigured the age, his wife and his children were equally eager and equally zealous with himself in the service of their great master. A beneficed clergyman from the most benighted, that is, most papistical portion of Connaught, would be sure, thought Mr. O'Josselin, to have a fellow feeling with him, to sympathize with his wailings, and to have similar woes to communicate. "How many Protestants have you?" said he to Mr. Armstrong in the drawing-room a few minutes after they had been introduced to each other. "I had 270 in the parish on New Year's Day, and since that we've had 2 births, and a very proper Church of England police sergeant has been sent there, in place of a horrid papist. We've a great gain in Sergeant Woody, my lord." "In one way we certainly have, Mr. O'Josselin," said the Earl. "I wish all the police force were Protestants. I think they would be much more effective. But Sergeant Carroll was a very good man. You know he was removed from hence on his promotion." "I know he was, my lord, just to please the priest, just because he was a papist. Do you think there was a single thing done or a word said at petty sessions, but what Father Flannery knew all about it?
Yes, every word. When did the police ever take any of Father Flannery's own people?" "Didn't Sergeant Carroll take that horrible man Leary, that robbed the old widow that lived under the bridge?" said the Countess. "True, my lady, he did," said Mr. O'Joscelyn. "But you'll find if you inquire that Leary hadn't paid the priest his dues, nor yet his brother. How a Protestant government can reconcile it to their conscience, how they can sleep at night after pandering to the priest as they daily do, I cannot conceive. How many Protestants did you say you have, Mr. Armstrong?" "We're not very strong down in the west, Mr. O'Joscelyn," said the other parson. "There are usually 2 or 3 in the Kelly's Court pew. The vicarage pews muster pretty well, for Mrs. Armstrong and 5 of the children are always there. Then there are usually 2 policemen and a clerk, though by the by he doesn't belong to the parish. I borrow him from Clare Morris." Mr. O'Joscelyn gave a look of horror and astonishment. "I can, however, make a boast, which perhaps you cannot, Mr. Joscelyn. All my parishioners are usually to be seen in church, and if one is absent, I am able to miss him." "It must paralyse your efforts, preaching to such a congregation," said the other. "Do not disparage my congregation," said Mr. Armstrong, laughing. "They are friendly and neighbourly, if not important in point of numbers. And if I wanted to fill my church, the Roman Catholics think so well of me that they'd flock in crowds there if I asked them. And the priest would show them the way, for any special occasion, I mean, if the bishop came to see me or anything of that kind." Mr. O'Joscelyn was struck dumb, and indeed he would have had no time to answer if the power of speech had been left to him, for the servant announced dinner. The conversation was a little more general during dinner time, but after dinner the parish clergyman returned to another branch of his favourite subject. Perhaps he thought that Mr. Armstrong was himself not very orthodox, or perhaps that it was useless to enlarge on the abominations of Babylon to a Protestant peer and a Protestant parson. But on this occasion he occupied himself with the temporal iniquities of the Roman Catholics. The trial of O'Connell and his fellow prisoners had come to an end, and he and they, with one exception, had just commenced their period of imprisonment. The one exception was a clergyman who had been acquitted. He had in some way been connected with Mr. O'Joscelyn's parish, and as the parish priest and most of his flock were hot repealers, there was a good deal of excitement on the occasion, rejoicings at the priest's acquittal, and howlings, yellings, and murmurings at the condemnation of the others. "We've fallen on frightful days, Mr. Armstrong," said Mr. O'Joscelyn. "Frightful, lawless, dangerous days." "We must take them as we find them, Mr. O'Joscelyn." "Doubtless, Mr. Armstrong, doubtless, and I acknowledge His infinite wisdom who, for His own purposes, now allows sedition to rear her head unchecked, and falsehoods to sit in the high places. They are indeed dangerous days when the sympathy of government is always with the evildoers, and the religion of the state is deserted by the crown." "Why, God bless me, Mr. O'Joscelyn, the Queen hasn't turned papist, and the repealers are all in prison, or soon will be there." "I don't mean the Queen. I believe she is very good. I believe she is a sincere Protestant, God bless her." And Mr. O'Joscelyn, in his loyalty, drank a glass of port wine. "But I mean her advisers. They do not dare protect the Protestant faith. They do not dare secure the tranquillity of the country." "Are not O'Connell and the whole set under conviction at this moment? I am no politician myself, but the only question seems to be whether they haven't gone a step too far." "Why did they let that priest escape them?" said Mr. O'Joscelyn. "I suppose he was not guilty," said Mr. Armstrong. "At any rate, you had a staunch Protestant jury." "I tell you the priests are at the head of it all. O'Connell would be nothing without them. He is only their creature. The truth is, the government did not dare to frame an indictment that would really lead to the punishment of a priest. The government is truckling to the false hierarchy of Rome. Look at Oxford, a Jesuitical seminary, devoted to the secret propagation of Romish falsehood. Go into the churches of England and watch their bowings, their genuflections, their crosses, and their candles. See the demeanour of their apostate clergy. Look into their private oratories. See their red-lettered prayer books, their crucifixes and images. And then, can you doubt that the most dreadful of all prophecies is about to be accomplished? But I have not been into their closets, Mr. O'Joscelyn, nor yet into their churches lately, and therefore I have not seen these things, nor have I seen anybody who has. Have you seen crucifixes in the rooms of Church of England clergymen, or candles on the altar steps of the English churches? God forbid that I should willingly go where such things are to be seen, but of the fearful fact there is unfortunately no doubt. And then as to the state of the country, we have nothing round us but anarchy and misrule. My life, Mr. Armstrong, has not been safe any day this week past." "Good heaven, Mr. O'Joscelyn, your life not safe? I thought you were as quiet here in Kildare as we are in Mayo." Wait till I tell you, Mr. Armstrong. You know this priest whom they have let loose to utter more sedition. He was a coadjutor to the priest in this parish." "Was he? The people are not attacking you, I suppose, because he's let loose." "Wait till I tell you. No, the people are mad because O'Connell and his myrmidons are to be locked up, and mingled with your fury on this head are their insane rejoicings at the escape of the priest. They are therefore, or were till Saturday last, howling for joy and for grief at the same time. Oh, such horrid howls, Mr. Armstrong! I declare, Mr. Armstrong, I have trembled for my children this week past." The Earl, who well knew Mr. O'Josselin and the nature of his grievances, had heard all these atrocities before, and not being very excited by their interest, had continued sipping his claret in silence till he began to doze, and by the time the worthy parson had got to the climax of his misery, the nobleman was fast asleep. "You don't mean that the people made any attack on the parsonage?" said Mr. Armstrong. "Wait till I tell you, Mr. Armstrong," replied the other. "On Thursday morning last they all heard that O'Connell was a convicted felon." "Conspirator, I believe, Mr. O'Josselin." "Conspiracy is a felony, Mr. Armstrong, and that their priest had been let loose. It was soon evident that no work was to be done that day. They assembled about the roads in groups, at the chapel door, at Priest Flannery's house, at the teetotal reading room, as they call it, where the people drink cordial made of whisky, and disturb the neighbourhood with cracked horns, and we heard that a public demonstration was to be made." "Was it a demonstration of joy or of grief?" "Both, Mr. Armstrong. It was mixed. They were to shout and dance for joy about Father Tyrrell, and howl and curse for grief about O'Connell. And they did shout and howl with a vengeance. All Thursday you would have thought that a legion of devils had been let loose in Kilcullen." "But did they commit any personal outrages, Mr. O'Josselin?" "Wait till I tell you. I soon saw how the case was going to be, and I determined to be prepared. I armed myself, Mr. Armstrong, and so did Mrs. O'Josselin. Mrs. O'Josselin is a most determined woman, a woman of great spirit. We were resolved to protect our daughters and our infants from ill usage, as long as God should leave us the power to do so. We both armed ourselves with pistols, and I can assure you, as far as ammunition goes, we were prepared to give them a hot reception." "Dear me, this must have been very unpleasant to Mrs. O'Josselin." "Oh, she was a woman of great nerve, Mr. Armstrong. Mary is a woman of very great nerve. I can assure you we shall never forget that Thursday night. About 7 in the evening it got darkish, but the horrid yells of the wild creatures had never ceased for 1/2 hour, and a little after 7, 20 different bonfires illuminated the parish. There were bonfires on every side of us. Huge masses of blazing turf were to be seen scattered throughout the whole country." "Did they burn anything except the turf, Mr. O'Josselin?" "Wait till I tell you, Mr. Armstrong. I shall never forget that night. We neither of us once lay down, no, not for a moment. About 8 the children were put to bed, but with their clothes and shoes on, for there was no knowing at what moment, and in how sudden a way the poor innocents might be called up. My daughters behaved admirably. They remained quite quiet in the drawing-room till about 11, when we had evening worship, and then they retired to rest. Their mother, however, insisted that they should not take off their petticoats or stockings. At about 1 we went to the hall door. It was then bright moonlight, but the flames of the surrounding turf overpowered the moon. The whole horizon was one glare of light." "But were not the police about, Mr. O'Josselin?" "Oh, they were about, to be sure. Poor men, but what could they do? The government now licenses every outrage." "But what did the people do?" said Armstrong. "Wait till I tell you. They remained up all night, and so did we, you may be sure. Mary did not rise from her chair once that night without a pistol in her hand. We heard the sounds of their voices continually, close to the parsonage gate. We could see them in the road from the windows, crowds of them, men, women, and children, and still they continued shouting. The next morning they were a little more quiet, but still the parish was disturbed. Nobody was at work, and men and women stood collected together in the roads. But as soon as it was dusk, the shoutings and the bonfires began again, and again did I and Mrs. O'Josselin prepare for a night of anxious watching. We sat up all Friday night, Mr. Armstrong." "With the pistols again?" "Indeed we did, and lucky for us that we did so. Had they not known that we were prepared, I am convinced the house would have been attacked. Our daughters sat with us this night, and we were so far used to the state of disturbance that we were able to have a little supper." "You must have wanted that, I think." "Indeed we did. About 4 in the morning I dropped asleep on the sofa, but Mary never closed her eyes." "Did they come into the garden at all, or near the house?" "No, they did not, and I am very thankful they refrained from doing so, for I determined to act promptly, Mr. Armstrong. And so was Mary, that is, Mrs. O'Josselin. We were both determined to fire if we found our premises invaded. Thank God the miscreants did not come within the gate. You did not suffer much then, except the anxiety, Mr. O'Jocelyn. God was very merciful and protected us. But who can feel safe living in such times and among such people? And it all springs from Rome. The Scarlet Woman is now in her full power, and her full deformity. She was smitten down for a while, but has now risen again. For a while the right foot of truth was on her neck. For a while she lay prostrated before the strength of those who by God's grace had prevailed against her. But the latter prophecies, which had been revealed to us, are now about to be accomplished. It is well for those who comprehend the signs of the coming time. Suppose we join the ladies, said the Earl, awakened by the sudden lull in Mr. O'Jocelyn's voice. But won't you take a glass of Madeira first, Mr. Armstrong? Mr. Armstrong took his glass of Madeira, and then went to the ladies, and the next morning left Grey Abbey for his own parish. Well, thought he to himself, as he was driven through the park in the Earl's gig, I am very glad I came here for Frank's sake. I've smoothed his way to matrimony and a fortune, but I don't know anything which would induce me to stay a week at Grey Abbey. The Earl is bad, nearly unbearable, but the parson! I'd sooner by half be a Roman myself than think so badly of my neighbours as he does. Many a time since has he told in Connaught how Mr. O'Jocelyn and Mary, his wife, sat up 2 nights running, armed to the teeth, to protect themselves from the noisy repealers of Kilcullen. Mr. Armstrong arrived safely at his parsonage, and the next morning he rode over to Kelly's Court. But Lord Ballindine was not there. He had started for Grey Abbey almost immediately on receiving the 2 letters which we have given, and he and his friend had passed each other on the road. End of chapter 38. Chapter 39 of the Kellys and the O'Kellys. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Kellys and the O'Kellys by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 39. It never rains, but it pours. When Frank had read his 2 letters from Grey Abbey, he was in such a state of excitement as to be unable properly to decide what he would immediately do. His first idea was to gallop to Chewham as fast as his best horse would carry him, to take 4 horses there, and not to stop one moment until he found himself at Grey Abbey. But a little consideration showed him that this would not do. He would not find horses ready for him on the road. He must take some clothes with him, and it would be only becoming in him to give the Earl some notice of his approach. So he at last made up his mind to postpone his departure for a few hours. He was, however, too much overcome with joy to be able to do anything rationally. His anger against the Earl totally evaporated. Indeed, he only thought of him now as a man who had a house in which he could meet his love. He rushed into the drawing-room where his mother and sisters were sitting, and with the 2 letters open in his hand, proclaimed his intention of leaving home that day. "Goodness gracious, Frank! And where are you going?" said Mrs. O'Kelly. "To Grey Abbey." "No," said Augusta, jumping up from her chair. "I'm so glad!" shouted Sophie, throwing down her portion of the worsted-work sofa. "You have made up your difference, then, with Miss Wyndham?" said the anxious mother. "I am so glad! My own dear, good, sensible Frank." "I never had any difference with Fanny," said he. "I was not able to explain all about it, nor can I now. It was a crotchet of the Earl's. Only some nonsense. However, I'm off now. I can't wait a day, for I mean to write to say I shall be at Grey Abbey the day after tomorrow, and I must go by Dublin. I shall be off in a couple of hours. So for heaven's sake, Sophie, look sharp and put up my things." The girls both bustled out of the room, and Frank was following them, but his mother called him back. "When is it to be, Frank? Come tell me something about it. I never asked any questions when I thought the subject was a painful one." "God bless you, mother, you never did. But I can tell you nothing. Only the stupid old Earl has begged me to go there at once. Fanny must settle the time herself. There'll be settlements and lawyers' work." "That's true, my love. £100,000 in ready cash does want looking after. But look here, my dear. Fanny is of age, isn't she?" "She is, mother." "Well now, Frank, take my advice. They'll want to tie up her money in all manner of ways so as to make it of the least possible use to you or to her either. They always do. They're never contented unless they lock up a girl's money, so that neither she nor her husband can spend the principal or the interest. Don't let them do it, Frank. Of course she will be led by you. Let them settle whatever is fair on her, but don't let them bother the money so that you can't pay off the debts. It'll be a great thing, Frank, to redeem the property." Frank hemmed and hawed, and said he'd consult his lawyers in Dublin before the settlements were signed, but declared that he was not going to marry Fanny Wyndham for her money. "That's all very well, Frank," said the mother, "but you know you could not marry her without the money, and mind it's now or never. Think what a thing it would be to have the property unencumbered." The son hurried away to throw himself at the feet of his mistress, and the mother remained in her drawing-room, thinking with delight on the renovated grandeur of the family, and of the decided lead which the O'Kellys would again be able to take in Connaught. Fanny's joy was quite equal to that of her lover, but it was not shown quite so openly. Her aunt congratulated her most warmly, kissed her 20 times, called her her own dear, darling niece, and promised her to love her husband, and to make him a purse if she could get Griffiths to teach her that new stitch. It looked so easy she was sure she could learn it, and it wouldn't tease her eyes. Lady Selina also wished her joy, but she did it very coldly, though very sensibly. "Believe me, my dear Fanny, I am glad you should have the wish of your heart. There were obstacles to your union with Lord Ballindine which appeared to be insurmountable, and I therefore attempted to wean you from your love. I hope he will prove worthy of that love, and that you may never have cause to repent of your devotion to him. You are going greatly to increase your cares and trouble. May God give you strength to bear them, and wisdom to turn them to advantage." The Earl made a very long speech to her, in which there were but few pauses, and not one full stop. Fanny was not now inclined to quarrel with him, and he quite satisfied himself that his conduct throughout towards his ward had been dignified, prudent, consistent, and disinterested. These speeches and congratulations all occurred during the period of Mr. Armstrong's visit, and Fanny heard nothing more about her lover till the 3rd morning after that gentleman's departure. The Earl announced then, on entering the breakfast-room, that he had that morning received a communication from Lord Ballindine, and that his lordship intended reaching Grey Abbey that day in time for dinner. Fanny felt herself blush, but she said nothing. Lady Selina regretted that he had had a very wet day yesterday, and hoped he would have a fine day to-day, and Lady Cashel was overcome at the reflection that she had no one to meet him at dinner, and that she had not yet suited herself with a cook. "Dear me!" exclaimed her ladyship, "I wish we'd got this letter yesterday. No one knows now beforehand when people are coming. I'm sure it usedn't to be so. I shall be so glad to see Lord Ballindine. You know, Fanny, he was always a great favourite of mine. Do you think, Selina, the O'Josselins would mind coming again without any notice? I'm sure I don't know. I would not for the world treat Lord Ballindine shabbily. But what can I do, my dear?" "I think, my lady, we may dispense with any ceremony now with Lord Ballindine," said the Earl. "He will, I'm sure, be delighted to be received merely as one of the family. You need not mind asking the O'Josselins to-day." "Do you think not? Well, that's a great comfort. Besides, Lord Ballindine never was particular. But still, Fanny, had I known he was coming so soon, I would have had Mary down from Dublin again, for Mrs. Richards is not a good cook." During the remainder of the morning, Fanny was certainly very happy, but she was very uneasy. She hardly knew how to meet Lord Ballindine. She felt that she had treated him badly, though she had never ceased to love him dearly, and she also thought she owed him much for his constancy. It was so good of him to send his friend to her, and one to whom her uncle could not refuse admission. And then she thought she had treated Mr. Armstrong haughtily and unkindly. She had never thanked him for all the trouble he had taken. She had never told him how very happy he had made her. But she would do so at some future time, when he should be an honoured and a valued guest in her own and her husband's house. But how should she receive her lover? Would they allow her to be alone with him, if only for a moment, at their first meeting? Oh, how she longed for a confidant, but she could not make a confidant of her cousin. Twice she went down to the drawing-room with the intention of talking of her love. But Lady Selina looked so rigid and spoke so rigidly that she could not do it. She said such commonplace things, and spoke of Lord Ballindine exactly as she would of any other visitor who might have been coming to the house. She did not confine herself to his eating and drinking, as her mother did, but she said he'd find the house very dull, she was afraid, especially as the shooting was all over, and the hunting very nearly so, that he would, however, probably be a good deal at the Curragh races. Fanny knew that her cousin did not mean to be unkind, but there was no sympathy in her. She could not talk to her of the only subject which occupied her thoughts, so she retreated to her own room and endeavoured to compose herself. As the afternoon drew on, she began to wish that he was not coming till to-morrow. She became very anxious. She must see him somewhere before she dressed for dinner, and she would not, could not, bring herself to go down into the drawing-room and shake hands with him, when he came, before her uncle, her aunt, and her cousin. She was still pondering on the subject when, about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, she got a message from her aunt desiring her to go to her boudoir. "That'll do, Griffiths," said the Countess, as Fanny entered the room. "You can come up when I ring. Sit down, Fanny, sit down, my dear. I was thinking Lord Ballindine will soon be here." "I suppose he will, aunt. In his letter to Lord Cashel he said he'd be here before dinner." I'm sure he'll be here soon. Dear me, I'm so glad it's all made up between you. I'm sure, Fanny, I hope and think and believe you'll be very, very happy. Dear aunt.
And Fanny kissed Lady Cashel. A word of kindness to her then seemed invaluable.
It was so very proper in Lord Ballindine to give up his horses and all that sort of thing, said the Countess. I'm sure I always said he'd turn out just what he should be, and he is so good-tempered. I suppose, dear, you'll go abroad the first thing. I haven't thought of that yet, said Fanny, trying to smile. Oh, of course you will. You'll go to the Rhine and Switzerland and Como and Rome and those sort of places. It'll be very nice. We went there, your uncle and I, and it was delightful. Only I used to be very tired. It wasn't then we went to Rome, though. I remember now it was after Adolphus was born. Poor Adolphus! And her ladyship sighed, as her thoughts went back to the miseries of her eldest born. But I'll tell you why I sent for you, my dear. You know I must go downstairs to receive Lord Ballindine and tell him how glad I am that he's come back, and I'm sure I am very glad that he's coming, and your uncle will be there. But I was thinking you'd perhaps sooner see him first alone. You'll be a little flurried, my dear, that's natural. So, if you'd like, you can remain up here, my dear, in my room, quiet and comfortable by yourself, and Griffiths shall show Lord Ballindine upstairs as soon as he leaves the drawing-room. How very, very kind of you, dear aunt, said Fanny, relieved from her most dreadful difficulty. And so it was arranged. Lady Cashel went down into the drawing-room to await her guest, and Fanny brought her book into her aunt's boudoir, and pretended she would read till Lord Ballindine disturbed her. I need hardly say that she did not read much. She sat there over her aunt's fire, waiting to catch the sound of the wheels on the gravel at the front door. At one moment she would think that he was never coming, the time appeared to be so long, and then again, when she heard any sound which might be that of his approach, she would again wish to have a few minutes more to herself. At length, however, she certainly did hear him. There was the quick rattle of the chaise over the gravel, becoming quicker and quicker, till the vehicle stopped with that kind of plunge which is made by no other animal than a post-horse, and by him only at his arrival at the end of a stage. Then the steps were let down with a crash. She would not go to the window, or she might have seen him. She longed to do so, but it appeared so undignified. She sat quite still in her chair, but she heard his quick step at the hall door, she was sure. She could have sworn to his step. And then she heard the untying of cords and pulling down of luggage. Lord Ballindine was again in the house, and the dearest wish of her heart was accomplished. She felt that she was trembling. She had not yet made up her mind how she would receive him, what she would first say to him, and certainly she had no time to do so now. She got up and looked in her aunt's pier-glass. It was more a movement of instinct than one of premeditation. But she had thought she had never seen herself look so wretchedly. She had, however, but little time either for regret or improvement on that score, for there were footsteps in the corridor. He couldn't have stayed a moment to speak to anyone downstairs. However, there he certainly was. She heard Griffith's voice in the passage. "This way, my lord, my lady's boudoir." And then the door opened, and in a moment she was in her lover's arms. "My own Fanny, once more my own. Oh, Frank, dear Frank." Lord Ballindine was only 10 minutes late in coming down to dinner, and Miss Wyndham not about half an hour, which should be considered as showing great moderation on her part. For, of course, Frank kept her talking a great deal longer than he should have done, and then she not only had to dress, but to go through many processes with her eyes, to obliterate the trace of tears. She was, however, successful, for she looked very beautiful when she came down, and so dignified, so composed, so quiet in her happiness, and yet so very happy in her quietness. Fanny was anything but a hypocrite. She had hardly a taint of hypocrisy in her composition, but her looks seldom betrayed her feelings. There was a majesty of beauty about her, a look of serenity in her demeanour, which in public made her appear superior to all emotion. Frank seemed to be much less at ease. He attempted to chat easily with the Countess, and to listen pleasantly to the would-be witticisms of the Earl, but he was not comfortable. He did not amalgamate well with the family. Had there been a larger party, he could have talked all dinner-time to his love. But as it was, he hardly spoke a word to her during the ceremony, and indeed but few during the evening. He did sit next to her on the sofa, to be sure, and watched the lace she was working. But he could not talk unreservedly to her when old Lady Cashel was sitting close to him on the other side, and Lady Selina on a chair immediately opposite. And then it is impossible to talk to one's mistress in an ordinary voice, on ordinary subjects, when one has not seen her for some months. A lover is never so badly off as in a family party. A tete-a-tete or a large assembly are what suits him best. He is equally at his ease in either, but he is completely out of his element in a family party. After all, Lady Cashel was right.
It would have been much better to have asked the O'Jocelyns. The next morning Frank underwent a desperate interview in the book-room. His head was dizzy before Lord Cashel had finished half of what he had to say. He commenced by pointing out with what perfect uprightness and wisdom he had himself acted with regard to his ward, and Lord Ballindine did not care to be at the trouble of contradicting him. He then went to the subject of settlements and money matters, professed that he had most unbounded confidence in his young friend's liberality, integrity, and good feeling, that he would be glad to listen, and, he had no doubt, to accede to any proposals made by him, that he was quite sure Lord Ballindine would make no proposal which was not liberal, fair, and most proper. And he said a great deal more of the kind, and then himself proposed to arrange his ward's fortune in such a way as to put it quite beyond her future husband's control. On this subject, however, Frank rather nonplussed the Earl by proposing nothing, and agreeing to nothing, but simply saying that he would leave the whole matter in the hands of the lawyers. "Quite right, my lord, quite right," said Lord Cashel. "My men of business, Green and Grogram, will manage all that. They know all about Fanny's property. They can draw out the settlements, and Grogram can bring them here, and we can execute them. That'll be the simplest way." "I'll write to Mr. Cummings, then, and tell him to wait on Messrs. Green and Grogram. Cummings is a very proper man. He was recommended to me by Guinness." Yes, your attorney, you mean," said the Earl. "Why, yes, that will be quite proper, too. Of course, Mr. Cummings will see the necessity of absolutely securing Miss Wyndham's fortune." Nothing, however, was said between them on the subject, and the settlements, whatever was their purport, were drawn out without any visible interference on the part of Lord Ballindine. But Mr. Grogram, the attorney, on his first visit to Grey Abbey on the subject, had no difficulty in learning that Miss Wyndham was determined to have a will of her own in the disposition of her money. Fanny told her lover the whole episode of Lord Kilcullen's offer to her, but she told it in such a way as to redound rather to her cousin's credit than otherwise. She had learned to love him as a cousin and a friend, and his ill-timed proposal to her had not destroyed the feeling. A woman can rarely be offended at the expression of love unless it be from someone unfitted to match with her, either in rank or age. Besides, Fanny thought that Lord Kilcullen had behaved generously to her when she so violently repudiated his love. She believed that it had been sincere. She had not even to herself accused him of meanness or treachery, and she spoke of him as one to be pitied, liked, and regarded, not as one to be execrated and avoided. And then she confessed to Frank all her fears respecting himself, how her heart would have broken had he taken her own rash word as final, and so deserted her. She told him that she had never ceased to love him for a day, not even on that day when, in her foolish spleen, she had told her uncle she was willing to break off the match. She owned to him all her troubles, all her doubts, how she had made up her mind to write to him, but had not dared to do so, lest his answer should be such as would kill her at once. And then she prayed to be forgiven for her falseness, for having consented, even for a moment, to forget the solemn vow she had so often repeated to him. Frank stopped her again and again in her sweet confessions, and swore the blame was only his. He anathematized himself, his horses, and his friends, for having caused a moment's uneasiness to her. But she insisted on receiving his forgiveness, and he was obliged to say that he forgave her. With all his follies and all his weakness, Lord Ballindine was not of an unforgiving temperament. He was too happy to be angry with anyone now. He forgave even Lord Cashel, and had he seen Lord Kilcullen, he would have been willing to give him his hand as to a brother. Frank spent 2 or 3 delightful weeks basking in the sunshine of Fanny's love and Lord Cashel's favour. Nothing could be more obsequiously civil than the Earl's demeanour, now that the matter was decided. Everything was to be done just as Lord Ballindine liked. His taste was to be consulted in everything. The Earl even proposed different visits to the Curragh, asked after the whereabouts of Finn MacCool and Brian Boru, and condescended pleasantly to inquire whether Dot Blake was prospering as usual with his favourite amusement. At length the day was fixed for the marriage. It was to be in the pleasant, sweet-smelling, grateful month of May. The end of May, and Lord and Lady Ballindine were then to start for a summer tour, as the Countess had proposed, to see the Rhine and Switzerland and Rome, and those sort of places. And now invitations were sent far and wide to relatives and friends. Lord Cashel had determined that the wedding should be a great concern. The ruin of his son was to be forgotten in the marriage of his niece. The Bishop of Maryborough was to come and marry them. The Ellisons were to come again, and the Fitzgeralds. A duchess was secured, though duchesses are scarce in Ireland, and great exertions were made to get at a royal prince, who was commanding the forces in the west. But the royal prince did not see why he should put himself to so much trouble, and he therefore sent to say that he was very sorry, but the peculiar features of the time made it quite impossible for him to leave his command, even on so great a temptation. and a paragraph consequently found its way into the papers, very laudatory of His Royal Highness's military energy and attention. Mrs. O'Kelly and her daughters received a very warm invitation, which they were delighted to accept. Sophie and Augusta were in the seventh heaven of happiness, for they were to form a portion of the fair bevy of bridesmaids appointed to attend Fanny Wyndham to the altar. Frank rather pished and pooed at all these preparations of grandeur. He felt that when the ceremony took place he would look like the ornamental calf in the middle of it. But on the whole he bore his martyrdom patiently. 4 spanking bays and a new chariot ordered from Hutton's on the occasion would soon carry him away from the worst part of it. Lord Cashel was in the midst of his glory. He had got an occupation, and he delighted in it. Lady Selina performed her portion of the work with exemplary patience and attention. She wrote all the orders to the tradesmen, and all the invitations. She even condescended to give advice to Fanny about her dress, and to Griffiths about the arrangement of the rooms and tables. But poor Lady Cashel worked the hardest of all. Her troubles had no end. Had she known what she was about to encounter when she undertook the task of superintending the arrangements for her niece's wedding, she would never have attempted it. She would never have entered into negotiations with that treacherous Murray, the man cook in Dublin, but have allowed Mrs. Richards to have done her best or her worst in her own simple way, in spite of the Duchess and the Bishop, and the hopes of a royal prince indulged in by Lord Cashel. She did not dare to say as much to her husband, but she confessed to Griffiths that she was delighted when she heard His Royal Highness would not come. She was sure his coming would not make dear Fanny a bit happier, and she really would not have known what to do with him after the married people were gone. Frank received 2 letters from Dr. Blake during his stay at Grey Abbey. In the former he warmly congratulated him on his approaching nuptials, and strongly commended him on his success in having arranged matters. "You never could have forgiven yourself," he said, "had you allowed Miss Wyndham's splendid fortune to slip through your hands. I knew you were not the man to make a vain boast of a girl's love, and I was therefore sure that you might rely on her affection. I only feared you might let the matter go too far. You know I strongly advised you not to marry £20,000. I am as strongly of opinion that you would be a fool to neglect to marry 6 times as much. You see, I still confine myself to the money part of the business, as though the lady herself were of no value. I don't think so, however, only I know you never would have lived happily without an easy fortune." And then he spoke of Brian Boru, and informed Lord Ballindine that that now celebrated nag was at the head of the list of Derby horses, that it was all but impossible to get any odds against him at all, that the whole betting world were talking of nothing else, that 3 conspiracies had been detected, the object of which was to make him safe, that is, to make him very unsafe to his friends, that Scott's foreman had been offered 2,000 to dose him, and that Scott himself slept in the stable with him every night to prevent anything like false play. The second letter was written by Dot at Epsom, on the 4th of May, 30 minutes after the great race had been run. It was very short, and shall therefore be given entire. Epsom, Derby Day, race just over. God bless you, my dear boy. Brian has done the trick and done it well. Butler rode him beautifully, but he did not want any riding. He's the kindest beast ever had a saddle on. The stakes are close on £4,000. Your share will do well to pay the posters, etc., for yourself and my lady on your wedding trip. I win well, very well, but I doubt the settling. We shall have awful faces at the corner next week. You'll probably have heard all about it by express before you get this. In greatest haste, yours, W. Blake. The next week the following paragraph appeared in Bell's Life in London. It never rains but it pours. It appears pretty certain now that Brian Boru is not the property of the gentleman whose name he has run, but that he is owned by a certain noble lord, well known on the Irish turf, who has lately, however, been devoting his time to pursuits more pleasant and more profitable than the cares of the stable, pleasant and profitable as it doubtless must be to win the best race of the year. The pick-up at the Derby is about £4,000, and Brian Boru is certainly the best horse of his year. But Lord Ballandine's matrimonial pick-up is, we are told, a clear £250,000, and those who are good judges declare that no more beautiful woman than the future Lady Ballandine will have graced the English court for many a long year. His lordship, on the whole, is not doing badly. Lord Cashel also congratulated Frank on his success on the turf, in spite of the very decided opinion he had expressed on the subject when he was endeavouring to throw him on one side. "My dear Ballandine," he said, "I wish you joy with all my heart. A most magnificent animal, I am told, is Brian, and still partly your own property, you say. Well, it's a great triumph to beat those English lads on their own ground, isn't it? And thorough Irish blood, too. Thorough Irish blood. He has the Paddywhack strain in him through the dam, the very best blood in Ireland.
You know my mare Dignity that won the Oaks in 29 was by Chanticleer out of Floribel by Paddywhack. You say you mean to give up the turf, and you know I've done so too. But if you ever do change your mind, should you ever run horses again, take my advice and stick to the Paddywhack strain. There's no beating the real Paddywhack blood. On the 21st of May, 1844, Lord Ballindine and Fanny Wyndham were married. The bishop turned him off illigant, as a wag said in the servants' hall. There was a long account of the affair in the Morning Post of the day. There were 8 bridesmaids, all of whom, it was afterwards remarked, were themselves married within 2 years of the time, an omen which was presumed to promise much continued happiness to Lord and Lady Ballindine, and all belonging to them. Murray, the man cook, did come down from Dublin just in time, but he behaved very badly. He got quite drunk on the morning of the wedding. He, however, gave Richards an opportunity of immortalizing herself. She behaved on the trying occasion so well that she is now confirmed in her situation, and Lady Cashel has solemnly declared that she will never again on any account be persuaded to allow a man cook to enter the house. Lady Selina, she would not officiate as one of the bridesmaids, is still unmarried, but her temper is not thereby soured, nor her life embittered. She is active, energetic, and good as ever, and as ever cold, harsh, and dignified. Lord Kilcullen has hardly been heard of since his departure from Grey Abbey. It is known that he is living at Baden, but no one knows on what. His father never mentions his name. His mother sometimes talks of poor Adolphus. But if he were dead and buried, he could not give less trouble to the people of Grey Abbey. No change has occurred, or is it likely to take place, in the Earl himself, nor is any desirable. How could he change for the better? How could he bear his honours with more dignity, or grace his high position with more decorum? Every year since the marriage of his niece, he has sent Lord and Lady Ballindine an invitation to Grey Abbey, but there has always been some insuperable impediment to the visit. A child has just been born, or was just going to be born, or Mrs. O'Kelly was ill, or one of the Miss O'Kellys was going to be married. It was very unfortunate, but Lord and Lady Ballindine were never able to get as far as Grey Abbey. Great improvements have been effected at Kelly's Court. Old buildings have been pulled down and additions built up. A great many thousand young trees have been planted, and some miles of new roads and walks constructed. The place has quite an altered appearance, and though Connaught is still Connaught, and County Mayo is the poorest part of it, Lady Ballindine does not find Kelly's Court unbearable. She has 3 children already, and doubtless will have many more. Her nursery, therefore, prevents her from being tormented by the weariness of the far west. Lord Ballindine himself is very happy. He still has the hounds, and maintains in the 3 counties round him the sporting preeminence, which has for so many years belonged to his family. But he has no racehorses. His friend Dot purchased the lot of them out and out, soon after the famous Derby, and a very good bargain for himself he is said to have made. He is still intimate with Lord Ballindine, and always spends a fortnight with him at Kelly's Court during the hunting season. Sophie O'Kelly married a Blake, and Augusta married a Dillon, and as they both live within 10 miles of Kelly's Court, and their husbands are related to all the Blakes and all the Dillons, and as Ballindine himself is the head of all the Kellys, there is a rather strong clan of them. About 25 cousins muster together in red coats and top boots every Tuesday and Friday during the hunting season. It would hardly be wise in that county to quarrel with a Kelly, a Dillon, or a Blake. End of chapter 39.